Good morning from Nairobi, everyone, and welcome to Africa Podcast Day. My name is Melissa Mbugwa, and I'm a co-director of Africa Podfest. Welcome to the
Good
first
morning,
ever.
everyone.
Go ahead, Joe.
Good morning, everyone from Düsseldorf, Germany. My name is Josephine Karenjahi, and I'm also a co-director of Africa Podfest. Happy Africa Podcast Day!
Woohoo! Welcome to the first ever global podcasting festival that's centered on African podcasting. What can we expect from today, Joe?
Today, everyone who has been thinking about African podcasting, people who have been thinking through whether they should listen to new podcasts or whether they should start their own podcast, will have an opportunity to learn from people who've already created content that's both relevant to Africa, about Africans, and especially amplifying African voices. And you will be able to join us right here on YouTube all day. You'll be able to share in the conversation, both here in the comment section and on other parts of the social media atmosphere. And then you will also have an opportunity to tell your favorite African podcasters how much you appreciate them. Today's theme is We Are Happy and Proud to Be Here. So, definitely, we are proud to be here. We are excited and we cannot wait to launch into the day. So, welcome everyone. Get comfortable and let's go.
Do not forget to join the conversation, share the celebration on social media using the hashtag Africa Podcast Day, and just tell your friends, tell everyone to join in the full day program. What excites
Definitely.
you about the session that's coming up, our first session of the day? Our first community event of the day is by EJ, who hosts the Unfiltered Real Talk with EJ podcast. It's a very exciting one. Joe, do you want to give people a sneak peek about what excites you about this podcast?
You know, podcasts are an opportunity to talk about things that our society hasn't just quite caught up with. One of the things that I'm excited about this first episode of the community event series is that EJ will be addressing disability awareness in a way that allows us to listen, really listen with both ears, and talk through what could be a reality for so many people across Africa and the world. What's exciting for you about this first episode?
What's really exciting for me about this first community event session is that it's talking about disability in a way that's inclusive and bringing the conversation, without into the mainstream, sort of without all the weight and the pressure and the tension that we typically are used to seeing this conversation happen in the media. So without further ado, welcome to the first session of Africa Podcast Day, Unfiltered Real Talk with EJ.
what better place to do this than have a podcast? So this is the core reason why I decided to do the Unfiltered Real Talk and focus my conversation around the African woman. So Unfiltered Real Talk is where we have real and unfiltered conversations. So we want to be able to address these norms. We want to be able to talk about cultural practices, traditions, and all those kinds of rules and regulations that impose hardship on the African woman. So that is a huge focus of my podcast. And of course, I do discuss issues that impact other women and just all African people. But a huge portion of my conversation on the podcast predominantly focuses on the African woman. Again, I wanted to be able to have a safe space where I can talk about some of these issues that African women have to deal with on a regular basis. I wanted to be able to have real conversations about it. I didn't want to be filtered at all. I didn't want to have to think about how I say things in order to please people. I didn't want any of that. And I also wanted a place where I can get objective people to think about what they do and why they do it. So, a huge part of my podcast is challenging norms, provoking deeper thinking, and therefore inspiring change for a better living. So, if you listen to my podcast, you see me talk about this a lot. And that's because I've spent a lot of time thinking about why we do certain things, even if they were culture. We do it because they've been normalized, right? They have become norms. And so it's normal to do them. But if we challenge these norms, if we spend time to think about these norms, because these norms are made by you and I, right? Like they not just fall down from heaven and then they became culture or tradition. No, a group of people came together, and many times they are men. They're based on patriarchy. We most societies are patriarchal, and so is a big chunk of Africa. And for my purposes, focusing myself being a Nigerian woman, our culture is heavily patriarchal. So I want to challenge people, the average person, everybody, to think about what you do when you do things that impact women negatively or harshly and impose hardship on African women. Think about why you do it. And of course, I'm thinking about myself as a Nigerian woman, but at the same time, I'm thinking about all of Africa. I'm thinking about all African women. I'm thinking about all African people. And I'm thinking about practices that are degrading and demeaning and harsh and unfair and discriminatory to African women. And that is why the conversations cannot be filtered. These are things that are impacting people's lives. These are things that impact the ability for people to socialize appropriately, to reach their full potential, to be able to achieve what they would like to achieve. And if we have certain norms and cultural rules and regulations that are coded in lifestyle, then obviously some of us will not be able to reach our potential. So we have to have unfiltered conversations. We have to have candid conversations. We have to have real conversations about these issues because they do impact lives, they do impact people. So that is why conversations on the Unfiltered Real Talk are raw, they are controversial, they are complex and delicate, and sometimes they are sensitive. So, for example, when I started the podcast, a huge portion of it was focused on sexual violence. Now, that's because I know people in my life who've gone through it and they couldn't really do much about it. They couldn't really, go to the police to talk about it. And for those people who were brave enough to bring it to their parents or their caregiver or mom and dad or somebody significant in their life, they were just casually frowned upon. They would just, maybe just a little slap in the face for the abuser, and then the victim was told to just carry on with your life like nothing happened. And some of these stories that people shared with me were just powerful, and I needed to talk about it, and I needed to talk about it right away. So the first season of my podcast is heavy. There's a lot of conversation around abuse, domestic abuse, sexual violence, and things like that that are predominant in Africa. And of course, sexual violence is everywhere around the world. So is abuse and so many other social injustices, right? They are all over the world. But once again, my podcast is narrowed down to Afrocentric experience. So most of my conversations will focus on just that and how we can do better. How can we do better? How can we shift the narrative? How can we be part of change for better living for all people? Doesn't matter if you're African or an African woman, an African girl, you should be able to be allowed to be that person that you want to be, regardless of what society or culture has to say. So, something else that I try to do on the podcast is, because a lot of my conversations are heavy and controversial, I try to keep the conversations light. I mean, if you're talking about culture and traditions and norms and patriarchy and things like that, these are heavy topics, right? Domestic violence, sexual violence, these are heavy topics. So, what I do on my podcast is that I take these heavy conversations and make them light and relatable so that people are more willing to listen and people are more willing to engage and be part of that conversation. So, for example, a really fun one that I remember right now is I had a guest on my show, and we were talking about rape, the culture of rape in Africa. Why is there a real rape culture in Africa? And she also asked specifically, is there a rape culture in Nigeria? And we were talking about that and trying to make sure that we explain our opinions, right? Explain our perspective, because we're just regular people on a filter real talk. We're just regular people having conversations. We're not claiming to be experts or to be professionals in any specific field of thought or subject matter, but we're passionate people about specific topics and specific issues. And so we talk about it from a place of passion and personal experience. So back to the sexual violence and rape culture conversation, the way my guest went about talking about consent, I thought was just absolutely hilarious. We had a lot of positive feedback about that because, again, rape and anything with regard to sexual abuse is a very heavy topic, and one that many of us just don't feel comfortable having, or we shy away from it, or we don't want to have it in a public space like a podcast, right? So what she did, and what I thought was really fun and good to also drive home the topic that we're trying to communicate, is how she went about explaining consent. So she said, sometimes you may think, okay, consent is, yeah, let's get our groove on, I'm feeling you, you're feeling me, all that stuff is excited. And well, then all of a sudden it's no longer exciting. I'm not feeling you and you're not feeling me. And so what does that mean for a guy, for example? So does that mean that the girl is just playing hard to get, and so you need to continue and just keep trying? Or does that mean that I actually need to pump the brakes here? I need to pause, and I cannot continue. And so the way she went about explaining that and how we have to be careful about imposing ourselves and thinking that that is warranted, I thought was instrumental. Another thing that she did with regard to consent is just visual cues that sometimes we don't know that we're doing. So, for example, a woman wears a specific type of clothing, her skirts are short, she looks a certain way, and she goes out in the middle of the night, or she goes to a guy's house in the middle of the night, and that means she's asking for it. That means is consent indirectly. So she goes in with these kinds of examples and breaks it down in a very visual way very light and relatable way so that we can understand this complex and sensitive issue. So I think that's something that is instrumental in the culture or the environment of my podcast, or what my podcast is trying to do with regard to talking about heavy issues, complicated issues, but at the same time making sure that they're relatable and light enough so that people can stop and listen, and people are more willing to listen, especially those people who would naturally not listen to these kinds of sensitive conversations, right? So making that conversation, breaking it down in a way that people who would not listen normally become more inclined, willing to listen. And of course, when they listen, the battle is half done, because when they listen, hopefully they get inspired and they get provoked to think deeply about your personal practice. So if you were doing things different before, so maybe before you saw a woman wearing a certain dress and you're like, "Ah, that one, why is she dressed like that?" You know? And then for my Nigerian sisters, maybe you go to, a place and you wear certain types of skirt and you're like, ah, cover your leg, oh, your leg needs to be covered. Or you wear pants and, in a specific church or a specific place associate wearing pants with being a certain type of girl, right? Whatever label it is that society decides to put on that individual for looking a certain way. But in the podcast, we make sure that we debunk these kinds of myths, we debunk these kinds of association, but in a very light and relatable way, so that people who would naturally not want to listen to these kinds of crucial but sensitive conversation, they stop to listen. So that's something else that we do on the Unfiltered Real Talk that I think is fun and much needed to engaging people on conversations around social.
So you're voluntarily agreeing to it. You're not implying, it's not implied consent, it's not silent, it's not drunk, it's not unconscious, it's not forced. It is not forced, and it's not because somebody is wearing a mini skirt, then that's consent. That's not consent. No, mini skirt is not consent. Unconsciousness is not consent.
That's right.
Drunk.
Or because you came to, let's be even more specific, because I showed up in the club with a mini leather skirt and red stiletto heels,
it
doesn't mean consent. That I'm asking.
Even if I come to your house, it's not consent, right? Like, even if I'm drunk, right. Like I came.
Yeah, we get that. I like that you mentioned that. We get that. And when people say, "But why did you go there?" You know he's a boy. Why did you go there? So explain to me. Keep going. I like this.
Those things I've listed are not consent. It's not forced, right? It is a voluntary agreement to engage in a sexual, like in anything sexual. Fun, if it's an
activity. They do face additional challenges just because of social attitudes and stereotypes about men, right, and masculinity. So if you're a man, right, you know how it is with the African culture, and I think even over here in the Western environment that Sharon and I reside, is you have to be a man, you have to be strong, you have to be able to just take it, you can't show emotions. It's all about masculinity. And so if you come out as a man and say that you were sexually abused or sexually assaulted, it's a big deal, right? You might not be taken seriously, and it might also somehow diminish who you are as a person, right? Let's talk about that, because I think it's important to understand that men can be sexually assaulted. Young boys are also targets, and it's a serious situation as well. Same gravity as with girls.
It is almost the same situation as well, because some boys
cry.
I want to debunk the myth that oh, I don't.
It's
No,
okay.
it's okay to cry. You
It's okay. It's okay to
of the
cry.
road, but
Absolutely.
expressing emotions, it's fine. So we need to start that as parents, you're creating a safe space with your boy to the point where
That's right.
don't just think that he's a man so he can handle it. Not everything they can handle. Some things room. They need you to make them feel safe. You know what? Come.
So, as an African woman living in Canada, I also wanted to create content within my podcast that applies to African women living in Africa and African women living in diaspora. So, what I try to do, and I'm constantly doing on the podcast, is making sure that conversation relates to African women in home countries and African women over here. So, for example, when I was talking about sexual violence, that series I did, the way there are resources available for African women living in Africa is different from how resources will be accessed, say, in the diaspora in Canada where I live. So it's a different climate, it's a different culture. So when I talk about sexual violence, I make sure that my conversation is relevant to how that topic is perceived or how that topic happens in African home countries versus how that topic will happen over here in the diaspora. So that's something that is key that I do, that I feel that it's really relevant, really important to have, and that also caters to my audience. So for the rest of my conversation, I would like to give you a little bit of an agenda. So I will be talking about one episode that I found very inspiring in my podcast. So on my podcast, I have conversations with guests from different backgrounds, from different walks of life, all across the globe. So some are here in Canada, but many of them are also in Africa. So there is one particular episode that I truly found very empowering, and most of my conversation today with you will be around this episode. I hope you find it empowering as well. I hope you find it inspiring, and I truly believe that it's a conversation that needs to be had, and that is why I am focusing the rest of my presentation today around this episode, this conversation that I had with a guest. What I would also want to mention is that, as a bit of an agenda item, is again, I will be chiming in with questions, what I'm calling food for thought questions. So throughout the conversation, I will challenge you with some questions. I will ask you to think about some questions, and we can talk about that at the end of this presentation. Or it's something that maybe you can have a conversation with your friends and family outside this Podfest, right? We can keep the conversation going. We can keep thinking about these things critically, and we can keep inspiring change, right? And looking for ways that we can inspire change by getting to know more about things that we currently know less of. So let's get into the rest of the presentation, and thank you so much for listening. I'd like to start out by asking you what you know about hearing loss. What do you know about speech impediment or impairment? Do you have a family member with hearing loss? Do you know of anyone with hearing loss? Do you have anyone around you who uses hearing aids? Can you imagine you have a medical emergency? You go to the hospital, but you cannot communicate to the doctor. The doctor, therefore, cannot help you or is not patient to help you because he or she cannot understand what you're saying. Imagine that you're in a classroom with many other students and you cannot understand what is being taught. You cannot understand your professor because you cannot hear what he or she is saying. Imagine that you go out on a party with some friends or some family members. You go to the pub, you go to a bar, you go to a restaurant to eat, and you are ridiculed because of the way you sound when you speak. Or you're made fun of, or you're bullied by classmates and colleagues because of the way you sound, or the way you look, or because you're wearing a hearing aid. This is some of the experiences of my guest. And this will be some of the experiences of many other persons with hearing loss or speech impediment, or both. Now, I've asked you to imagine that because I'm about to share with you a very inspiring and empowering journey. It is truly going to warm your heart and touch you. And I hope that it also inspires change in the way you see persons with special needs. So recently, I had the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation on the podcast with a young lady from Nigeria. She is from Kogi State in Nigeria and recently graduated from one of the universities. And I wanted to talk to her about her journey, about how she found out that she had hearing loss. What did that look like? How did she get support? What are the supports that were there? And how did she afford a hearing aid in a place like Nigeria? How was she able to persevere through the challenges that comes with persons who have one, limitation or the other? And this, of course, is not just peculiar to Africa. I'm sure that all around the world, persons with special needs are going through different kinds of challenges. And that is why we need to have this conversation. That's why I wanted to have this conversation on the podcast. Before I get into everything else that I have in store with you, based on my conversation with Anne, I wanted to also share some statistics. Take a look. Research shows that in Nigeria, as of 2020, there are about 8.5 million people living with hearing loss. And based on a recent article that I saw, the Nigerian population is about 201 million people as of 2019. Now, give or take, this could be a little bit more, but let's go with that number. 201 million people in Nigeria versus 8.5 million of them are living with some kind of hearing impediment. Now, that's about, if my math is right, that's about 23% of the population of Nigeria have one hearing loss issue or the other. According to a statistic that I found, I believe on CDC, more than 90% of children are born, more than 90% of kids with hearing loss are actually born to parents who can hear. Now, does that surprise you? I want to pause here and ask you that. Does that surprise you? Are you shocked about that? That 90% of kids born with hearing loss are actually born to parents who can hear. So parents who are hearing. I wonder if that surprises anyone here. Now, according to CDC, hearing can affect a child's ability to develop speech, language, and social skills. And you will see from my conversation with Anne how her speech impediment and the hearing loss issues that she had impacted her social skills. Take a listen from Anne herself.
So I want you to tell us a little bit now about what that felt like. The first time you wore a hearing aid 14 years ago, how did that feel now getting full hearing versus when you didn't have the hearing aid? What was that first experience like?
The experience is huge. The difference is huge. Yes, because prior to getting the hearing aid, I noticed I'm someone who don't talk much because of the speech defects. And most times when people are talking, I just keep quiet in conversation. I don't contribute my quota or anything.
Right.
I wasn't completely deaf, so I won't say that I was deaf and dumb because I had a speech defect. That
Yes.
actually sound like there's something in my mouth when after there's nothing in my mouth. You understand? Getting the hearing aid for me, it took a lot of work for me to get to this level where I can talk in public. Because of the hearing issue, I became shy because I know I was a lively person. But all of a sudden, I noticed that I'm actually shy and I don't like talking in public. Getting this hearing aid, if I'm to use the year 2020, I think it has helped me a lot. I will say about the years before now, because the year before now, I didn't allow this weigh me down. I didn't want to take responsibility for myself. Now, I can talk in public if I want to. I can do whatever I want to do. I can contribute in
Mhm.
any conversation. I can, not because I won't be able to. The hearing aid is a big plus in my life. I won't lie. 14 years using the hearing aid till now is a big plus in my life.
Yeah. So, what I would like to mention to our listeners and our viewers of this episode is some of the stereotype and the stigma and the myths associated with persons who have hearing disability. And a place like Nigeria, where Anne and I come from, or other African countries or developing countries as a whole, having any form of disability is a huge detriment to that person and affects the entire functionality and quality of life of that person.
So Anne was diagnosed with hearing loss when she was about 14 years old. That's when she was officially diagnosed. But before then, Anne says that she felt that something was wrong. She thought that maybe around when she was 9 years old, she felt that something was wrong with her hearing because people would be talking to her, but she just wouldn't hear them, or she needed people to speak a lot louder in order to hear. But she just thought that, she's a young girl. She just thought that it's something that would take care of itself. So she never really told anyone, and she never shared her story with anyone, she never shared this problem with her family or anybody else. Now, when she was about 14 years old, her father actually discovered it. He found out. And then he took Anne to an audiologist. And after a series of appointments and consultation, Anne was then diagnosed and she would need hearing aid. Now, Anne said that it was a difficult time for her family. It was a lot of money. Her parents were public servants, and fortunate for her, they were working. And they were able to raise this money for her to go purchase her first set of hearing aid, which I think she said it was around 2014. Now, after purchasing those hearing aid, about 4 years or so later, Anne said that the hearing aid just suddenly stopped working. It wasn't working. She couldn't really use it anymore. So parents needed to come up with the money again. So they had to raise the funds and purchase another one. Well, first off, actually, she said that they try to fix it. So they try to fix that first set of hearing aid. But when they sent it out overseas to get repaired, and when it was being sent back in here, it seemed like it got damaged on the way here. And her dad was hoping to, take that to the courts and have them, settle the situation, but it would have cost way more money. Now, those of us from Nigeria, I think we know this is true. It would have cost way more money, and so it just made sense for her for her parents to just purchase a new one. And so a new one was purchased. And she said that it cost quite a lot of money. I believe at that time she said it was over 300,000 naira. And so for those of us in Canada, it would be over $1,000 or close to it. And of course, depending on your location, I urge you to do the same math. So I want to ask you a few food for thought questions here. Now, what do you think is the cost of hearing aid in your home country? Do you think the average person can afford to purchase a hearing aid if they needed to, or any other form of treatment for hearing loss if they needed to? That's a question that we have to ask. And that's a question we have to support other people in addressing by raising awareness. So I'm going to rewind really quickly here. When Anne's family discovered that she had hearing loss, when she went to the audiologist that I mentioned a little bit earlier, and she got tested, now they found out that she could hear on one ear but not the other. So that's why she has partial hearing loss I mentioned earlier as well. So food for thought right here, I want to ask you, do you think that she needed 2 hearing aids? So although she has hearing capacity fully functioning in one ear but not the other, I'm curious to know if you think that she needed 2 pairs of hearing aid or she needed 1. And why or why not? Why do you think that and why not? Now, this is food for thought question. Think about it. This is a conversation that we can have afterwards, and it's a conversation that you should have in your circle as well. Now, I will continue on with my conversation with Anne. So after this incident, Anne's family needed to purchase another set of hearing aid for her. And they were able to purchase it. And, she started using that one. But what happened is it was just not the right pair for her. She started to have migraines and really terrible headaches. And so we needed to be changed again in a really short while from when it was purchased. She needed to purchase another one again. Now, all hearing aids were purchased in Nigeria. So kudos to the industry out there who is working on making sure that hearing aids are manufactured for persons with hearing loss. I think that's important. Now, keep in mind that Anne's family is just a civil servant. They don't have a whole lot of money, and Anne said she had other brothers and sisters. So it was really hard for her family, but they had to do it, and kudos to them. Now, I want to share a little bit about Anne's experience, some of the stereotype. I'm talking about her journey and some of the things that she experienced being a person who needs to use a hearing aid and a person who has partial hearing loss. I want to talk about that here. And in one occasion, when Anne was in university, as I said, she is a recent graduate. When she was in university, she was called out in front of the class. Now, this is what happened. So Anne said that she was in one of the classes. She typically sits down with some of her friends because she needs to look at their notes and copy from them. She cannot hear them. She could not really hear very well. It's a huge classroom. And so she doesn't really hear very well when the teacher is teaching. So what she found really easiest to make sure she doesn't miss anything in her education is just copying from her friends. Now, unfortunately for her, on one occasion, her professor called her out and asked her a question and why she was looking at somebody else's note. And she told the professor that she could not hear. Rewind to the beginning when I asked you some food for thought questions and I said, imagine that you're in a classroom and you cannot hear the teacher. That was Anne. You want to guess what happened when she told the teacher that she couldn't hear? Do you have any idea what happened? you would have to come back to the podcast to listen. I just thought I'd do that. So, this episode, like I said, has not been aired. You guys are getting first dibs on this episode. So, if you want to know more about what happened to Anne, I think you need to stay tuned to the podcast and check out the rest of our conversation. But take a listen to one of Anne's experience.
How many times I have to pack my hair up and I have to walk on the streets in school, and I'm walking on the road and someone like, what is that in your ear? But you know what? You know, that kind of, I've had that kind of experience. There's even a time one of my schoolmates, my friend, after school we went to an issue to eat. So I don't know, there are some big boys on campus that came to
Bigger boys.
You know what it means to be a big boy on campus.
I do.
Yeah, you have to be very careful. I was just smiling and eating my food. Then the bros come in. I'm like, why are you looking at me like that? I'm like, how am I looking at you? You're looking at me, complaining. He said, that's the way you put my ear. Just block this one, that one. I've been playing TikTok. I just sit down looking at the guy like, I don't know the reason for this kind of reaction from you. I'm eating my food and you came to meet me there with my friend. The best thing for you is to order your own food and you sit down, start harassing someone because of what is in the ear. In my 100 level, like I was this bubbling person. Funny enough, the whole class had a presentation, individual presentation. And in that class, we were about more than 300 in the class. And I was asked to answer a question on stage. So because my voice wasn't loud enough for the lecturer to hear, the man asked me there, you know, in the, I don't know, lecture room in Nigeria, you know how we build, you know, it's actually big. So the lecture room, there was this staircase that would take you to the back. The man asked me to climb the staircase, run up and down, because I couldn't answer his question.
Seriously?
Loud enough. Yeah, seriously. That was the beginning of my issue in the university. Since that day, I had, you know, when someone who has a confidence in herself.
So in front of 300 plus people, because you could not project your voice loudly, you were punished by told to run up and down stairs?
Yes, it happened to me. It's not like it happened to someone else. It happened to me. I cried in the class that day. I was in 100
Can
level.
only imagine.
I have never cried in the class before, but that very day I cried. That was the beginning of my problem in the school because I lost my confidence, I lost my voice, I lost everything concerning me. So most times I'll just quietly enter the class and go to the back to avoid any kind of embarrassment. Or is it when the lecturer is giving his dissertation or lecture? So when we were doing that, I had friends. I had about 4 friends in my class. I'm always sitting with them to ensure I'm able to copy whatever they put down because I won't be able to do it on my own. Even if I hear some words, I'll have to still collect notes to complete whatever space
sentences. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I think when one of those lecture days we had a class, I don't know, maybe because I was looking at my friend's notebook to write down what she wrote. I don't know what happened, but I know I was not hearing well that day. And I had to, in order for me to, I had to travel down to Abuja to see the doctor to fix something on my hearing aid. My hearing aid, I had issues that day.
Okay.
So the man, I don't know, maybe due to ignorance, told me, hey, you stand up. And I like, okay, what did I stand? What did I do? He said, why are you looking at the person's nose? I said, because I can't hear what they're saying. That's why I have to look at the person's nose. That's how you block your ear. The people I see that are walking on the road will block your ear. You know, that kind of conversation. There are a lot of things that happen. I don't know, you know, in Nigeria, you know, you have to be of the lecturer, if you want to graduate, that kind
Right.
of thing.
Yeah. So Anne said that that day she was just humiliated. She felt embarrassed, and she thought that that was the day that her self-esteem actually started to dwindle. She became reclusive, she became an introvert, and she just did not want to speak anymore or to be out there anymore. She said that she was an outgoing person, a fun person, very sociable, friendly, wanted to mingle and just be herself and explore life. But after that incident, she said she became very shy and very removed. She became quiet, inactive, and just didn't want any opportunity that will cause her to have to speak up. I want to shift gears before I continue my conversation with Anne, before I continue her story. I want to shift gears and talk about what you think are the causes of hearing loss. What do you think are the causes of hearing loss? Do you think that it predominantly happens at birth? Is a birth defect? Well, that is one cause. And as I mentioned earlier, a big chunk of infants that are born with hearing defect are actually born to parents who have hearing, full functioning hearing. So birth defect is one. There is also things like loud noise, loud music, gunshot, injury, accidents. Maybe one is in a car accident or any other form of accident. So there's a variety of things that can cause hearing loss. So we all speak differently, and so that just goes to show you the complexity of reading lips. Now, as I said, through Anne's social media page, she tries to raise awareness about various things. One thing that I found really amazing that she does there as well through her social media platform is she reaches out to people with hearing loss as well. So people are constantly contacting her, people in Nigeria are constantly contacting her. So she has a group now that she's created where people can, just come and get information, just come and get educated. So she may not have money right now to give to people, but she has information. And many times that's gold, in my opinion. So she can provide them with, okay, this is, what you need to know. This is how you need to communicate. I'm here to support you. There are other people here to support you through this journey. And so you don't have to suffer alone. You don't have to feel like you need to hide or pretend or be somebody else. There are other people like us. It's a community of us. So Anne is basically creating a community of people who are supporting persons with hearing loss and people who are with hearing loss getting supports and supporting each other. So that's what she's doing. Very quickly, she mentioned that recently she had about 10 people with hearing loss come up to her, and all 10 people did not have the funds for hearing aid, but at least she was able to provide them with information around, what to do now that you know that this is happening, especially for little ones. Like if it was a little child, mom came to her and said, I think this is happening, where people can, just come and get information, just come and get educated. So she may not have money right now to give to people, but she has information. And many times that's gold, in my opinion. So she can provide them with, okay, this is, what you need to know. This is how you need to communicate. I'm here to support you. There are other people here to support you through this journey. And so you don't have to suffer alone. You don't have to feel like you need to hide or pretend or be somebody else. There are other people like us. It's a community of us. So Anne is basically creating a community of people who are supporting persons with hearing loss and people who are with hearing loss getting supports and supporting each other. so that see a disability or persons with special needs. Or maybe you can take that information and inspire a conversation around you, or talk to someone else about what you've learned today. So I truly hope that this conversation and this presentation has been meaningful for you. So thank you for listening, and thank you also to the Africa Podfest team for this amazing opportunity to be here. I truly feel that this is going to be huge for Africa. I feel that this podcasting platform is something that will bring groundbreaking change for Africa, groundbreaking movement to what we're doing as podcasters. And so thank you so much to the Africa Podfest team for this opportunity once again, and to everyone for listening. Let's go out there and continue podcasting and continue being amazing and bringing great information to the whole wide world and to empowering African people. So enjoy the rest of the presentation, and I hope that we can connect on social media. And do take care, do continue to keep it real, and continue to be inspired and an inspiration to all those around you.
Hello, Africa.
Tell me how you're doing. My name is Martin.
And my name is Chris. We look forward to sharing with you about the story of African Retooled. So African Retooled is a platform that seeks to shed light on the future of work, provide our listeners and our followers with information to make them future ready. One of our channels is the African Retooled podcast. And Martin, you can probably talk about that.
Sure. The podcast is where we have conversations about the future of work. We go deep into different jobs, looking at how they have evolved, speaking to industry professionals about how they imagine and we imagine together what they would look like in the future. Another thing we do on the podcast is have conversations with leaders, and this is to inspire people to be able to retool or reskill in order to take advantage of these new skill sets that are coming up in this inevitable future. And finally, we talk to retooled Africans. These are people who've been able to reskill and retool in their own careers to be able to pivot, given all the tools available to them in this new era of work. And so, Chris, why are we proud to be African podcasters?
I guess we're proud because never has it been very clear that in the fourth industrial revolution, the world is indeed flat. And so this is the one chance we have to tell our story and to really shape our narrative.
That is true, Chris.
Yeah.
And, we look forward to engaging with you. Find us on africanretooled.org, where you can listen to our podcast and go around in the website and find all the other tools and information that we have. See you soon.
Thank you, EJ, for that amazing first community event for Africa Podcast Day. We're really excited. We are celebrating Africa Podcast Day today. Remember to share stories about your favorite African podcasts on social media using the hashtag Africa Podcast Day. Spread the word. Tell everyone about this day and about this conversation. If you haven't yet, go to our website, www.africapodcastfestival.com, to check out the program for the remainder of the day. Josephine, do you want to tell us what's coming next? What exciting
Yes,
program is
I'm
coming next?
super excited about what I had over at EJ's session. Thank you to everyone who joined us. you'll notice at the beginning we couldn't hear the presentation, and of course it was a technical issue, but it was a very small glimpse of what it's like not to be able to engage through hearing, and it really ultimately ended up setting the stage for the next part. Um, this is a kind of day that you just get excited about. I hope everyone is feeling energetic and really finding ways to connect with each other. For everyone who's signed up through the website, thank you very much for that. And thank you for using the hashtag Africa Podcast Day. So, Africa Podcast Day has been coordinated, at least from the Africa Podfest side, by a remote team without taking a single flight. As co directors separated by a continent, we can appreciate the unique challenges of producing for Africa while working remotely. Even our team hasn't ever fully met, we've only seen each other on screens. So, when we invited podcasters to curate their own community events, we imagined that some would share our remote working and learning experience. We were pleasantly surprised by Africa News submission of the launch of their Africa podcast, Cry Like a Boy. It's not often we get to see a podcast launch in real time. Today, Africa News has joined us to launch their podcast, and they will share their experiences and skills on how to produce a multilingual documentary podcast between Africa and Europe without taking a single flight. I can't imagine a more timely podcast launch, and we thank you, Team Africa News, for joining us and allowing us to be in this conversation with you and to be able to share it with the world. A very early good morning to you. I know we are at 7 a.m. here on this continent. So thank you so much for joining us. And it is a multilingual workshop. So everyone get out your pen and paper, your device, turn off your notifications if you can, and let's join the team from Cry Like a Boy podcast.
Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Hey, good morning to everyone.
Hello.
Hi. So, thanks for having us. My name is Awa Barkala. I'm a French and Tunisian journalist. Welcome to this masterclass of Cry Like a Boy. We'll do this presentation with me, Marta Rodriguez Martinez, Lilo Montalto Monella, Mampeya Dio, and Naya Davlashian. So we are going to share with you a presentation of our podcast. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, so welcome to our presentation. So today we're going to introduce you our podcast and how to produce a collaborative documentary podcast in several languages for you guys. So if you want to comment or ask any questions during this presentation, please use the hashtag #CryLikeABoy and dans la tête des hommes if you are a French-speaking audience. So Cry Like a Boy basically is a podcast who is going through toxic masculinity throughout Africa. And it's an original podcast series from Euronews that looks at the stories of 5 African continents who are challenging what it means to be a man. And through the ground, we have been working with journalists from Burundi, from Senegal, from Lesotho, from Guinea and Liberia. So we have been remote producing. We have been remote producing this show because of the pandemic of COVID-19. It all started with the COVID-19 because when we first produced this show,
Yeah,
when we first produced the show, it's okay. It's okay. We first produced the show. It was under the lockdown, and so I'm gonna make a presentation of each of us. So Naira is a journalist from Russia. Mampeya Dio is a journalist from Senegal, and Marta Rodriguez Martinez is from Spanish, and Lilo Montalto Monella is from Italy. And as I said before, I'm French and Tunisian. So we're going to tell you a little bit more with Jerry Fisayo, who is introducing to you by this video a little more about Cry Like a Boy.
Let us explore the pressures linked to being a man in Africa. On our original podcast series, Cry Like a Boy, we take a look at the stories of men in Africa who are challenging what it means to be a man in their societies. This series takes a look at how men are changing themselves, their communities, and defying centuries-old stereotypes. We hear from all over Africa. Follow us and listen to Cry Like a Boy on africanews.com.
So as you can see, you can listen to Cry Like a Boy in every podcast platform that you know of, that you prefer, such as Apple Podcast and SoundCloud and Deezer and etc. etc. So here we are, Peya, Lilo, Marta, me, and Naira. We have started this podcast since last March during the lockdown. We all met during the lockdown, so the COVID-19 may have done some good things after all in terms of friendship. So we're going to give you 5 tips of how to produce a podcast remotely and in 2 languages, a bilingual podcast and multilingual production. Is that the next one? Am I right? Oh, okay, perfect. So how to produce a multilingual podcast across 2 continents without taking a flight. For these 5 tips, I will pass on by my leading role here, and I will take on the first tip. So what is the first tip? Collaborate with local journalists and choose them wisely. Why? Because as African and as European, local journalists are very important because they are very aware of the different challenges, the cultural challenges, the on-the-ground challenges, sometimes also in terms of distance, in terms of conditions to make reports. And they can also give us tips for the budget you will prepare. They are also your eyes, your nose, your 5 senses, if I can say, in terms of transcription of their report. So we can here you can see Pascalina, who is from Lesotho. She's an investigative journalist. She was first working for the newspaper, and she made her first podcast production with us. You will hear her right after, if we can pass on the next, you will hear her right after Clarisse. Clarisse Chaka has been working on our first episode. Sorry if we can post this before. Sorry.
Iwachu, c'est le journal hebdomadaire et en ligne, presque le seul média privé qui reste au Burundi. Donc, je me suis spécialisée dans le domaine société et genre. Et alors, j'ai eu le plaisir de faire partie de l'équipe Cry Like a Boy pour le Burundi. C'était via une journaliste allemande qui m'a contactée et m'a branchée à l'équipe d'Euronews. Et j'ai accepté avec grand plaisir de faire partie du projet, surtout parce que le thème sur l'égalité des sexes sur lequel on a travaillé était mon domaine particulier. Je peux vraiment dire que ça a été une très belle expérience et aventure pour moi de produire le podcast. Parce que d'abord, c'était mon tout premier podcast. Donc, c'était vraiment la première fois que je produisais un podcast. Et les défis n'ont pas manqué. C'est surtout qu'il y avait un gros travail à faire et dans un délai très limité. Surtout parce que le sujet sur le Burundi portait sur des gens qui ne parlaient que la langue maternelle, donc le Kirundi. Donc, je devais tout traduire en français, alors tout. Hein. Et il y avait aussi des contretemps avec mes sources. Je devais me déplacer loin de ma ville, à plus de 100 km pour produire le podcast. Et ouf, c'était hyper stressant, fatigant, et avec l'Internet du Burundi qui est aussi très lent. Mais je m'en suis bien sortie quand même. Et pour y arriver, j'ai dû sacrifier tout mon temps pour ce travail et j'ai quand même beaucoup apprécié de travailler avec l'équipe d'Euronews. C'était une très bonne collaboration. C'était vraiment un travail d'équipe, un vrai travail d'équipe. Et ce qui était le plus intéressant pour moi, pour la production du podcast, c'est le fait que je devais être vraiment attentif à chaque geste de mes interlocuteurs. Donc, prendre beaucoup de sons d'ambiance. Par exemple, quand j'allais prendre une interview dans un bureau, il fallait que je prenne le son d'ambiance de chaque mouvement, et quand il ouvre la porte, quand il s'assoit, quand il discute avec les gens. Donc, il fallait rien négliger de l'entourage et ça m'a beaucoup fascinée. J'avais l'impression de produire un film, quoi. Et mon conseil pour des gens qui veulent produire un podcast à travers plusieurs milieux, il faut d'abord se documenter sur la culture et les traditions de ce pays ou de ce milieu. Donc, connaître comment ils mènent la vie. Et si vous n'êtes pas capable d'arriver vous-même sur terrain, il faut bien choisir le journaliste fixeur qui maîtrise bien le domaine ou le sujet sur lequel vous voulez travailler. Voilà, merci beaucoup l'équipe Cry Like a Boy. Vous avez été une très, très belle équipe pour moi. Je vous remercie.
So that was that was Clarice Shaka, and she was our wonderful journalist in Burundi. Now you're going to listen to Pascalina. She's based in Lesotho, and you will listen to her episode shortly because we are publishing next week. And she was also great, and she has also great tips for you.
This is Pascalina here from Lesotho. I'm a journalist who collaborated with Euronews on the Cry Like a Boy podcast from the Lesotho side. At first, when they contacted me in April, telling me that they would wish to collaborate with me on the project, I thought I was going to write a print story because I basically specialize on print. So I was excited. I didn't think twice before I could accept that I would work with them in case they win the grant. Fast forward to August, after they had won the grant, I learned that I was going to work with them on the podcast. Yes, I got worried, really, really worried, because I had never ever worked on a podcast, not even a script. But I told myself that this is a challenge that I'm supposed to grab with both hands. One of the most challenging for me to get the recordings as they were demanded is that in most cases I would find myself doing the interviews out in the open space. And the echo of the air, it wasn't very helpful. The second challenge was coming from a print media. For me, if I ask a question, for instance, how did you feel when your husband hit you? If the interviewee replies and said, it was painful, for me, I know how I'm going to write it. But for the podcast, she has to repeat and say, when my husband hit me, I felt this way. It took me a few interviews for me to be able to grab the skill. I'm now confident that I can write a podcast script. Okay, I must tell you that when Lilo said I must draft a podcast script, I thought, this is just an easy thing, I can do it. And then he sent me a script from Senegal, I think, in fact, Burundi. And then I attempted to do a script. My script was not communicating at all. But we had a virtual meeting, and then we started improving it, and then I learned a lot from it, really a lot. So much that I am producing my first podcast next month on the issues surrounding water in Lesotho. So working on this podcast has really empowered me as a journalist. I have a skill that I didn't have before I collaborated with Euronews. And it's not only the skill of producing the podcast, but it's also being open to a whole new of story ideas that talk to the people, that appeal to the real issues, the day-to-day issues that affect our communities.
So that was Pascalina.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna, as you see, Pascalina is now producing a podcast. So maybe hopefully we'll have her next year with her podcast. She's great. And our next journalist is Makeme. Makeme is now reporting in Guinea.
Je m'appelle Makeme Bamba, je suis journaliste. J'exerce ce métier depuis 10 ans. D'abord, je travaille à la radio nationale, la RTG, qui est Radio-Télévision Guinéenne. Quand tu vas sur le net, tu vois un podcast de telle maison, RFI, BBC ou Euronews. Mais moi, proprement, je n'ai jamais produit de podcast. Ça va être ma première fois. Et c'est en cela d'abord que je trouve le travail très intéressant avec la team, parce qu'on a eu à faire des séances de travail, télétravail. Et franchement, j'ai beaucoup appris. Bon, parfois avec la limite du langage, puisque les rencontres se tiennent en anglais, mais on fournit un effort. Pour mieux comprendre et pour être imprégné de ce qui se passe dans ces séances de travail. Le thème sur la Guinée, ça va être sur l'immigration irrégulière, et il y a beaucoup de défis quand on fait un travail sur l'immigration irrégulière, parce que les personnes qui ont échoué pendant l'immigration irrégulière n'ont pas envie de se faire connaître. Ils ne veulent pas que les gens parlent de leur échec, ainsi de suite. Donc, ça devient un grand défi de devoir faire adhérer les gens au travail que tu es en train de faire, de parler de leur vie, de parler de leur échec, parce que parfois, ils n'en ont pas envie. Et donc, mais heureusement, on a réussi. On a réussi à dire, par exemple, le cas de Mohamed Alpha, sur qui nous travaillons en Guinée. On a réussi à lui dire que c'est important de faire ressortir certaines faces cachées de l'immigration, certains sujets originaux, certaines choses dont les gens ne parlent pas souvent avec l'immigration irrégulière. Et donc, ça se passe très bien. Alors, moi, je suis très heureuse d'appartenir à la team, et je serai très heureuse de produire beaucoup d'autres podcasts, parce que la Guinée est très riche en culture, comme je le dis, et beaucoup de sujets peuvent être traités ici pour faire des podcasts. Merci.
So this was Makeme Bamba from Guinea. She's reporting for us, and you will have her episode very soon if you keep on following us in every podcast platform that you know, and you can follow us. So thanks for this, Makeme, Clarisse, and Pascalina. So I may pass by my turn to Marta.
Hello, thank you, Arwa. So as you see, we are all quite new with podcasting, but we are giving you some tips, because I think of producing a podcast during a pandemic, well, we had many obstacles, and something positive about the obstacles, you can learn a lot. But as you listened, many of us were completely new, and now we were thinking of new podcasts like Pascalina or Makeme. So podcasting, I think, is way alive in Africa and in our team. So our team, as you are listening to us, is very diverse. It's full of accents. I think we don't have one nationality repeated. So I'm Spanish, Italian, Russian, French, Lesotho, Burundi. So we are completely full of our of nationalities. Our hosts in English, Daniel, she's Filipino Irish, and Hopotso, he comes from South Africa. So as you can imagine, I mean, we have also many obstacles coming from this mixed of different languages, but we also get to produce very rich episodes. For example, you're going to listen now to an example in our podcast in one of the episodes of the result of this linguistic richness.
In society languages, there are words to demean those who do not fit into traditional male or female patterns.
Mastiazzo,
Nenaza,
marimacho,
Tifiak,
boy baba,
Sisi,
Tomboy. In Senegal, the word is gorgegan.
Sorry, that wasn't an example of like the best vocabulary, but I guess it's it's very representative. So how can we make sense of all these languages and all these accents? So we are using different tools. Here we want to recommend them, some of the ones that we found are more useful, and some of them you have to pay for them. For example, Trint. Trint is a really good application to transcribe the scripts. But you have to pay for that. So if you have budget for it, we really recommend it because it's something of the most time-consuming tasks, transcribing, and it's not the most creative one. So yeah, if you have some budget for it, go for Trint. Headliner is also really good for transcription and for creating like short videos for social media. For example, the video you've seen before, we've done it with Headliner. I think you can do up to 10 cuts without paying, and then you need to pay. But we really recommend it. And then we are writing the script, like I don't know, sometimes it's like, I don't know, 5 people involved in one script, and some people are based in France, some people are based, for example, in Burundi. So what we use is Google Doc, a collaborative doc with Google. That's the best way to write because you have also many sections, for example, the comment section in which you are not erasing something somebody wrote, but you are like adding a comment. We are using DeepL for translations, and that's for free, and that's a really powerful translation tool that you can use. We are using Trello to organize all this mess, and we're improving because, I mean, it's also, you need to test and see how it worked for you, but we are improving the way we are organizing ourselves because one of the main obstacles in this kind of production is project management. And if you are journalists, as we are, I think this is quite new for us also, project management. And then of course we have Zoom because we have like daily conversations. And now we are going to listen to Junior, one of our protagonists, and he was speaking in French in the interview. And now you're going to listen to him speaking in English, so you can see how well we are doing with translations and dubbing.
My name is Junior. I'm 25 years old and I'm still studying. I'm still doing my studies in communication, from which I'm trying to graduate in December in communication and marketing.
Okay, so our third tip, Lilo's going to explain to you.
So, hello everyone. Nice to meet you virtually, of course. So, as my colleague said, possibly one of the best challenges that we have is to try to be uniform in our product, since we come from so many different cultures and from different countries at the same time. it would be hard to have the same kind of quality throughout the series if we didn't prepare a lot in advance. So each one of us could have different recording techniques, different devices. The sound could vary from recording to recording, from person to person, from setting to setting. So one of some of the principle that you want to apply when you try to record a multilingual podcast in so many different languages, it's do a lot of preparation in advance. So what we did, we took a couple of months after we knew we were producing this podcast to set up some training and guidelines. And we organized training session with everyone involved. So you saw Pascalina, Makeme, Clarisse. So we gathered them in different calls. We listened to them, we talked to them, we wrote together these guidelines. There are sometimes they're very technical. So how to hold a microphone, how to record properly, keep your microphone turned on before you start the interview, so you capture ambient sounds, you capture the hesitation when person speaks, keep your microphone flowing afterwards, try to record in a closed settings instead of in the open air because you have the wind sound and the cars, etc. So some of them are really technical. We also give some tips about the devices they should be using or the apps on their phones. And then a fundamental part of the job is the pre-script. So we wrote it together with our production company, Ocenta, and with our journalist. The main goal is to go in the field with something already clear in mind, so you know what you want to get from that recording session, what sounds you need. So a fixed list of sounds, and this is an example of a prescript. For example, that's the first episode that we launched. Each one of us in Lyon is like in charge of one episode as a main point of contact. But then each one of us also collaborates. So we review our scripts together. Naira was in charge of this episode with Clarisse, the journalist from Burundi. And this is the intro scene. So we kind of know what kind of sounds we wanted to get out of it. It's set in the Abatanga Mucho community, which is basically a community of men who stopped beating their wives and decided to change the way they approach their gender relationship. And that's an example of how we scripted a pre-script. Of course, once you go on the ground, you might get different sounds or different interviews from the ones that you planned, but at least you know who you want to speak to, what you want him to say, because you already know the story of this person. So hopefully you pre-interviewed this person, and also you know exactly what sounds you need for your podcast, for the ending result. And in the previous one, what we wrote is actually describe. One of the challenges of not being on the field and being here in Lyon is that we don't see those scenes, we don't see those places and those countries. So actually, all of us in Europe never been to those countries. We planned to go there, but then the pandemic stopped and we couldn't take any flight. So we were talking with our journalist and we said, look, you've got to be our ears, our eyes here. So if you manage to describe this scene to us, then we can write about the script together. And sometimes it's better to describe things openly, and even the most obvious details. Sometimes they're obvious for us because we see them every day, but not for an external person who might find some detail really astonishing or incredible, and we just don't think about it because we're so used to see that thing. So we tell our journalists on the ground, no matter what you think it's might be silly or irrelevant, tell us what you see, because this is important to make the audience feel what you are feeling on the ground at the moment.
Even the smell, sound, the weather, there are many small things, but for a podcast it changes everything, because as you cannot see, but you need to feel what the person is feeling. So, and I think that was very interesting that we couldn't go there, we couldn't travel, but it makes us to ask for more descriptions, and I think that improved our script, because we were also, I mean, we were writing the scripts, but we were also the audience for that script. So that was the press script.
Exactly.
This is how it looks on paper. That is how it sounds.
She doesn't respect her husband. When a woman doesn't respect you, you slap her. That's it. Hit that insolent wench hard.
It's a hot and sunny day. We're in a big interior court of a Catholic church surrounded by many locals. The whole village is here. Women are carrying babies peeking out from behind their backs. Men and children are fighting for the best spot to see the spectacle. On the makeshift stage before them, amateur actors are dressed in clothes to represent the message that violence leads to unhappiness and poverty. The violent men in the sketch wear gray and sky blue rags, while the women wear t-shirts and colorful skirts in rich red and orange.
In this sketch, I'm realizing there are situations that I've lived at my own house. The violent man in rags, for example, reminds me of my husband.
Together, they play scenes from daily life in an ordinary family in this community. From violence to enlightenment to reconciliation and happiness.
So as you see, we have many descriptions. That was the beginning of the first episode of the series in the English version of the series.
And one of the last thing I want to say before giving the floor to my colleague Naira, one of the cool thing about this collaboration is that we encourage the journalists working with us, and we do the same with them, to simplify their ideas and to tell us what they see and what they hear in a simple way. Sometimes we tend to overcomplicate the reality around us, but then when we have to explain that to a friend or another person who doesn't have anything to do with it, we tend to use simple words and simple sentences, and those are the ones that we found out that they work best for a podcast. So go really to the essence and simplify a lot, and then you really get to the core of it, and then it's possibly a good phrase for a podcast script. And once I've said all I have to say, and I will pass it on to my colleague Naira. Thank you, everyone.
Hi all, thanks again for having us. We're very excited to be here. As we've said before, collaboration is the key in producing a podcast, because it's, basically you cannot meet, you cannot see each other. All you have is your phone, so you're always on the line. But once, those interviews are done, they're translated, we're working in many languages, and some of our episodes are, for example, our Burundi episode is mainly done in Kirundi, the local language, which means that we have a lot of characters we need to dub over. And that's when having friends who can, friends with nice voices who can help you really helps. And we're very lucky to be working in on a TV station, basically. So we have people who have nice voices to help us. But of course, when you're an independent podcaster, it can be more difficult. So the advice would be aware of the number of people you need to dub over in advance, because this takes time and effort, even if you're working on in an environment with many people who, have that talent. So basically, yeah, plan in advance, write down all the people you need to dub over, and find, friends, colleagues, maybe other podcasters. Don't hesitate to reach out, because I think creating a podcast is so complicated, even if you have resources, that, a documentary podcast anyway, that, the more collaboration you can have from people, the better it is. And I think it makes your podcast only richer. Marta can show now, one of our favorite colleagues who did a great voice.
This is one of our friends with a really good voice.
Hello, you're watching Euronews Now, and these are our headlines this lunchtime.
So this is Euronews Now anchor.
So talks actually, and we used his voice, not just in English, but in French, which was also great. So if you're doing it like us in 2 languages, think about, the great thing about podcasts is that people welcome accents. Unlike, sometimes on TV, you can have like, this accent is not good for TV. In podcasts, it's not the case. So it's always, don't hesitate to show off your accent. Be proud of, your accent. It's a podcast. It's not, something, a rigid product. So yeah, we were very happy to have talks with us.
So you listened talks in Euronews Now, and now you're going to listen talks in our podcast.
In 1949, Dakar was already the gay city of West Africa. When I returned 9 years later, the French rulers had gone, and Dakar was gayer than ever.
I think that's my favorite part of all the podcast series. Talks is amazing. Anyway, I think we're done with the tip 4. So Peja, who works with us and does immense work on, helping us to with everything actually, and promote the podcast as well, will tell you all the troubles we get into after publishing.
And she's based in Nairobi, so she's not as asleep as we are, so that's good.
Yeah.
She's the most awake person in this team right now.
So hi everyone. So the real work begins now. So once the podcast is launched, you don't have to relax. You have to make sure that you make it easy for your guests to get the podcast and share it. So first of all, you should submit your podcasts to podcatchers, which are applications that play podcasts such as Castbox, Spotify, Apple, or Deezer. You also might want to promote your podcast on social media. As you know, today, it's Impact Today. You can share rich media like audiograms, video, images, and anything you might find creative. So you can create images in Canva or other platforms. Audiograms like Marta has showed you, you can use Headliner. So don't forget to feature the links when you post stuff on social media platforms. Also, you must be very careful with SEO elements. And for that, for example, you can choose specific keywords to make the search of your podcast reachable. For social media, also a good idea is to share your podcast on YouTube. And it has turned to be an excellent platform for podcasts and for reaching many people. So we are currently working on that, and we should soon be sharing our podcast on YouTube. So don't forget to ask listeners to like, share, and subscribe to your podcast. So on social media, you can also do some cross promotion. So one aspect of that is to share your content across many platforms, or you can also collaborate with other podcasters and having them share your content on their platform and vice versa. So once you're set on social media, you might also want to do some contact tracing and outreaching to people. So you would mostly target people who have an interest in the subject which you're talking about, who have followers, and who can be a very good asset to promoting your podcast on different platforms. And also always remember to track your performances. So there are a lot of tools on the internet that you can use to analyze your data. And so just to finish, this is a non-exhaustive list of things you can do to promote your podcast. So basically you just have to try a lot of strategies, a lot of things, and just as I said, just always remember to track down your performances and really know what works well for your show, where is your audience, and how you might be able to answer their demands better. Thank you.
And we still haven't cracked the perfect recipe for sharing our podcast and promoting it. So that's the hardest challenge for us. So we're still in the learning curve. So we cannot really give a masterclass on how to promote it because we're new to it. But we are welcoming any tips, any advice you also can give to us because, as we said at the beginning, we are learning. It's all new to us, so anything really helps. So yeah, thanks for listening and for sharing your experience with us as well.
Also, if sorry, Marta, if there are any podcasters who are interested in our show, don't hesitate to contact us. We might be able to find a collaboration or something. Thank you.
And also to finish, maybe we always need help in translation, language, etc. So we sometimes look for people who can translate for us. So keep in touch with us. And Marta?
Yeah, we'd like to take some questions, but we don't know where we can see if there are questions. If you are following us, if you are following this masterclass and you have questions for us or comments, we'll be happy to answer. I don't know if through this session this is possible, but otherwise we are on Twitter. We're going to be on Twitter the whole day to celebrate the African Podcast Day. And if you use the hashtag Cry Like a Boy in English and then La Tête des Hommes in French, we are going to reply you in English and French. And yeah, not only questions, if you have suggestions for us, if you want to cross-promote, if you want a collaboration, if you have ideas on stories on how the pressure to be a man can hurt a society or a culture, or a story of someone who is challenging the gender stereotypes, we'll be happy to listen from you. I think something very interesting about podcasting is that it's quite new, which makes people very approachable and which makes people want to talk about different things and discussions. And I think we can learn from each other. We can learn from our mistakes and from the things we got right. Yeah. So here find us on Instagram and Twitter in English and in French. Yeah, we are happy to connect.
Yes. So for Twitter, it's at Euronews, and for the Francophone audience, it's at Euronews_French. And in Instagram, you can follow us at Euronews.tv and EuronewsFR for the French. And Cry Like a Boy is also available on YouTube. If you want to follow us on YouTube, if it makes it easier. Just a reminder that it's a documentary podcast and a conversational podcast. So you have 1 part documentary, 2 parts documentary actually, and 2 parts where we go further with experts on topics.
Oh, we actually have a first question in.
Yeah. So
from Tevin, and he's asking what licenses do we need to consider when using pre-recorded clips and documentary podcasts like news clips? That's a great question, actually, because copyright is very, very important, of course, in audio as well as in video or any other content. So basically, there is a law that allows you to use 15-second clips in. There is a law that allows you to use like 15-second clips in educational or news programs from films, TV, etc., etc. When it's something, when it's a news clip, when it's something that is not, show, you need to ask for permissions most of the time. When it's content on YouTube or anywhere else as well, you have to ask for permission. You have to reach out to people who own this content. When it's music as well, it's very important to reach out to the artist, and also keep in mind that some people don't understand copyright laws. So it's very, very important to make sure that the person understands what it means, that, the clip belongs to him or her. Because sometimes the clip actually belongs to, I don't know, a production house or something else, but the person, just because they shared it, they think it's theirs, and it's normal. I mean, not everyone is a copyright expert, but you need to be aware of this as a podcast maker. It's very, very important. Will save you a lot of time. It hasn't happened with us, but I know friends who have had problems with people reaching out to them and saying, "Oh, you used my stuff. It's not nice." Yeah, it's not cool.
And one of the things I've run into I'm producing the next episode on Lesotho. In Lesotho, it's a story of how the pressure to go and work in illegal mines in South Africa is harming the society over there. We had to use one song from an Italian-Belgian songwriter of the 50s. And I asked the legal team, and here in France, basically, if you stream less than 10% of the song, it falls under the fair use of the song. You credit it at the end, and then it's still a sort of fair use in a documentary podcast, so it's still usable as well. And something we forgot to mention is that we have one of our colleagues is helping us with sourcing music from local artists in the 5 different countries that we visit. So for each of our podcast episode, we buy 3 songs from the local artist, Burundi, Senegal, and Lesotho so far, so that the sound and the episode is enriched with the local music. And that's a nice collaboration that we have with local artists. And at the end of the project, our goal is to create a Spotify playlist where we can put all the songs that we used for the episodes as well.
And I think in this case, it's really important, the collaboration. So for example, you use their music, but at the same time, you promote the artist. So, and this kind of collaborations, if you ever do it, you need to write it in a paper, because it's very important that you always have that paper, because I don't know, in one moment that person can say like, of course you can use my music, but maybe, I don't know, some months later, some years later, there's an issue for them. They don't want to share their music any longer. But your podcast, you don't want to remove your podcast from Spotify, for example. So it's really important you agree which song, which minutes of the song. You put everything on paper, and you can also add in exchange of that, we are gonna say the name of your band, we are gonna include your link in the description, whatever they want, but put everything on paper, because you want your podcast to be on Spotify as long as Spotify lasts. So that's very important. Do we have other questions, Naira? that you can see?
Not yet, but if you have any other questions for us, we love answering questions.
Yes, as we said, we can answer in several languages, so yeah.
Oh yeah, if you have questions in French, we can also, if you're from the French part of Africa, we'll be happy to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yeah, I think let's think about the tips we didn't give during the presentation. Maybe they could be useful as well. So, for example, what didn't we talk about? We talked about prescripts, which is very important.
One of the biggest one is possibly to do a lot of preparation in advance, because we found out that even producing a good 15 minutes documentary podcast, I mean, we don't know if it's good. You're going to judge it, but we hope it is good. It takes months and months and months. So I'm talking about my experience in Lesotho. We started having the first conversation with Pascalina back in August, beginning of September. And now the episode is coming out now. So in next week. So 6 months of back and forth and talks and recordings and oh no, we have to record this again. So yeah, take a long preparation before embarking into the podcast adventure.
Yeah, it's crazy because we are doing the conversational podcast and the documentary podcast. And I don't know, the conversational podcast takes us a couple of weeks to find the guests, to write a script, to research a little bit on the guest. And the documentary ones is like months of researching, putting together sounds, looking for archives, asking for permission to use the archive, looking for the music. Yeah, you cannot imagine the difference in the effort that we put in conversational ones and documentary ones. But it's also more rewarding, I must say, as a producer. I don't know, as a host, Arwa maybe can tell you a different experience because she's a host. Maybe it's more interesting to have the conversation, live conversation. But for us producers, yeah, we are prouder of our documentary episodes. And we wrote an article that we published yesterday in Medium where we have more tips. Because here we discussed the 5 main tips for us because we had an hour. But in our article in Medium that you can find it, we're going to post it later on social media and you can find it in Medium in our Cry Like a Boy profile. We have a long list of tips.
Also, I would like to encourage everyone who's listening to us to launch himself into podcasting. Like you can do this with little materials, and I know that in the African countries, there is lots of local radios that are done with little material. You can launch yourself doing a podcast as long as you have an editorial idea, an editorial guideline, and that you can follow this guideline and engage the audience through episodes. And the regularity of each episode is also very important to keep faith with the audience. So for instance, Cry Like a Boy is every 15 days, release every 15 days, and launch yourself in it. Like you have to practice to get better. Be just true to yourself, and if there's any topics that interests you, it might interest someone else, so you need to launch yourself. The second things I also wanted to say that please bear in mind that if you don't have any access to Spotify, there is a lot of other platforms that you can publish in, especially SoundCloud, which is very accessible. And you have also free editing software such as Reaper that you can launch yourself with. It's not because you see or listen only big productions that you cannot do podcasts. I really encourage you to start your own podcast as long as you have idea. And if you can team up with friends and other colleagues, journalists, you can do it. Like it's very accessible.
I think one last tip, very important one, is listen to a lot of podcasts, because I think it's how we prepare also ourselves by listening many podcasts. So you can find, I mean, like for example, I like how they build this scene, so I'm gonna try to do something similar. Or I didn't like this podcast because this reason. So it is, I mean, if you are, for example, print journalists or video journalists, you know that you have to read a lot or you have to watch a lot of videos to prepare yourself. With podcasting, it's the same. You have to listen to a lot of podcasts and you have to find the things they do right that you can also use in your podcast, and the things that you didn't like. So you can also define a little bit your style or what you want to do.
And don't forget to put 5 stars.
Yeah, please, if you listen to our podcast, we don't want to tell you need to put 5 stars because maybe you don't like it, but at least put a comment because any kind of feedback is welcome. Also, if it is a bad feedback, we are still producing some episodes. We are producing episodes in Guinea and Liberia now, and we'll be happy to learn from our mistakes and from the good things. So if you listen to us, please let us know. That's the important thing. We like to feel there is a community behind this, and we like to feel like people are listening to us. And
Oops. Thanks everyone for following us. We have to keep on pass by the next conference, the next masterclass. Thank you for having us all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi guys, my name is Feifei and I am a Nigerian and a Nigerian podcaster as well. I manage Niger Pod Hub, the Nigerian podcasting community. I also have 3 podcasts, the Frame Music Podcast, Previously on the Podcast, and the Unusual Podcast. And on those 3 podcasts, I talk about 3 different things. That's tell you how much is in me to share with everyone else. And that's what makes me so proud to be an African podcaster, or to be African at all, because Africa is usually used to consuming stuff from outside in. So I feel like podcasting is a way in which we can tell our own stories and give them the true African perspective from inside out. There's so many stories, from deity stories to ancestral stories to stories about how we commute and how we relate with one another. Childhood stories are the best. If it's West or East or South Africa, there's something unique to every type of story being told through a podcast. Our life experiences are actually stories we can share with one another that could help us grow and, give an insight into how it is to be African. There's lots of podcasters out there who are doing amazing jobs as Africans, and I feel like Africa Podcast Day is a way to celebrate the big wins and the small wins from everywhere around Africa. So to every podcaster out there who is struggling to put out that next episode or struggling to put that idea into a podcast, I say keep going, because the day is coming. The day is so close for African podcasters. And as we continue to celebrate one another and give each other such a platform like Africa Podcast Day, I hope that greater things will come from the African podcast industry and we won't give up. So keep podcasting, keep sharing, and let's make the African podcast industry bigger than it already is. Happy Africa Podcast Day from Feifei of Niger Pod Hub to all of you out there.
Session. What a workshop.
It was really great.
It was really great. What did you like about it, Joe? What popped out for you?
For me, it was the really handy tips. So we had all 5 tips. Sorry, guys. So it was really the tips that we had and all of the experiences that the podcasters shared. And also, it was really engaging and refreshing to see so many people from different African countries, multilingual podcasting, and our very first launch of a podcast on air for Africa Podcast Day. So well done, Team Cry Like a Boy. We hope to hear more from you. And as they said, please reach out to them using the hashtag Cry Like a Boy. And all day today, use the hashtag Africa Podcast Day.
Exactly. And that's something else that's so exciting about the African podcasting scene, is that there's always something new popping up every day. So here we had our first launch, and I'm sure out there are so many more podcasts that launched as well today. So thank you so much for gracing our space with your launch, Cry Like a Boy. I also just want to pick up on what Feifei said in her video, that the best is yet to come. Our moment is coming as African podcasters. What a day to remember that. What a day to hear that. So thank you so much, Feifei of Niger Pod Hub, for that message. Next up, our third session for today is a really exciting podcast launch as well, coming to us from South Africa, from the team at Radio Workshop. Radio Workshop is a project of the nonprofit Children's Radio Foundation, and they are audio lovers at Radio Workshop. So they're also very experimental. So they've now branched out into podcasting and are going to be launching their new podcast, which focuses on LGBTQI plus issues and on the LGBTQI plus community. They also do have a workshop, Africa Podcast Workshop, which is a very exciting opportunity. It is Africa's first podcast incubator that is regional. It's open to you, the African podcaster. It's free and it's virtual. So head on over to Radio Workshop, check out their website, Google Radio Workshop. But first, listen to them, take a look at their podcast launch coming up next. Their podcast is called This is Africa.
Hello?
Are we on?
Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah, I think we are. Hello, everyone.
Hi, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. We're really excited to be here. Thank you so much to the Africa Podfest for having us. Just to start off, maybe we could do some intro about who we are and where we come from. We're going to start off with the video and then maybe just switch to some slides to have some audio. But just to give you a little bit of information about who the Radio Workshop is. So we are a podcasting company that develops high quality audio content. And along with our production, we also have a training leg. But at the center of our work is, we really want to collaborate with creatives from across the continent because, of course, like everyone here, we're really interested in the growth of the podcasting industry on the continent. I didn't actually tell you my name. So my name is Lesedi Mokwatle, and I actually work as a host for our This is Africa podcast, which is under the Radio Workshop. And I'm also working as an editor in training. And maybe just a little bit of background about me and where I come from. I actually have my background in the film and TV industry. I worked as a documentary director for about 15 years. So always been quite steeped in the guess, the world of storytelling. And I sort of made my way into sound when I started working for the Children's Radio Foundation in 2007, where I worked as a host for a youth show that they produced for a national broadcaster. And yeah, I mean, I was then completely in the waters with them, and I went on for several years as a trainer, training young people to produce radio across the continent. So yeah, and then I'm back again at CRF, well, through this radio workshop initiative, back doing sound again. And it would be really lonely for me to have done this alone. So I'm so glad that my colleagues agreed to tag along with me. I'll get them to introduce themselves. Darshan, Andile, how are you this morning?
Hello, Lucetti. Hello, everyone listening. So yeah, I'm in Johannesburg. It's a lovely day. It's beautiful outside. It's sunny. So of course my sinuses are flaring up. But other than that, it's a wonderful day. It's so great to be with you. So yeah, I'm Darshan. I work with Lucetti and Andile, and essentially what I do is find stories and pitch them. Hopefully my editor accepts them. That would be Lucetti. And Andile helps me craft those stories so that we can produce something that we're proud of. I'm a producer here at Radio Workshop. Let me hand you over to Andile.
Hi, guys. Thank you, Lucetti, for dragging me off my bed today to do this with you. I'm Andile Msomi. I'm a podcast producer and trainer for This is Africa, so I work closely with the team here. And like Lucetti, I'm also affiliated with the Children's Radio Foundation. I learned about the program through a sport program back in 2020 when I played basketball, and I was really intrigued by the medium that they used, which is radio, for social change, to give young people to tell personal stories. So I then joined the program back in 2020, helping these young reporters across the country acquire storytelling skills and tools for radio. And part of my work also includes producing, scripting, and editing 5-minute radio workshops, which are pretty much personal stories and opinion pieces on a variety of issues, which are aired on SAFM weekly, which is a national talk radio station. So that's me. Back to you, Lucetti.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Okay, so we just wanted to come on video so that you can put some faces to the names. But we're going to go to our studio and sort of like do everything by audio, because that's what we all do. So we'll be back at the end for a Q&A. Please, anyone who's here, please leave your comments, ask questions, and we will get to that at the end of the session. But for now, I will slide go. Okay, so yeah, I told you a little bit about the radio workshop and what it is that we do. And, you know, just to talk a little bit, you know, you'll hear us mention throughout the Children's Radio Foundation. So maybe give you some background about how CRF, or the Children's Radio Foundation, relates to the radio workshop. So the radio workshop is an initiative of CRF, and CRF is basically an organization that trains young people to be radio reporters, and it does this in partnership with 72 community radio stations across 6 countries in Africa. And what we found, you know, having trained for so many years, is that, you know, like we all know, radio works in terms of offering an opportunity for anonymity, you know, where young people can talk freely about social issues or other things that matter to them. But, you know, when we wanted to work with LGBT youth from across the continent, even radio wasn't a safe enough space, you know, because in so many countries around the continent, you know, being LGBT plus is criminalized, you know. So we thought, how can we create a safer space for young people to still, LGBT youth, to still continue to share their stories. And that's how we thought of venturing into podcasting. And, you know, we started a podcast training project for LGBT youth, and after some research, kind of rolled that project out in Zambia, Zimbabwe, DRC, and in South Africa. And, you know, we really want to talk about the LGBT plus podcast project because we believe that's where we learned so much about the African podcast landscape. And that's really what informed how we came to develop all the other projects that we did around podcasting. I'm just going to invite Andile at this point because, you know, I started we basically started the LGBT project together. We were in the thick of it, trying to develop a curriculum, trying to figure out how it would work. So Andile, maybe you can just share, you know, what stood out for you, some of the personal stories or moments that moved you on this project and what you think really worked when we did this project, informing particularly where we are now.
Absolutely. Thanks, Lesedi. Firstly, I'm going to speak about the two things that stood out for me that moved me about this project. I think the first one was how diverse and human the stories shared during the training and throughout the program. I think the society
No, I think we've lost Andile's line. Lesedi?
that is unique from a human.
Okay, it seems Andile's line is coming in and out.
Yeah.
We're so sorry about this, guys. Obviously, this is one of the challenges being remote, and of course, being remote and trying to do a presentation is pretty hard. So we're really sorry about that. Let's see if Andile is back. If not, Lesedi, maybe we can just take over this part of the presentation.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, I mean, like, I really wish I knew the story Andile was going to share, because it is her personal story after all. But I think she's back. She's back now.
Andile, are you back with us?
This is when we needed DJ Dashin just to have like some tracks in between, you know?
That's so true. So if our technical person is listening, Tevin, Andile is backstage and just waiting to be let in. I'm wondering if you can help us out here.
I mean, Andile did want to share an audio piece that she had selected from the LGBT podcast project that maybe we could play in the meantime while we figure out the technical stuff, and then she can speak to that and then just like pick up from where she left off.
Perfect.
Oh,
yeah.
Looks like I'm back in.
Oh, great. Welcome back.
Sorry about that, everyone. I'm not really sure what happened. I think you said you lost me from the beginning.
Yes, we didn't really hear what you were sharing about the personal story, so maybe you can start from there again.
Yes, I'll go through it very quickly for time purposes. I think I really just want to speak about the two things that moved me when I participated in the project initially. The first one was how I found the stories to be diverse and humane that were shared during the training and throughout the project. I think the society has a tendency to ask the queer community to tell a queer story that is unique to the human experience, which can be alienating and also perpetuates the stigma about the queer community being other, as opposed to human beings who just want to be treated like everyone else. And this expectation to perform can be asked more, especially of the advocacy groups. So the participants brought their full selves into the space, and we worked and collaborated with holistic individuals with varied experiences. For example, one participant told a story about how he had ambitions to thrive in a big city and was disappointed when he didn't quite make it and had to move back home, a small, sad, and remote town where nothing much really happens. And this story is quite common. And the second one was about the pleasures and complexities that comes with being a trans woman, sangoma / I guess a traditional healer in a small town. And another thing that moved me the most about the groups was how quickly they understood and learned the storytelling formats during the training, and how they internalized them and selected the best formats, the ones that are best suited to bring, the human stories that I'm talking about that they want to bring into life. So I'm just going to quickly play an audio that sums up these 2 points.
Joburg is known to be a place of dreams and hopes where everyone goes to live out their best lives and dreams. For me, it had become a place of stagnance and I had to leave. This had been in my mind for a while and had done my research on all what could be possible if I were to be in Pietermaritzburg. A lot of questions were rising up during my thinking, and I remember that's when I froze up. Nothing was in my mind except moving. I stopped going out to clubs and partying because that lifestyle was not serving me. I withdrew from a lot of people and everyone was asking where was that flamboyant Bulelani. I paid no attention to all of that but finding my way out of Joburg. I discovered during this time that I didn't like soapies. Every time I would hear the Generations intro, I knew it was cue for me to go wind my mind. I lived in the most quietest streets of Orlando West, and half of the time, the only commotion I would hear was the sound of the train passing by from the train station that was 5 houses down from mine. I will swiftly leave the house and walk to the other end of the street, to a beautiful park with trees and benches. I will sit there with my BlackBerry headset and cigarette, and I will gaze upon nothing, just thinking of what could be in a new city. When I finally decided to pack my bags and head to Pietermaritzburg, where I knew no one and was only familiar with the place because it was my hometown, was very dramatic. My adoptive mom had invited her extended family for the weekend because she was doing umsebenzi wamadlozi. I had bought my ticket on that Thursday and planned to tell her, but couldn't because she was so excited to see her family. I kept quiet and I didn't tell her until Sunday morning when I had to leave. I had packed almost everything I could and my bag was waiting for me. I woke up, took a shower, made her breakfast, and took the opportunity to sit down with her and tell her. It came in as a shock because she hadn't suspected anything, but because she was understanding, she wished me well and told me to take care of myself. I remember how that morning set the tone to who I would be or become in the new environment, because her blessings was everything to me. I took my big bag and rolled it out of the house and yard towards the train station for taxis to town. I got to Park Station and got on the bus to KZN. I sat there next to someone I didn't know and even forgot there was someone next to me, because all I did was to sit and take a long, deep breath. Because for the first time in a long time, I felt I was doing something for me and had taken a good life-changing decision.
So what?
Great.
It was very encouraging to see and hear how radio skills are indeed easy to learn, and how the groups really brought themselves and experiences as activists, some of them as writers and theatre performers into the project. I think the second point I wanted to highlight, Lesedi, was what really worked. In the project, what really worked about the project was how, we as Children's Audio Foundation, we took an already existing training tools for our radio programming and packaged it to fit the podcast context. And I think the participants across the continent quickly grasped the storytelling format and just ran with it. And, created and still continue to create very rich and personal stories, and producing podcast episodes to share their experiences podcasts that can be streamed on most platforms. So it was very important for us to also accumulate audio content that best represents the African context and share it across our sites and networks. And this content is repurposed for training to speak to local issues. And during the trainings that we did while the project was on, participants learned through listening to sample podcasts like the Afro Queer, the Kenyan podcast. And because podcasting is quite new in the continent, we also had to tap into the podcasts that are from outside the continent, and which brings me to my last point about how the Queer Radio Project was new, and podcasting also a new turf for us and kind of a new thing for the continent as well. So learning through listening to podcasts meant tapping into podcasts outside the continent for training samples. I'm just going to hand over back to Lesedi to elaborate on the things that didn't work about the project. Thanks, Lesedi.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, you've really spoken to a lot of what we experienced and what we learned from Andile. I mean, of course, the big thing that we struggled with that you mentioned was at that time when we started with the training around 2018, 2019, it was so difficult for us to find podcast examples to play within our trainings, especially that related to queer issues. So that's why Afro Queer was just so important to learn from. They have all these great formats that they use within their podcast, which really helped us translate what we were trying to teach people. And, another thing that maybe was also a bit challenging was, like podcasts, listening to podcasts is a culture in a way. You have to instill that. People are used to listening to radio. Radio is still the boss. So just to get people to actually, use their own data, go on the internet to access podcasts was quite a thing to do. And we'd find that the people we trained would only listen to podcasts when the training actually happened, until they started to produce their own podcasts, of course. And it became sort of like part of the culture. And we're really, really proud of what these groups managed to produce. So many of their podcasts are still going, like the Zim Purple Royale podcast is on Anchor FM and is really, really phenomenal. And many of the participants are still recording via their cell phones, mobile phones, and then putting everything together, but working remotely and doing a really great job. And then, because we're nerds, we have some tips for you. So some tips, and I guess these are just really about our learnings when it came to training and podcasting. So focus first on storytelling techniques before honing in on technical elements. Like Andile said, we had to put the storytelling first, because there was something about getting people who had never done this before to really build their confidence, and really feel that they could be storytellers and mine out all of that personal. We used a lot of exercises, methods from theater, which really, really worked well. And then also, of course, when you're asking people to share all of these personal stories, you have to keep in mind that when people tell their stories, especially difficult stories, which we obviously came across in the LGBT community, there needs to be some form of support to help people process traumas. So many of what came up was triggering, and so we made sure that in each training we would have somebody who would sort of be there to hold the space and offer more kind of advanced support that was like psychosocial support for the participants. And of course, as much as we say storytelling techniques before technical elements, the technical still counts. Good quality audio does make all the difference. It really, really does. And once we had sort of gone through the first few phases of training, we really tried to focus on the technical, even though there were limitations. And then, of course, we were doing this training, this LGBT training, but we had actually never, as a company, produced our own podcast. So we thought, okay, this is not fair. We need to actually get our hands dirty, and we need to figure out what are the ins and outs of producing a really, really high quality podcast. And that is how we came to create the This is Africa podcast, which is the Radio Workshop's first podcast. And This is Africa really is a podcast that tells stories about people who live on this continent. And it's really about the extraordinary and ordinary moments that occur in their everyday lives. Each episode is really driven by a theme, which we explore through a combination of reported stories and host interviews. And what we make sure to do is come with some really deep questions, to the themes that we select, and just a whole lot of curiosity, so that we can get really compelling stories and just hear this amazing sharing that really speaks to maybe not like addressing problems and solutions in Africa, but really talking to quality stories that really, speak about the humanity of Africans, something that we resonate with, that's really kind of outside of what we usually hear on the Western platforms about our continent. So we had big vision, we still do, for This is Africa, and part of realizing that vision required bringing in experts. I'm sure a lot of other podcasters out there will know that you can't do this alone, how important it is to have community and to share, ideas and expertise. And the first person we brought on was Amy Costello. So Amy Costello has come on board and joined the team as an editor, but also a mentor. You're really training us, or training me also in my position, around all things editorial, and making sure that we develop the tools and all the processes, is that a word, processes, that we need for the first season. And she has her own podcast called Tiny Sparks, and there she works with a producer called Freddie Boswell. And then she, recommended that Freddie come on board. So Freddie has joined us as the senior producer and also a mentor, training our producers, and they really holding our hands through the first season. And what we envision is that in the second season, the African team will be able to then take over with the production of This Is Africa. So it's a small team, me, Andile, Dashan, Freddie, and Amy, and then we've got Martha and Mike as well, who are doing the things. They are amazing. We can't do without anyone in this team. It's really a great team. But maybe Dashan, this would be actually a cool time for you to share some stories about the journey getting to actually producing a pilot, because I know you were one of the producers who was like in the mud. You had to pitch and repitch, go to the drawing board. You recorded some stories, had to figure out how to get good tape and then chuck things out. But basically, you really understand the rigmarole around the refine philosophy that we've been kind of following. Maybe you can share some highlights from your experience.
Yeah, I'd love to, Lesedi. So yeah, I mean, this is really I think one of the most important things that we've learned is that these are things that you may know, but you have to practice this. So everything I'm going to tell you is going to sound really obvious. You know this already, but that's not the problem. The problem is that you need to practice it to get better at it. And well, frankly, that's going to take time, right? So in the beginning, we all make mistakes. We all pitched a bad story. We recorded bad interviews, as Lesedi said. But as we practiced and began refining, we started figuring out what we wanted to do. So our first tip to you is pitch a story. Don't pitch a topic. Now, that may seem obvious again. The key here is to refine. The best way to walk you through what refining is probably to play you something. So where do you normally find your stories? Many of us start the process by doing a bit of research. Maybe you scroll through Twitter. Some of you may still watch the news, perhaps. And that's what I did.
Start with news just in. The first case of coronavirus in South Africa has been confirmed. A 38-year-old man has been tested.
The message is clear. There will be no jogging, no walking of dogs, and no sale of alcohol during the national lockdown.
Restrictions placed on restaurants and watering holes are proving to be a massive headache for authorities here in South Africa. This as they grapple with ways to slow the spread of COVID-19.
So this was last year when the pandemic had just started in South Africa. No dog walking allowed. That was probably the worst thing for me. Others may have had problems with the fact that there wasn't any alcohol, whatever. I'm tempted to think that many of us listened to that and thought, oh, great, the story there is South Africa's really severe lockdown measures. And that was my thinking too. I thought, well, great, that's the story. But that isn't the story. You need to keep refining. And what we found out was the next stage was, I want to do a story about the social pressures that people are facing during lockdown. That was our first revision. And in order to do that, we had to find someone who had just moved in with their ex-wife.
So it is difficult. I had hoped that you would spend maybe naively much more time in the cottage, rather than in the house. But if I had to rationally have looked at it before, I should have expected it, I suppose. The way I'm seeing it is that I'm doing this as a parent, I'm not doing this as a person. And that's what guides me. If I was approaching this as an individual, I would have run from this idea.
So a very noble idea. And I also thought, great, this is a great character. He's got a good story. But as is so often the case on our show and with This Is Africa and with Lesedi's direction as an editor on this, we decided that the story was not about the man. And it so often isn't about the man, Lesedi. The story in this case was about the ex-wife who decided to move in with him. Rachel chose to do that because, and that's not her real name, in order to raise their daughter, because during South Africa's lockdown measures, all travel was prohibited. So what we found out was interesting about this story is that people make difficult choices. And this was one of her choices.
I could have very easily said, oh, the laws have changed, but living at my ex's house will still be better for my child. So let me carry on staying here for the rest of the duration, even though it's not great for me. In a way, I prioritized myself and I said, okay, the laws have changed. I'm out of here, because I knew my mental health needed it. So it's good to be able to see the boundary between self-sacrifice, but also protecting oneself.
So that's how you start with an idea and a topic, and then move to a story. And it's through this process of revising and revising, which can be arduous, painstaking, and often really frustrating if you're the producer who keeps having to dig and find more. As you can see, the second one is obvious. Find a good talker. As you heard, these were great talkers. We pre-interviewed many of them to try to find out what kind of things do they do. Identify sounds and scenes that we might want to use in the story. For example, this couple would meet together at only one time of day, which was around the dinner table. So we recorded that. Often you don't want to go to the activist or the spokespeople. They're too rehearsed as talkers and not going to give you those authentic, perhaps more vulnerable answers that you're looking for. And that's how you decide between experts and human stories. They both have a role. You just have to try to find that in your story. The last lesson that I learned, and I'm still learning, and we all keep learning, and I think, Lesedi, you do a brilliant job at this, is that we need to listen and really, really listen during an interview. Don't write down a long list of questions. Don't read out that list of questions to your character. Instead, find out what interests you most about their story, and then listen. Ask them a question, listen, and then do what Lesedi does brilliantly when she does these interviews, which is follow up. Don't stick to your script. And here's what she did. I think this is a pretty brilliant interview. Lesedi interviews a very famous African actor who's saying some really powerful things about the virtues of acting. And she's kind of waxing lyrical about this. And I am sort of absorbed by deep thoughts like this. But Lesedi was really listening with a critical ear. And here's what happened.
I can't then look to the West for beauty, for wisdom, for anything else, because I know it exists on this continent. And even in real life now, with work, people always get surprised that I only do work that I'm guided to do. I don't do anything else. I'd rather not work than do things that I'm not guided to do by the ancestors and God. That's it. So I don't mind. Like, I'm one of those actors that can stay at home for 6 months and not even be bothered.
What does that mean economically? I'm just wondering then, does that mean, like, I mean, when you're broke and you're not getting parts and you're not feeling called, or how do you navigate that?
And that's Lesedi there doing a really great interview. I don't want to steal the thunder from you, Lesedi, so I'm going to hand you over so you can tell us a bit more about that.
Awesome. Thanks, Dasha. You always have the best stories about all your recording ventures. But yeah, thank you for that. So that is an excerpt actually from our pilot episode for This Is Africa. And I just want to say our pilot episode is done. I mean, that is a big deal for us. So whoop, 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 whoop. I feel like there should be some sound effect, but there isn't. And before I talk too much about it, maybe let's just play another part of the pilot just to share a little bit more with everyone about what it sounds like.
So when did this happen for you? It's always been there. The moment both my grandfathers closed their eyes, I knew I was guided. God and the ancestors, they will never let you walk alone or hungry. Welcome to This Is Africa. I'm your host, Lesedi Mokhwatle, coming to you from Joburg, South Africa.
This is Africa is a new podcast. Think of it like a massive gathering of fabulous people from across this beautiful continent. And you're going to hear stories about extraordinary moments and ordinary moments that we experience living here. There'll be a lot of laughter on this show, probably some tears, people sharing what's in their hearts and what's on their minds. To make this podcast, I've been working for months with a team committed to elevating African stories. We're making a lot of effort to create a high-quality production that reflects how proud we are of the creativity that is everywhere in this place we call home. And who better to kick off this conversation than Xolile Shabalala. Xolile is a well-known South African actress who appeared in many of our homes every single day as the character of Julia Modene, a top-notch businesswoman on the popular soap opera called Generations.
Yeah, woohoo! I know we keep, playing these little teasers, but we'll soon be ready to share with the greater public our pilot episode, which we've actually titled "I Write What I Like." In this particular pilot, I did a two-way with Xolile Shabalala, as Darshan mentioned, and then Darshan did a narrative piece, and then produced a narrative piece, and then Andile produced a piece that was slightly different. I really like or admire how Jerusalem was put together. I found it very creative, and I just loved all the different things that Andile managed to do on that piece. And maybe we can play a little bit from the Jerusalem story that Andile produced.
Group that is largely There is one group that is largely credited with launching the dance challenge. They're called Phenomenals Dosemba, a dance crew from Luanda, Angola. We reached the group's founder, Adelson Miser, and he told me how their famous dance challenge video came about. They made it on a day that was bittersweet. It was the 5th birthday of his dance group, and they wanted to celebrate. But
we haven't nothing, you understand? We haven't nothing to eat, nothing to drink. We was, oh my God, today is our birthday, but we don't have money to get some drinks, to get some food.
But the group pulled together. They got some money, bought a little food, soft drinks. Adelson tells us that's the Angolan way.
We was together eating, and we started to listen Jerusalem.
And they started dancing and filming. The crew took a classic line dance they'd learned in South Africa and mixed it with an Angolan style that Adelson calls family dance. And the video went viral. The dancers have plates of food in hand. The men are bare-chested. A woman holds a cooking pot on her head. They're a cool group of friends, and you just want to be invited to their party. Adelson says they wanted to show that you can make the most out of nothing.
That is why we was dancing, to show in the people that we don't need too much money or too much things to be happy.
Adelson's videos inspired people to produce dance videos all over the world.
Awesome.
Yes. We promised that this is our final teaser for the day. I think what really was interesting for me was how a dance group from Angola took a South African house song and a classic dance to start a dance challenge that traveled the way Jerusalem dance challenge did. I mean, they said it earlier. You talked about how we had to work closely with Freddie and Emmy, in our attempt to produce high quality, humane and fun stories. So what we tried to do with Jerusalem, we wanted to capture the journey the song and the dance challenge has traveled. So we went on our own virtual journey across the continent to, one, find out how people are engaging with the song and the dance challenge, and two, hear really, reflective, personal reflections about the popularity of both the song and the dance challenge. I guess essentially we pretty much wanted to tell a story that highlights and celebrates the African experience and representation in the popular media, which is what This Is Africa tries to do, essentially. So what we did, we sat down with 5 people from across the continent, and I think my biggest highlight was how excited they were about participating and sharing their reflections about both the song and the dance. I guess for me, that excitement was a window, to a global community that found solitude from a song in a dance challenge, during a time of despair. With the Jerusalem story, because of many moving pieces that came with producing the story, I think following Dashan's tips that, he spoke about earlier about pitching a story and not a topic, and finding a good talker and listening to them were really helpful. This piece was different because, like Lesedi says, unlike the two-way that is conversational or your typical narrative piece, we had to interview 5 different people and figure out where, their individual stories fit into the bigger story we are trying to tell about this story. And at the same time, also have the narrator, which is Lesedi, move us or transport us from one character to the other. So it was quite experimental, as there was a lot of piecing that were moving, and we had a lot to consider. For example, questions for each character had to be specific to their experience and their geographical location. Otherwise they would have all sounded the same and, said the same thing. So how a South African engaged with the song is different to how, the Angolan dance group that Elderson from the snippet that we just played earlier engaged. So another thing that we had to consider was the sound quality, as we were working with different recording environments. So I guess being thorough in how we prepared the interview was quite crucial. Yeah, I guess I'm really excited for everyone to hear the rest of the episode. Over to you, Lesedi.
Cool. Thanks, Andile. Yes, I love Jerusalem. It's such a great part of the pilot. And just there is a pilot, I promise. There really is one. And at the moment where we are in our process with getting it out there to everyone, we're really sending it out to certain people for some trusted feedback, because podcasting is new in Africa, and we also want to make sure that we're asking the right questions, hitting the right notes. And so it's been important for us to sort of like put it out there and get people to comment and kind of, pivot and apply all the feedback where it's necessary. We're still learning, of course, and that's the same with our marketing. So many marketing tools exist online, but they don't always apply to the African context. So we've also had to think about, okay, how do we then market a podcast in Africa, and how do we distribute it? And we've had all kinds of conversations, even just exploring whether our podcast needs to exist in the radio space, and leverage our sort of like radio networks. But essentially what we're doing is planning a launch, and we will definitely invite everybody to that launch, and would love to hear from everybody about what you think of our episodes, our first This Is Africa episode. And just before we open up the Q&A, just to remind everyone, please put your questions or comments in there, and we'll respond to them in a bit. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the radio workshop community. Collaboration is important to us, and even though we're a small team, we really rely and lean into, the expertise of our peers and so on. And so we are looking for stories. We haven't put a call out for pitches, but we definitely want people to contact us, to get in touch, to feel like they're part of our community and bring us stories. And we'll definitely be paying for the stories, so everyone can just get on the website or sign up for our mailing list or find us on Facebook. Just get in touch basically to receive updates on when we'll be putting out our pilot episode, and of course just for pitching or any burning stories that you feel need to be on our platform, just get in touch with us. And then maybe Darshan, would it be okay maybe to just, if we go straight to the training right now? Or should we?
Yes,
I
think so. Let's save some time for questions. So please send us your questions. Yeah, let's tell everyone about the training. I think that's an exciting one.
Okay, cool. So another big thing that we've got up our sleeves is the African podcasting training that we're launching for the first time this year in 2021. Andile, maybe you can let everybody know how that works, how they can get involved, and so on.
Sure. So we're trying our very first 10-week African podcast workshop where we will be training people, everyone that's living somewhere and anywhere in Africa. So there's no experience or audio background that is required. We realize that some of the best, podcasters come from visual backgrounds. So we encourage everyone between the ages of 18, to 35 to apply. I mean, there's also other qualifying requirements that you will learn about in the application. I just want to add that the workshop is free. We are already, in the process of receiving applications, and the deadline for the applications is March 7, 2021. And, the online training will take place between April and June 2021 also. So if you want to produce good quality and story-driven podcasts one day, this is for you. And, just to add that each training will work on story throughout the program, because we figured the best way to learn is to kind of jump in. So if your story ends up being featured in This Is Africa, you get paid. So the biggest component of this workshop is that you will get a one-on-one with editors and producers from the team. I mean, also, if you're not ready to apply now, you can sign up for our mailing list so that you are kept in the loop. We are also planning to do webinars and with experienced podcasters around the world. So information about future projects will be shared with you via the newsletter on time as well. So, a group of people who, quite honestly are tired of hearing the cliches and stereotypical stories about Africans and Africa, and just want to put together a community of people who have the same sentiments and want to tell, meaningful stories. I know everyone, you might have questions about the workshop, but because I don't want to chow the Q&A time, I'll ask that if you have any questions about the workshop, please email us at radioworkshop.com, and please see email on the chat inbox. Looking forward to hearing from you all. Thanks, Lesedi. Over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andile. Yeah, this is so exciting. We really, really can't wait to kick this off. We've already got applications coming in, and we want to ask everyone who's listening to also just share this information with people who you think might really be suited for this training or who might benefit from this. So I think that's about it from us at this point. We've got a few questions. It would be great maybe to just have our board, the Radio Workshop, .fm. Yes, that's it. So that's our information right there for our Facebook and Insta, Twitter. So just jump on the website and you can get basically a summary of everything that we've just presented today. But for questions, we've got a question about, is there any kind of time frame regarding the public launch of the pilot episode. Yes, we've been going back and forth, but we are looking at having an official launch mid-April. It's far, but it's also very soon. So everyone look out for that. Do we have any other questions?
Doesn't look like we do, but we do have, people who are looking forward to this and, really are a fan of our podcast. So that's exciting.
Fan of our teasers for the podcast.
Exactly.
Any other questions? Yeah, I think we've still got about 8 minutes to go. Just inviting anyone who's listening to ask any questions around the radio workshop, about the This is Africa podcast, or anything that we spoke about today, or just generally what's going on.
Lissetti, I see there's another question there, and if we do have more time, I can always talk about the collaboration that we've done as well. So
Hot City, right? Yeah.
So I see a question here. What can you say about the current penetration of podcasts in South Africa's online population? I guess all of us can answer this. I mean, it's really hard to say anything about it, really, right? Because statistics are rare in this. There's few people doing, reliable statistics on podcast listening. Iona.fm, I think, does some in South Africa. I honestly don't remember what the last statistic was. I think it was something random, like 3 or 5 million people listen to podcasts. But yeah, it's really hard to give you an accurate answer there, Sam. Lissetti and Dile?
No, I think that's your question, Darshan.
I also mentioned Josephine, of course. Africa Podfest is researching podcasting in Africa. So we will have more reliable statistics like these coming out. I think what Africa Podfest is doing is actually really great. They're seeing these gaps that we have. Like, how do we make podcasts without knowing what people want to hear and when they listen? I mean, one of the crucial reasons for why podcasts ended up at the listening time was 20 or 25 minutes was not based on our attention rates or when people stop getting interested. The reason it was 25 minutes was because that was the average commute time for a New Yorker. So this idea that podcasts must be 25 minutes comes from somewhere else. So what Africa Podfest and others are doing to do this research on the ground is really going to, inform how we produce our stories. Do we go for the 25-minute, or do we realize African traffic is a 10-minute or 50-minute commute? These are questions I think we're at the very early phase of trying to answer. So Sam, it's a much bigger question. We don't really have a good answer.
Thank you, Darshan. I'm just wondering if we have to wrap up soon and maybe can do our thank yous and goodbyes for now. I guess there's a whole day of programming ahead. Okay. Here's someone's asking about the African Podcast Workshop that's coming up. What kind of information can we share? Maybe some dates? I don't know. Andile, is there anything else that you want to share about that? Maybe about eligibility and who it's to and what we're looking for and that sort of thing?
So if you go to social media platforms, you get all the information there. But to essentially emphasize that the closing dates for the application is on the 7th of March. So if you're interested, we encourage you to go ahead and apply. But again, you're eligible if you between the ages of 18 and 35, and you're based in the continent. You have experience or skills in storytelling. Perhaps you're a videographer, reporter, an activist, a writer, and so forth. You want to tell stories about issues impacting you and your community. And like I said earlier, you're really tired of the cliches and you really want to tell stories that impact your community. And you really interested in hearing high quality podcasts and, stories that, humanize, the African experience. I think if I miss anything, if you follow us on our platforms, on social media platforms, you have the information. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Andile. There's someone who's actually asking, Dashan, I think it's from the point that you made about the length of the podcast. Someone is asking if you can produce a podcast story which is less than 25 minutes.
Sure. I mean, the ways that we've been working have been, producing stories that are 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes. A podcast can be any length. I just want to remind people, if you want more information about the podcast workshop, go to the link, radioworkshop.fm. It's on our training page, and you'll see all the information there. Probably the number one question, and I have to say this before we end, is as a almost 40-year-old, if you're not within the 35-year age limit, you can still apply, but priority is going to be given to those between 18 and 35. It's probably the number one question I get asked whenever I post about the podcast trading is, how do you have to be under 35? And you don't.
Yeah, me too. I get that a lot.
It's us oldies. We just want some representation here, Otherwise, you ages.
Would be part of the mix as well. Come on. But maybe we can all just say our goodbyes. Thank you so much for everyone's time, for everybody who came to listen to us. We really want to keep conversing, chatting, get in touch, learning more about everything that you're doing. And just a big shout out, a big high five to everyone who is out there, kind of, I don't know, what do you call it? On the grind and making it happen for African podcasts. We know all the challenges and we're kind of in this together, and hopefully we can keep pushing and really grow this industry so that we can be equal players in the global podcast industry. Andile and Dashan, I don't know if you have any last words.
I think that was perfect from my side. Thank you so much to everyone who listened. It was a real pleasure to be here. So thank you to the Africa team as well.
I think, Lesedi summed it up so well. Thanks for everyone for engaging us. And we're really excited to hear what everyone else is working on, and looking forward to collaborating with you in the future. Don't forget to follow us. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
My name is Jackie Obarafatoye. I'm the editor for African Science Focus. African Science Focus is a podcast that talks about science and health in sub-Saharan Africa. We bring together development practitioners, policymakers, the academics, journalists, and the ordinary African on the street to discuss about science and health in the communities. We want to make sure that the deepest issues that affect their lives are discussed and brought into light. We publish every week on Wednesdays. The best time you can get our podcast is on our website, www.sidev.net. I work out from Lagos, Nigeria. In our past few months of existence, we have made a lot of impact. One of the impacts I would really like to mention is one of our listeners who listened to our episode on fistula. She was afraid she had fistula. She contacted us and we connected her to a specialist who helped her solve her problem. Going forward, that is what we want to do. That's the kind of impact we want to make. We want to have clinic episodes where listeners can call in, or a technology expert, innovators call in, and we discuss issues that are of concern to them. Then we connect them to those that matter and those that can solve their problem. This is what African Focus is all about. I'm happy that I'm a podcaster. I'm happy that I'm in this space to make impact, to change lives. to bring solutions to people, to make sure that their voices are heard, to give them a channel to discuss these issues, and to think that it's just a click away to get to a podcast. We're happy that we're using this channel to change lives. We still believe that we're going to have many lives to change, and it will be good to mention that we're just nominated last year for the Apps African Award. The recognition is good for us. It's a great motivation for us to move on. I'm happy that African Podcast Day is coming up, and I'm happy to also be a part of it. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right. That was so cool. Thank you so much, Radio Workshop. You guys really left us hanging, waiting for the actual date and time when you're dropping your pilot. Dropped so many gems. You've left us with more questions than answers. We will be sending people over to you. Thank you so much. It's clear that both of the teams that just came up, you really enjoy working together. So, guys, when you're finding collaborators for your podcast, make sure it's people you enjoy laughing with, people who you enjoy learning with, and also people you enjoy listening to a lot. And it helps that you all are at Radio Workshop are expanding the knowledge that you have. For those of you who don't know, they are a powerhouse in terms of training an audio across Africa. And so please check out all their details. They are on Twitter, and they have a lot more to offer. So right now, we are super excited to be part of your launch. Let us know when it's happening so we can tell everybody. And also, everyone who's following, you guys have really brought the conversation to life all the way on YouTube. Those of you who are following on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, thank you so much for your comments, your just being here, and the vibes, just really positive vibes. Lots and lots of new podcasters being tagged, existing, new, potential. Your fans are really tagging you. We've also shared some nice badges on social that you can use to tell people that you love African podcasts, you listen to African podcasts. That's on Twitter at Africa Podfest. And now, I think if you haven't checked out the whole program, make sure you go to www.africapodcastfestival.com. We are so excited, the whole team, from me here, our team in Nairobi, everyone who's online. Thank you so much. We want to just specially appreciate our partners who've allowed us to put together this event, in giving of their resources and their time. Thank you to Hindenburg Systems. Thank you to the Prince Class Fund and British Council. Thank you so much, Baraza Media Lab. Thank you so much, Sema Box, and of course our media partners. Thank you so much, Tinsway Media, Pod News, and of course Biz Community. I'd like to give a special shout out to all the Africa Podfest individual supporters. You know yourselves. You've been giving us a cup of coffee ever since we started the year and planning this whole day. So if you want to support us, please go to our website, www.africapodcastfestival.com. We literally are running on coffee right now. Am I right, Mel?
Totally right. This wouldn't be possible without the power of coffee. Also, I loved the conversation in the Radio Workshop session about how, we are the ones who are pioneering. And so what we learn and discover and share is what will become the knowledge that the industry will kind of grow from, right? And on that note, we have created the Africa Podcast Database because we know that there's something new coming up every day. So the database is your space to be discovered easily and also to discover podcasts from Africa, from around Africa, and being made by Africans around the world. And in it, once you go to our website, www.africapodcastfestival.com, you'll find a link to the database there, a page there with a map as well. It's easy to key in the information about your podcast. including the name, the link of your podcast, what language it's in. And then, you'll then be part of this database that we are building, and you'll be discoverable to African podcast fans around the world. We are now coming to our final session of this first segment of today's exciting program. And coming up next is a presentation from the RFI team who is behind Africa Calling podcast, which is a collaborative podcast between journalists who are correspondents in Africa in the Hausa Bureau, which is in Lagos, as well as the Kiswahili Bureau in Nairobi, sharing their insights. They're giving us an inside look. Basically, they're opening up the box into what it takes to make their podcast, which is a current affairs podcast that goes in depth, giving analysis into the news of the day. They also do cover the voices and perspectives from Lusophone Africa and West and Central Africa. So we welcome you, Laura Barneto, to give us an inside look. We are so excited ourselves as well, being able to have the opportunity to actually have the box opened into so many podcasts and learn so much. I mean, after this, I don't know what excuse anyone will have for not scaling up and expanding their work in their podcast. But welcome, Laura. We are excited to have you on and to hear what you have to share with us.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Melissa and Josephine. Habari za asubuhi for everybody in Kenya. My name's, as Melissa said, my name's Laura Angela Bagneto, and I am the host and editor of Africa Calling. And it is a current affairs podcast that comes out once a week. I'm in snowy Paris right now, but we work very closely with the Hausa and Kiswahili service, and also with all our African correspondents throughout the continent. And that's something that I'll tell you all about, plus how we do our programming. And if you have any questions, please feel free throughout I'll stop every so often if you need, if you want to ask anything. And I also have a few clips to play so you can get an idea of how our podcast works. Just to let you know, I come from an African news background. I know, but I do. But our podcast is a bit different. We used to do a monthly one called Africa Stories in the 55, which was on African writers and literature. So this one is our latest offering, and it takes on a slightly different dimension because it's more of a news program in podcast form. So we've been running weekly for the past 4 months, and we're focused on good quality, sound-rich features, no telephone sound, which is difficult when you're on the ground and you're trying to get stuff done. But I can from Paris call anybody in Africa who a minister or somebody like NGO and get an interview. But what we want is people, our correspondents on the ground, who are actually going up to them, getting live sound, getting good sound, and getting the story from their perspective, not from my perspective, because my perspective isn't important here. So it's about African voices speaking about African news and features. And we do try to put in features, but with COVID, it's really hard because there's not as many festivals. Well, there's this one, but there's not as much going on in terms of like outdoor things that people would normally follow. So that's, part of the issue this year, but no worries. I mean, we're doing a lot in terms of news. So we have African correspondents throughout the continent, but we also have a feature of African analysts. So there's a major news event happening. They're not necessarily on the continent, but they are African. So because we want the African perspective. And we're also trying to create a community from the podcast, because community is really important, especially in a time where everybody is separated but together. So when we ask our correspondents to go out and do stuff, we say, can you please take a photo of yourself in the fields, with your microphone, doing your hard work. And then that's what we also put on our social media. So on Twitter, we're at Africa__calling, and you'll see pictures of all our correspondents actually working in the field. So that's something that's really important to us. Just to get started, we basically are doing a roundup of the African news. So we broadcast on Friday, and the podcast drops then Friday afternoon. So you have the whole weekend to listen to it. But if something happened, you were away, you could definitely pick up an Africa Calling podcast and listen to what happened, the events that happened in Africa over the week. We have a few bits of news, just very quick news, just so that you know what's going on. And then the rest is basically what's been happening out in the fields, with a Q&A from our correspondents, analysis, report from the fields, and we also have our Hausa and Kiswahili service. So basically what we're doing here is trying to use all our resources at RFI. So we're Radio France International, and we have 17 language services. They're building up a number of the African languages. They just launched Fulfulde, and we've had Mandinkan for a couple of years. And then we have the Hausa service in Lagos, who I deal with every week, and also the Kiswahili service that used to be in Dar es Salaam, but now they're in Nairobi. So, which is great. And so we get their perspectives as well every week on the podcast. So, but basically we're trying to use all our resources here. We also have a French Africa service here and a Portuguese Africa service here. So we also take their news and we translate it, and then you get it in English, because that's the point. I mean, that you can get stuff in English even from different languages, also from local languages, but we'll speak about that later. And we also, for our production package, we wanted to do something like with an identifiable jingle. So every time you hear that, you'll know, oh, that's Africa Calling. It must be Friday, or whenever you decide to download it. We have jingles that cut in between each of the segments so that you get an idea. Okay, we're moving on to, correspondence in the field. So that's what we've been doing. There's 6 parts to the podcast. So, which is typically about 30 to 40 minutes. So, and there's a song at the end that's picked by one of my colleagues here, Allison Hurd, which is great. We'll talk about that later. So I'm going to talk about each section and play a sound from each section, a short sound up to a minute. And if you have any questions, also please feel free to listen to them or to ask. And as this is a news pod, we do a Q&A every week. It's very topical. It can be done at the last minute. The first one I'm going to play for you is we did a Q&A with our correspondent, Nina Gabrielle Mitch, in Lubumbashi in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I'm playing this because it's quite interesting. Roger Lumbala, who's a former Congolese MP, but is also an alleged former warlord, was arrested in Paris. So he was arrested here. But we didn't want to get the perspective of here because, well, that's not Africa, is it? So although, it was here, we went to her to find out what Congolese people are thinking, and also, some different aspects that they haven't covered in the French news here or the international news. So I'm going to play you a sound right now. I hope you can hear it. Let's see. It is, here it is. And it's my question as well. So let's see. Okay, it's supposed to go. Now, in 2020, Lumbala had created a political party to support DRC President Felix Tshisekedi. Do you believe Lumbala can count on the support of President Tshisekedi?
Not at all, because the presidency can never intervene in matters related to justice. We witnessed the trial of a close political partner of the president of the DRC, who, after multiple trials, ended up being indicted by the court and is now serving his sentence. Roger Lumbala's political party was just a means of relying to the ruling party, given that he was an opponent of the former president Joseph Kabila.
Okay, so that's sort of the first one. And that's, a basic idea. We ask, it's about a 5-minute segment, and we ask questions of the correspondent, but we ask the correspondent to give us the questions, and then, we can discuss it later. But that is because we want it from an African perspective. I mean, I can write the questions. I've been working on African news for 20 years, but it's not up to me. I want to hear what people in the Democratic Republic of Congo have to say, and that's why this is so important. And you don't see it from any other podcast that comes from outside of the African continent. But we want to use our resources here to be able to uplift and use African voices so that Africans will listen to the podcast. I mean, that who our audience is. And if other people listen, even better. But that's basically the point. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is the Hausa service. And so that we do a Q&A either with the Hausa service in Lagos each week, or we do a Q&A with the Kiswahili service who are in Nairobi. So, and the point is that although we're speaking in English, people who speak different languages have different views, particularly on the ground. And for instance, the Hausa language is spoken in Nigeria, parts of Niger, Chad, Cameroon, and Ghana. And most Hausa speakers who live in northern Nigeria are Muslims. So it was the same region where there was skepticism in the past regarding polio vaccines. Some feared it would make people infertile. It was some misinformation, but unfortunately, it led to a lot of challenges with getting the polio vaccine out. This is like almost 20 years ago. So now we have the COVID-19 vaccines. So one of our regular journalists that we talked to from the Hausa service is Garba Aliuzaria, and we asked him, what about that? What do people think on the ground about the vaccines? Because this has already been an issue. So let me just play you what he let's see. And here's Garba.
It's a common thing to any northerner, particularly the Hausa speaking, to take that as a serious issue because of the prevailing information. There is wide information regarding cases and death. That is the pandemic, the virus. And people who are very conversant with news updates, they watch on television and radio that COVID-19 virus is not a joke. So they watch it in many countries. Saudi prevented many Muslims from going for the annual Hajj rituals. And Jerusalem as well prevented or closed their borders against visitors and pilgrims. So to the northern people, they now take it very serious, but not as very serious as it should be.
Okay, so that was Garba Aliuzaria, and I mean that way, I don't put my stamp on this. He says exactly how people think, and we're not feeding some sort of idea that, oh, look, Nigerians think this, or people in the north think this, or so that's the whole point, is to get their voice, what they think. And he's the best place to speak about this story. So as for the Kiswahili service, which I'm sure a number of you out there are more familiar with, but it, as I said, recently moved from Dar es Salaam to Nairobi. But that doesn't mean that they don't care about what's happening in Tanzania, because a lot's happening right now. We just did a segment last week with Emmanuel Makundi, who's the editor of the Kiswahili service. And we spoke about Tanzania and their lack of COVID, or however you want to interpret that. But Tanzania is a major hub. I mean, many people go there for work, to relax. There's conferences there, and there's a lot of practicalities about travel, especially in the time of COVID, when they're saying that there is no COVID. So he spoke about something practical about pricing and the problems of getting a test, because you need a test to leave and you need a test to get there. So let me just play you what he said. Let's see.
It does not necessarily, if you are Tanzanian, your amount is lower, but everyone has to pay to get a test, and also the test is only done by through the national laboratory. So not any other hospitals that were allowed to test for COVID, but rather the government is holding on that, and that if you want to take a test, for example, if I go to Tanzania and I want to come back to Kenya, I will have to have my test 1 week before travel, because there's a lot of people, long queues at the national laboratory. People are missing their flights, so it's a little bit crazy, and then it become very crazy when the government said that it is $100.
So we got an idea of how expensive it was. He said in another part of the Q&A that it was actually $30 US dollars at the beginning, or no, sorry, 10 US dollars, 30 shilingi, and then they hiked it up to 100 US dollars, which is quite cost prohibitive for anyone. So that's, some information that you needed to know if you're going to go there. And Makundi was on the scene. So that's our Kiswahili service. And we regularly have meetings, and we talk about like what is the most important thing, not for us, but for the people in the region. So that's how we come to an idea of, okay, let's talk about this week. So next we come to reportage, or sorry, that's in French, reporting, which is my favorite part, which is the most, it's most labor intensive because there's a lot of moving parts. We want people to have good sound, good ambience, sound rich, no telephone sound, but we don't want someone to just call somebody and do it. We want you to go to the place and get the story, and get a story that people don't know. Whoops. Oh, this is, oh, there we go. Okay, sorry, I think it was buffering. So it's not easy. It's very challenging. For instance, we got a great ecological story. The journalist went out on a lake in a boat with an expert, and spoke to this expert about the issues. Oops. It's buffering again. Spoke about the issues of what's happening on the lake. But the issue is that she recorded it in stereo. If you are not very, like, if you don't know your recorder well, or if you're worried, record it in mono, because in stereo it gets all the sound and not just the voice that's right in front of the microphone. So I mean, that is my most basic tip to give you today, is record in mono, because that way, when she recorded it in stereo, we didn't hear the person. It had to be dead, unfortunately, which is the problem. So anyway, so I want to play you a piece that one of our correspondents in Gambia, she's one of our star correspondents. She went to the border with Senegal, where groundnut buyers are giving farmers a better price for groundnuts than the government. So, which is very bizarre. And in this piece, you'll get an idea of how we look to use sound, because it really makes the piece come to life. And also, we hear people who speak English and Wolof. So let me play you this right now.
A farmer Yoruba said he had a bumper harvest this year like many other farmers. According to him, most farmers would have loved to sell their groundnuts to the government agencies, but the price offered is not encouraging.
Decision is somehow fair, but definitely the price is low. The price, that's the only problem. Hadn't been the price is okay, all Gambian farmers will sell their groundnut to the governments. I know that. I need to support my country in terms of development, and our best resources here is groundnut, but the price is low.
While most farmers prefer to sell to the wholesalers, some are still selling to the government. Binta is one of them, who is at the government purchasing center.
Need money. Selling groundnut to the cooperative has more benefits than selling to those coming to our homes to buy it. Selling here is better for me. I brought 2.5 bags of groundnuts, and I was given another 1.5 bag to bring along.
So that was Sally Jang in Farafenni Market, which is on the border with Senegal. That's right down there. That's only one of 5 people she interviewed who she put in the piece. So it was quite interesting, and we got a lot of good feedback on that. Next, I'm going to talk to you about what we do here in Paris, because we also deal with the Portuguese or Lusophone service, the Portuguese Africa service, and the French Africa service. So what we try to do is, for the English-speaking Africans, we want to give you news that might not be translated from Portuguese or from French. And so we're trying to give you sort of additional information that you might not have, or maybe you have friends there and you can't read Portuguese. I can't read Portuguese, so that's sort of what we're trying to do, convey more information. So we got an interesting story from the Portuguese service in Africa about Guinea-Bissau's public prosecutor. Now, apparently, this happened just last month and a half ago. Interpol thought that this international arrest warrant for a former political candidate was made with political motives, which goes against the whole idea of Interpol. It's all about crime. It's not about politics or revenge. So they dropped the whole case and the arrest warrant. So we featured Suleiman Kassan, the lawyer for the PAIGC political party, because he wanted the attorney general fired. So let me just tell you that. Where did it go? Okay. Let's see. No. Oh, actually, sorry, don't realize that's not on here. So I apologize for that. But basically, that's what we do. You get a lot of sounds like that that you don't necessarily hear. And we also do analysis. So we interview 1-2 African analysts each week. The emphasis is on African because we want an African perspective. And they give their unique insight as to what's happening on the ground. So my colleague Daniel Finnan, interviewed Suleiman Baldo, who's the senior advisor for the Century, which is a think tank on conflict, and he's based in Washington, D.C., but he is an African. And the piece is usually 5 minutes. So I took part when he was talking about the uptick in fighting in Darfur. So let me put that out for you.
Authorities in West Darfur State say they approved a security plan and the government has deployed troops to the region. How well placed do you think they are to deal with clashes?
Well, Sudanese scholars say that they have deployed Sudanese security forces in Darfur of security forces, except that when security forces are locally recruited, become part of the infighting fight for their side of their ethnic group. And therefore, for example, elements of the forces who are locally recruited in West Darfur are joining other Asian people from nationalist groups of Arab origin to attack the displaced from the Masai group. Members of the forces who are from that group, they fought back to protect the displaced. Then the government has to send in reinforcements. Forces are not from the region, because those in the region are compromised by their own ethnic affiliation, and they are on both sides of the conflict.
So that was our analyst. We try to get men and women, not only men, but that's sort of our goal. And of course, we look for African specialists, whether it's security, whether it's Sahel. That's really important. So that's about it regarding our weekly features, but we do occasionally have specials where we just take a break from the news, because sometimes you need that, And we did this for Christmas Day, which fell on Friday, and we thought we'd pick something that was important across the continent, not just in a couple of countries, and that we thought would be so that we thought would be land rights was very important. So we took a look at 3 aspects of land rights from Liberia, Ghana, and Kenya. And we're going to play you a piece by Ghana correspondent Zubaida Mabuno Ismail. Did her report on how women farmers in Ghana have been trying to get plots of land to farm enough crops to be able to sell and not subsist farming. So this is an excerpt of her report.
For this town, we did identify very main communities. Then we said to the engagement stopping to which to help them, the women access their land. So they were able to give us some amount of land so that we do farming and then be able to share it for the women.
Access and control of farmland has been more successful when women engage the community. Traditional council and head of clans have argued no women have been denied access to farmland. Your woman is argued.
Sorry, this back at some connection problems. Again, Zubaida Mabuno, our correspondent, and she was doing a piece on land rights for official. Wait till this is back.
Okay. The most successful community. Traditional council and heads of clans argued no women have been denied access to farmland. Yolgu an elder from the municipality said the traditional council has now resolved and given the 80 hectares of land to the women.
Okay, and then to November.
Has now resolved entirely bequeath the 80 hectares of land to the women.
The cheapest result of women land for farming is to care for their children's education. They held on to the decision for a long time that women don't farm. All we've done in the past is ask them to prepare our meals and send them to the farm while we cultivated our crops.
So that was you got bits and pieces of that was Zubaida Mabuno Ismail. So you got bits and pieces of Zubaida Mabuno Ismail's piece on African land rights. So which is really interesting, and I found the piece. Oh, and I found the Guinea-Bissau piece. So let me just play it for you, and then we can talk about dubbing pieces because that's really important. I have another piece to play for you too. This is Guinea-Bissau, and this is, if you remember, this is the Interpol piece.
Para nós, questão era exigir, nós exigimos, fizemos isso.
We continued to request the sacking of Attorney General Fernando Gomes. He agreed to investigate a case when he knew full well that he was not complying with the law, Article 100 of the Criminal Code, or any other article for that matter. Obviously, this is not without consequences. What this group of lawyers would have liked to hear, rather, was a decree removing Fernando Gomes from the post of Attorney General, and to see someone to be appointed to the job who will be given all necessary technical and personal means to carry out their duties.
Técnicas como pessoas de exercer o cargo como deve ser.
Thank you, Casiologist, for your comment. Yeah, we're trying to get all the language services together. So our newest service is the Fafolde service. And this is quite an interesting piece because it was a huge issue here in France. There was a report that coming out of Mali that the French Air Force had strafed a wedding and had killed a number of people. But the French Air Force was saying that it was jihadists. And our Fafolde service stepped in and actually, unfortunately, on the phone, and we never do phone, but this was a very special piece, actually talked to somebody who had been attacked. This person, this journalist, who I don't want to mention because of security reasons, she got someone, and a lot was based on this person's eyewitness account. So let me just play that for you because that's the use of the Fafolde service, really important here. Let me just play this, and we got an original story.
Suddenly, I heard the sound of an aircraft and then the sound of something falling. I got up to run and saw that I was injured. I couldn't run. I was at a wedding of a person who lives in the middle of the fields. He brought us under trees in the field. We were making tea in the afternoon when the attack took place. We left Bunti for Kikara on a tractor. A doctor's vehicle took us to Douentza. We left Douentza and arrived in Bandiagara. The Dozo hunters hit us again.
So that's about it. Thank you, Lydia, for your comments. If anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to talk about that. Or if you want to know some of the challenges that we've had, because, I'm not on the African continent, although I do go on a regular basis. Because of COVID, that's been a problem. I'm more than happy to answer any questions, or if you have any, we have lots of correspondence, but we're always looking for more. So if you come from a place that you are a journalist, let us know if you speak English. We're always looking for great stories. So, if anyone needs tips or anything, even afterwards, I'm more than happy to help, or can help connect you to someone who could help. Our email here is rfiafricacalling@gmail.com. So RFI, then africacalling@gmail.com, all one word. So if anyone wants to contact me later, not a problem. Right after this, I'm going to voice our next podcast. So that's going to be, I can even tell you what's on it. I have the lineup here. We're going to be talking about Liberia because they are having part of a war crimes trial that was coming from Finland. It's going to start in Liberia on Monday. So we have a report on the ground in Liberia. We're also talking about the roundup of the AU summit. What succeeded, what wasn't talked about. We have an expert on that, a very good one. I really like him. And we're also talking about vaccines to Africa, because this is a major issue, and there's a lot of problems with this. We need to find out what's going on. We have some information on that. And also Nigeria. They have to register their SIM cards. We spoke to the Houses Service to see what's going on there and how that's causing a bit of a panic. And also, we have an update on Cabo Delgado in Mozambique. So apparently, there's not as much fighting has been reported, but there's other issues that are happening, including the commander who just died allegedly of COVID. So anyway, so that's what you're going to get on Africa Calling this afternoon, or this evening for the people on Eastern Africa time. So let me know we can end now, or if anybody has any questions, more than happy to answer them. Or I could keep talking. So if you know podcasts, this is a bit different. It is more of a news program. What I used to do was interview African writers. So anyone who's written a book, who was an African, African literature. We interviewed a bunch of people that was a 3-year program that we did that ended about last year. Also because of COVID, it was quite difficult. So, and I can speak about challenges. I know that it's really difficult at times to get someplace, like, here, like you can drive or you can take, the car. And sometimes that's not a possibility. You have to take a bus from A to point B if you're in Mali, for instance, or if you're, I don't know, in Ghana. And so what we do is we also understand, both me and Daniel Finnan, who's the producer, have worked on the ground in Africa, and we understand there's a lot of challenges with electricity, with internet. And so we bring that on board, and we try to help journalists who have issues with that. And we understand, sometimes something can't be done. Sometimes you have it slotted and we just don't have a report this week because there was some unforeseen circumstances. So, but that's part of the game. That's part of doing the news. And but that's about it. I don't know what else to say. But I've enjoyed talking to you all, and I do hope that you listen to Africa Calling. We're on all podcast platforms, Android and Apple. So please check us out. We're on Pocket Cast. We're on Stitcher. We're on Spotify. So we're also on the Apple stuff. We're on Google Podcasts. So please, and it's free, of course. It's every Friday afternoon, evening, if you're, as I said, in Eastern Africa time. So yeah, please check us out. And for listening to what's going on with the Africa Calling podcast. Have a good day.
Hello everyone, my name is Jolade Ajifolokun and I'm from Nigeria and also the host on the podcast Evolve with Jolade, where I aim to inspire people to grow and also become better version of themselves. It's actually based on personal development because I strongly believe that for growth to occur at a societal level, there has to be a collection of each individual's personal growth in that society. And I really want for people to desire and push for personal growth in their lives because it brings in a form of fulfillment and also gives a sense of purpose overall. And I'm so proud to be an African podcaster because I get to share my unique voice and my unique content, my unique message, not just within the continent, but also across the world at large. Hello everyone, my name is Jolade Ajifolokun and I'm from Nigeria and also the host on the podcast Evolve with Jolade, where I aim to inspire people to grow and also become better version of themselves. It's actually based on personal development because I strongly believe that for growth to occur at a societal level, there has to be a collection of each individual's personal growth in that society. And I really want for people to desire and push for personal growth in their lives because it brings in a form of fulfillment and also gives a sense of purpose overall. And I'm so proud to be an African podcaster because I get to share my unique voice and my unique content, my unique message, not just within the continent, but also across the world at large.
Hello, Africa.
Tell me how you're doing. My name is Martin.
And my name is Chris. We look forward to sharing with you about the story of African Retooled. So African Retooled is a platform that seeks to shed light on the future of work, provide our listeners and our followers with information to make them future ready. One of our channels is the African Retooled podcast. And Martin, you can probably talk about that.
Sure. The podcast is where we have conversations about the future of work. We go deep into different jobs, looking at how they have evolved, speaking to industry professionals about how they imagine and we imagine together what they would look like in the future. Another thing we do on the podcast is have conversations with leaders, and this is to inspire people to be able to retool or reskill in order to take advantage of these new skill sets that are coming up in this inevitable future. And finally, we talk to retooled Africans. These are people who've been able to reskill and retool in their own careers to be able to pivot, given all the tools available to them in this new era of work. Exactly. And so, Chris, why are we proud to be African podcasters?
I guess we're proud because never has it been very clear that in the fourth industrial revolution, the world is indeed flat. And so this is the one chance we have to tell our story and to really shape our narrative.
That is true, Chris. Yeah. And, we look forward to engaging with you. Find us on africanretooled.org, where you can listen to our podcast and go around in the website and find all the other tools and information that we have. See you soon.
Hi guys, my name is Feifei and I am a Nigerian and a Nigerian podcaster as well. I manage Niger Pod Hub, the Nigerian podcasting community. I also have 3 podcasts, the Frame Music Podcast, Previously on the Podcast, and the Unusual Podcast. And on those 3 podcasts, I talk about 3 different things. That's tell you how much is in me to share with everyone else. And that's what makes me so proud to be an African podcaster, or to be African at all, because Africa is usually used to consuming stuff from outside in. So I feel like podcasting is a way in which we can tell our own stories and give them the true African perspective from inside out. There's so many stories, from deity stories to ancestral stories to stories about how we commute and how we relate with one another. Childhood stories are the best. If it's West or East or South Africa, there's something unique to every type of story being told through a podcast. Our life experiences are actually stories we can share with one another that could help us grow and, give an insight into how it is to be African. There's lots of podcasters out there who are doing amazing jobs as Africans, and I feel like Africa Podcast Day is a way to celebrate the big wins and the small wins from everywhere around Africa. So to every podcaster out there who is struggling to put out that next episode or struggling to put that idea into a podcast, I say keep going, because the day is coming. The day is so close for African podcasters. And as we continue to celebrate one another and give each other such a platform like Africa Podcast Day, I hope that greater things will come from the African podcast industry and we won't give up. So keep podcasting, keep sharing, and let's make African podcast industry bigger than it already is. Happy Africa Podcast Day from Fefe of Niger Pod Hub to all of you out there.
My name is Jackie Obarafatoye. I'm the editor for African Science Focus. African Science Focus is a podcast that talks about science and health in sub-Saharan Africa. We bring together development practitioners, policymakers, the academics, journalists, and the ordinary African on the street to discuss about science and health in the communities. We want to make sure that the deepest issues that affect their lives are discussed and brought into light. We publish every week on Wednesdays. The best time you can get our podcast is on our website, www.sidev.net. I work out from Lagos, Nigeria. In our past few months of existence, we have made a lot of impact. One of the impacts I would really like to mention is one of our listeners who listened to our episode on fistula. She was afraid she had fistula. She contacted us and we connected her to a specialist who helped her solve her problem. Going forward, that is what we want to do. That's the kind of impact we want to make. We want to have clinic episodes where listeners can call in, or a technology expert, innovators call in, and we discuss issues that are of concern to them. Then we connect them to those that matter and those that can solve their problem. This is what African Focus is all about. I'm happy that I'm a podcaster. I'm happy that I'm in this space to make impact, to change lives, to bring solutions to people, to make sure that their voices are heard, to give them a channel to discuss these issues, and to think that it's just a click away to get to a podcast. We're happy that we're using this channel to change lives. We still believe that we're going to have many lives to change, and it will be good to mention that we're just nominated last year for the Apps African Award. The recognition is good for us. It's a great motivation for us to move on. I'm happy that African Podcast Day is coming up, and I'm happy to also be part of it. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
And welcome back, everyone. Yes, I can't hear you, Melissa, but I'm sure it's just going to be 1 second till I do.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Fantastic. Welcome
Yes,
back.
yes. Thank you. I did the classic Zoom call thing, which is where you mute yourself by mistake.
Happens to the best of us. Thank you, everyone who's been following us on our social platforms and sharing your experience as a podcaster, your love for African podcasts, and definitely connecting people across Africa and the world with the amazing space that is the African podcasting space. This morning, we've learned so much. I've taken a whole little notebook full of notes, just all the way from the top of the day, where we were able to listen to EJ and learn the process of being an independent podcaster. And then we switched into the news format. Then we're able to go into longer form storytelling around advocacy. And then also just the experience of the intricacy of connecting a multilingual podcast across Africa and coordinated using various links from around the world. A special thank you to everyone who's been commenting using the YouTube channel. We can see your comments and we really appreciate them. We are so excited for this next part of the day. So very excited.
Yeah, we are really excited because this is the part of the day that is actually the first ever Africa Podcast Festival. And for those of you who may have known our story from before, we actually had to cancel our inaugural festival that was planned for March 2020 because of the pandemic. So this for us has been a long time coming, transitioning it and switching up the dynamic and the design of the whole gathering into a virtual gathering, which we are so excited to finally be happening. We're now in it. So what can you expect for the next 4 hours of the Africa Podcast Festival? We have a panel discussion lined up. Oh, go on, Joe. Go on, Joe.
Well, I hope everyone who's watching in Kenya has something to bite for lunch. It is almost lunchtime in Nairobi. For those of you who are watching from the rest of the world, I hope you had a chance to stretch and get ready with the next page of your notes, because the next part is going to be a very big deal. So Africa Podcast Day is a big deal and all about podcasting. And we are so serious about upping our game, increasing our knowledge, sharing across Africa, and indeed sharing with one another. And so you can imagine how long it took us to kind of think through what would really add value and what would actually build up everyone from the starting out podcaster all the way to some of the experienced professionals who are in the African podcasting space.
Yeah, and we are also really excited to be able to host, to bring to you this festival. We're in different locations, and here in Nairobi, we are at the Baraza Media Lab, which is our home, the home of Africa Podfest, and we are working with Sema Box, which is a podcast incubator, to bring this festival to you around the world. So we're really, really grateful and excited to be here. The space where I am is Baraza Media Lab, that you can see. The set keeps changing, and we love it this way. We love it this way. So yeah. Sorry, go on, Joe.
Oh no, I just wanted to say if anybody wants to check out what's happening over at Baraza Media Lab, please check out their website, barazamedialab.com, I believe is the link.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody
I think we may have lost Joe or lost me. Oh, so we lost Joe. So while we wait for Joe to come on, we are actually going to go into a break, and then we'll be back to open up the Africa Podcast Festival, the Africa Podfest program section of today's celebrations, of today's festival. And in the meantime, we have some really interesting videos lined up for you to watch, take a look at. Please remember to go to our website, www.africapodcastfestival.com. Add your podcast to the Africa Podcast database on our website. Right. So Joe, I think we might have Joe back, or no? Joe, I think we have lost the connection with you, but please add your comments. Let us know right now, actually, in the comments on YouTube, what stood out for you? What's a question you still have that's lingering? Like, what's a question that's been burning for you about podcasting in Africa? What do you want to know? And we're reading your comments. We're taking note of what you're saying or what you're telling us. So please let us know, and we'll compile them. And at the end, the very last session of today, we have a wind down session where we're going to be looking through the day and trying to answer some of your questions if we have the time. For as much, we're going to answer as many questions as we have time to address, and some of your comments as well. So please feel free to continue talking to us, spread the word, tell people about what's happening today. We are going to have the videos from today's sessions available for you to come back to after today. So don't worry about not being able to catch every single insight and juicy detail from today, because you can always come back to our YouTube channel to rewatch and just get the best of, dig your teeth deeper into the really cool material that we have today. So what's next? We're done with the first third of our day. That's a bit of a confusing term. First third, with the first part of the 3-part day programming of events for today, which is Africa Podcast Day. Now we are entering the Africa Podcast Festival section, which will run for the next 4 hours. We're going to have workshops, we're going to have really insightful panel discussion, and we're going to have a presentation by Joe and I. And I think Joe is back. Welcome back, Joe.
Hey everyone.
Welcome back. The internet agreed with us again. I was just running everyone through I was just running everyone through what the remainder of the program looks like for the day. So I was just explaining that we have workshops and a panel session and a presentation on insights, trends, and our forecast on African podcasting. And then we will switch back into a couple of really interesting community events from Angola and South Africa, which you don't want to miss. A really great way to end the day, looking at podcasting trends in Angola, and also hanging out with Simi Aref, who's a really funny comedian from South Africa who has one of Africa's most successful podcasts. And then we will wind the day down with a session where we'll hang out and we'll just be chatting, kind of gathering your comments and questions from the day, hanging out with you and talking about what this day has been like, and also just, addressing some of your questions about African podcasting, your hot burning questions. That's what's lined up for the day, for the remainder of the day. Josephine, before we were cut off, you were explaining something that sounded really interesting.
Oh, I think the way that the day has come together has been really lovely. I don't know if people know just how this community has been built by individual podcasters. You've seen a small slice of the amazing African.
I think we've been cut off again, Joe. Oh no, you're still on. But the connections. Please send your thoughts and prayers up for us, for the internet gods to be with us for the rest of today's program. This is a classic challenges for podcasters. You know this challenge. You're all familiar with it. Podcasting, not just in Africa, but around the world. Just connectivity issues can be a big challenge. So fingers crossed that it holds up for the remainder of the day. But for now, we are just about to head on into a break, and we will see you in 15 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Jolade Ajifolokun and I'm from Nigeria and also the host on the podcast Evolve with Jolade, where I aim to inspire people to grow and also become better version of themselves. It's actually based on personal development because I strongly believe that for growth to occur at a societal level, there has to be a collection of each individual's personal growth in that society. And I really want for people to desire and push for personal growth in their lives because it brings in a form of fulfillment and also gives a sense of purpose overall. And I'm so proud to be an African podcaster because I get to share my unique voice and my unique content, my unique message, not just within the continent but also across the world at large.
Hi guys, my name is Feifei and I am a Nigerian and a Nigerian podcaster as well. I manage Niger Pod Hub, the Nigerian podcasting community. I also have 3 podcasts, the Frame Music Podcast, Previously on the Podcast, and the Unusual Podcast. And on those 3 podcasts, I talk about 3 different things. That's tell you how much is in me to share with everyone else. And that's what makes me so proud to be an African podcaster, or to be African at all, because Africa is usually used to consuming stuff from outside in. So I feel like podcasting is a way in which we can tell our own stories and give them the true African perspective from inside out. There's so many stories, from deity stories to ancestral stories to stories about how we commute and how we relate with one another. Childhood stories are the best. If it's West or East or South Africa, there's something unique to every type of story being told through a podcast. Our life experiences are actually stories we can share with one another that could help us grow and, give an insight into how it is to be African. There's lots of podcasters out there who are doing amazing jobs as Africans, and I feel like Africa Podcast Day is a way to celebrate the big wins and the small wins from everywhere around Africa. So to every podcaster out there who is struggling to put out that next episode or struggling to put that idea into a podcast, I say keep going because the day is coming. The day is so close for African podcasters. And as we continue to celebrate one another and give each other such a platform like Africa Podcast Day, I hope that greater things will come from the African podcast industry and we won't give up. So keep podcasting, keep sharing, and let's make African podcast industry bigger than it already is. Happy Africa Podcast Day from Feifei of Niger Pod Hub to all of you out there.
My name is Jackie Obarafatoye. I'm the editor for African Science Focus. African Science Focus is a podcast that talks about science and health in sub-Saharan Africa. We bring together development practitioners, policymakers, the academics, journalists, and the ordinary African on the street to discuss about science and health in the communities. We want to make sure that the best issues that affect their lives are discussed and brought into light. We publish every week on Wednesdays. The best time you can get our podcast is on our website www.sidec.net. I work out from Lagos, Nigeria. In our past few months of existence, we have made a lot of impact. One of the impacts I would really like to mention is one of our listeners who listened to our episode on fistula. She was afraid she had fistula. She contacted us and we connected her to a specialist who helped her solve her problem. Going forward, that is what we want to do. That's the kind of impact we want to make. We want to have clinic episodes where listeners can call in, or a technology expert, innovators call in, and we discuss issues that are of concern to them. Then we connect them to those that matter and those that can solve their problem. This is what African Focus is all about. I'm happy that I'm a podcaster. I'm happy that I'm in this space to make impact, to change lives, to bring solutions to people, to make sure that their voices are heard, to give them a channel to discuss these issues, and to think that it's just a click away to get to a podcast. We're happy that we're using this channel to change lives. We still believe that we're going to have many lives to change, and it will be good to mention that we're just nominated last year for the Apps African Award. The recognition is good for us. It's a great motivation for us to move on. I'm happy that African Podcast Day is coming up, and I'm happy to also be a part of it. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hello everyone, my name is Jolade Ajifolokun and I'm from Nigeria and also the host on the podcast Evolve with Jolade, where I aim to inspire people to grow and also become better version of themselves. It's actually based on personal development because I strongly believe that for growth to occur at a societal level, there has to be a collection of each individual's personal growth in that society. And I really want for people to desire and push for personal growth in their lives because it brings in a form of fulfillment and also gives a sense of purpose overall. And I'm so proud to be an African podcaster because I get to share my unique voice and my unique content, my unique message, not just within the continent but also across the world at large.
Hi, yo. My name is Michael Baruti. I'm a journalist from Tanzania. I host and produce a podcast called Men, the podcast, which is specifically about mental health for men. And, our podcast is largely in Swahili, but we have some few episodes which are predominantly English. And why we do a podcast about mental health for men in Tanzania is simply because we are trying to unpack and unlearn the concept of mental health for men. And as an African and as an African man, I understand how foreign this concept is. It's not something that we talk about on the daily. It is not something a lot of us understand, but also it is not something that it is being talked about, a lot out there. So that is why it is important, or I thought it was important to start a podcast about mental health for men in Tanzania. And why am I proud to be an African podcaster? Wow. I'm a firm believer of telling our own stories. And the beauty of the podcast is that now it allows us African, who for so long we've been complaining about people not being able to share our stories, about people, about our stories not being presented out there correctly. I feel like the presence of a podcast actually comes in to challenge that notion. And I am happy and I'm glad that I'm a part of this thing and we're part of this journey of telling African stories. We're using our own words, using our own narratives, and it is just so amazing. So yeah, that is why I'm excited about being an African podcaster.
Hello, Africa.
Tell me how you're doing. My name is Martin.
And my name is Chris. We look forward to sharing with you about the story of African Retooled. So African Retooled is a platform that seeks to shed light on the future of work, provide our listeners and our followers with information to make them future ready. One of our channels is the African Retooled podcast. And Martin, you can probably talk about that.
Sure. The podcast is where we have conversations about the future of work. We go deep into different jobs, looking at how they have evolved, speaking to industry professionals about how they imagine and we imagine together what they would look like in the future. Another thing we do on the podcast is have conversations with leaders, and this is to inspire people to be able to retool or reskill in order to take advantage of these new skill sets that are coming up in this inevitable future. And finally, we talk to retooled Africans. These are people who've been able to reskill and retool in their own careers to be able to pivot, given all the tools available to them in this new era of work. And so, Chris, why are we proud to be African podcasters?
I guess we're proud because never has it been very clear that in the fourth industrial revolution, the world is indeed flat. And so this is the one chance we have to tell our story and to really shape our narrative.
That is true, Chris. Yeah. And, we look forward to engaging with you. Find us on africanretooled.org, where you can listen to our podcast and go around in the website and find all the other tools and information that we have. See you soon.
Hello everybody, my name is Munera. I hail from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and I am the creator and host of the Kaya Sessions. The Kaya Sessions is still relatively a baby, but it is my baby, and I'm so proud of it. The Kaya comes from the Samba word Kaya, meaning home. The Samba is a tribe which I am a part of. So through this podcast, I hope to invite people to the place that I call home, that is Tanzania, and that is Africa, and through various topics that concern the land and most importantly, concerning the people. Being an African podcaster is something I'm very proud of, because through this we're able to create the image of the African continent and its people through stories and voices of the African people. And I understand that it's a very relatively slow, and it is a small and growing industry. It's not mainstream, but I believe in its growth. I was inspired by African podcasters, and I never thought that I too one day would inspire somebody else to start a podcast or to go into podcasting. So witnessing this, I see that there is really a high potential for growth, and I couldn't be more proud to say that I was there from the beginning, or I was there, or I was a part of it. So I want to wish everybody a happy African Podcast Day, and let's keep creating.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are at on the African continent. Happy Africa Podcast Day. My name is Kevin Mwachiro. I'm your host during this session where we'll be talking about, and the title of our topic is whose voice is heard in Africa. This is Africa Podcast Day once again, and happy Africa Podcast Day. And the theme for this year is We Are Proud to Be Here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being with us wherever you are on this beautiful continent, or even if we're reaching you, or if you're listening or watching from outside the four corners of this continent. My name is Kevin Mwachiro. I am a podcaster. I'm the founder of a podcast called Nipe Story, which is a short story telling podcast. We podcast fictional stories from Kenya and right across the African continent. It was started 3 years ago. I call Nipe Story my baby, and I'm really proud to be part of the growing team of podcasters across the continent. Thank you very much. We're going to have a really interesting conversation. Yet again, to recap, our topic of discussion is whose voice is heard in Africa. Well, our panelists will be joining us from Kenya. Wondering where they are. I hope they're around. Yeah, we're all connecting. As I say here in Kenya, pole pole. Hey, what's happening? Hey guys, mambo, as we say here in Kenya. April and Stoneface, I think you're on mute.
We have a bit of a complicated setup, so up now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Nice. Dandora guys.
We're sweating right now.
You and me both. If only you knew what it took to get us
podcasting right now. Want to apologize for the delayed start, but yeah, let's just get on with it. Yeah, and I'll just do the intros of everybody who's on this panel. We're joined by the people behind Until Everyone is Free. This is a Sheng podcast about Pio Gamapinto. That's their first episode. And Pio Gamapinto was a Kenyan socialist, a political detainee, and martyr. And the podcast, Until Everyone is Free, tells the story of a forgotten Kenyan freedom fighter who was killed in 1965, just 2 years after Kenya got its independence. And we are joined by its host, Stoneface Bomba, what's up, and producer April Zoo.
Yeah.
We are also joined by the Dandora Hip Hop City podcast. This is hosted by Gush and MC Gush and Kenyan Mwangi. They are journalists, podcasters, and creators who bring art and activism and mentorship to their podcast. It's a community chatcast, and it brings around activists, artists, and they hope to mentor and also brings in mentors. And they broadcast from the capital, Nairobi, and an informal settlement that goes by the name of Dandora. We say here in Kenya, Karibuni, welcome for those who don't know. For those who don't know Kiswahili, guys, thank you very much. As the title of our conversation goes, whose voice is heard in Africa? My first question to you guys is, who is not being heard in Africa? And I think I'll have either Stoneface or April start off.
Yeah. Oh, me. So the reason that we decided to have, sorry, there's a bit of feedback, so maybe let me just not do this. But the reason that we decided to do the podcast in Sheng came out of an observation that a lot of the audio content that exists, podcasts, but also just otherwise, isn't aimed at the kind of people who we think should be the audience, especially for a podcast like ours, which is quite openly political. It's an important part of our decision to make it in Sheng. It's an important part of our decision to distribute it in the way that we will, which is mostly through live screenings and through community radio, and not necessarily from smartphones or Google Podcasts or Spotify. It is, I think when we talk about the medium of podcasting, and especially podcasting in Africa, I think the podcast medium looks, when we think of podcasting, we think of the way in which it exists in perhaps the US or in Europe and other parts of the world, which is very specific. You open up your iPhone and you go to Apple Podcasts or Spotify and you listen to people talk about certain things. But I think we wanted to still have to stick to the spirit of podcasting, and sort of take advantage of the rich culture in audio and radio that already exists in Kenya, in Nairobi, and especially in informal settlements. It's kind of interesting. We'll talk about our podcast a bit in more detail later, but I don't think there's very much work that we need to do distributing it or pushing it, because the culture of listening to radio, the culture of listening to audio, especially when it's stories told in a compelling way, is actually that already exists here in Kenya, that already exists in Nairobi. And it's just, if we can just think about podcasts in a more fluid and a more flexible way, and think about bringing it to, the people that we want to bring it to, then there's actually, maybe if you broaden your definition of what podcasting is, then actually a lot of people are already doing it. But yeah, that's sort of a roundabout way of answering your question.
Thank you for that. Maybe Stoneface, you could tell us for our audience who don't know, what is Sheng?
Okay, so we use Sheng because it's a resistance language in our area where I come from, Madare. A lot of youth really impressed by the system, And whenever we communicate with them in English or maybe the fluent Swahili, they won't understand because much of them really understand Sheng. So we want to use the same language they're using to liberate them, to give them more information of what is happening right now. Yeah. So the Sheng is a resistant language right now in Kenya. Yeah.
Okay, Sawa. Same question goes to guys from the Dandora Hip Hop Radio. You know, tell me who is not being heard when it comes to platforms like podcasting. I'm sorry, your volume's not very. Sorry, Kenyan, I can hardly hear you. Is there a chance I don't know where your mic is. Is there a chance you could move closer to the microphone or something?
Maybe we check with the technical team because I think we are wired.
Okay. Okay. I understand. We're currently working on that. As we're trying to sort that out, the technical team will let us know once that's sorted out. But I'm coming back to you guys to get a response to my question. But I want to go back to you, Stoneface and April. You said Sheng is the language of resistance. You know, it's the language, and for those of us who are slightly older, it's the language of the youth, of the young people. But with a podcast that you have, where you want to tell Kenyans, your audience rather, about important stories about freedom fighters, you know, stories about the system, you know. Don't you think having a podcast in Sheng will block people from knowledge, considering that you're trying to fight the erasure that has taken place in some aspects of Kenyan history?
That having it in Sheng will block people from accessing history that's been erased?
Yes. Because this is, I'll rephrase my question, because the story of Pio Gamapinto, which is in your first episode, is absolutely fantastic. It blew my mind. So credit to you. And I think more Kenyans, more Africans need to know about these freedom fighters. But the fact that Sheng is not widely spoken, and you denying those who don't speak Sheng the opportunity to learn about their own history.
That's actually a really good point. I think that maybe Stoneface, if we can talk about what we taught in terms of even having a history, even though it's been erased, having it live in Sheng is still, Sheng is a living archive. Do you want to talk a bit about what we talked about with in terms of archiving and why it's important that history lives within the minds of people?
Okay. So a lot of people doesn't understand history. Like they don't history with the headquarters of Mau Mau, and they don't. It was just living around Madare. They even organized how weapons they come in Madare to organize to distribute to the other part of Kenya, like Mount Aberdare, Mount Kilimambogo. So there's a story is being sanitized. The history of Kenya, it has been sanitized. The history we get from schools, we usually get in English and Swahili, but it's not the real history that was there during that we need to know right now. And a lot of the youth right now are passing through the story that the system wants you to know, but not exactly what you want you to know by yourself. So we're trying to do so because most of the youth and most of the children, they're going with the wave. They don't understand what's happening right now. And for this podcast we did, it was to liberate the people who are being oppressed in our community. And for those who are being oppressed, more so are the bigger number of the youth. Yeah. And the kids who are coming up for the next generation, they have to understand what was happening. So whenever we try to make it in Sheng, to let them understand this was actually what was happening. Yeah, leave alone the history we're getting from the school. This is what exactly we're getting. Yeah. So to use the good language, or maybe to fit in their shoes, we have to come up with a Sheng podcast for them to understand. Okay, we'll use English, but they won't understand that much. They'll be like, okay, this Sheng, I mean, this podcast wasn't made for us. It was made for people who understand only English. Yeah. So we want to try and fit in the shoes. Yeah.
And if I can just add something, what Stoneface was talking about in terms of the urgency of this is that, yes, it can be archived we can tell Piogama Pinto's story in English or in French or many other stories in ways that will last longer. In fact, I think someone on Twitter once commented, like, you guys should have made this in Swahili or in English so that it could stay forever. Because, even Sheng will change in 10 years. Maybe people won't understand. But I think our response to this is we didn't make this for the archive. We didn't make this podcast so that it can exist in 500 years. We made it because there are people right now, people who live in Madar, people whoever's listening to this podcast and can understand, and their lives can be changed by this, or they can become radicalized by it.
Yeah, sure.
And so in that way, it's important to us that the story of Pinto lives in the archives of these living people, of young people. And it might, yes, the language might change, but I think the lasting part of the impact is not so that it can live in a museum or live in a library shelf for 500 years, but that it can live in the mind of one person and then their children and generations lasting 500 years of people whose political ideology has been changed by that.
And maybe to add on what April is talking about, right now, after we have just released episode 2, the perception or maybe the reception from the community right now is super amazing. It's super dope. People want to know more on this. Like, whoa, you guys did it, man. We need to know more of history, what happened in our country. Yeah, the perception is so great. Yeah.
So I'm really happy to hear that. Let me ask the guys from Dandora, Hip Hop Cast Radio. I hope you can hear me now. Going back to my first question, whose voice on the podcasting platform is not being heard? Maybe Gush, well, you can start.
Okay, on my side, I think most of the people are not being heard on the podcast. Because
I can hear you.
Because most of them cannot access podcasting facilities and stuff.
Okay. And can go on, sorry. I think we seem to have lost that connection. Let me just confirm. Stoneface and April, are you still there? Yeah, you guys are there. You're still there. So tell me about the response that you've had from your audience about your podcast. Stoneface.
The response that I've just received from for the audience is just the way I've just mentioned earlier. Is super dope. People really want to know more of this history because we're using the language that they're using, and to fit in their shoes, you have to come up with that kind of language. Even is still existing right now, and a lot of politicians, in fact, whenever they come to our area, they use the same Sheng. Yeah, so they ensure they understand the power of Sheng right now. They really understand the power of this resistant language right now. Yeah.
Okay.
So even in fact, on 25th this month, we'll be having this same podcast on our area, that's Madare. And also we'll shift it to Dandora, to Kibera, to all this informal settlement to understand what was really happening. Why are we living in a oppressed system like this after we've just found our independence? Yeah, the perspective is good. It's great.
Okay, so congratulations on that. Your first episode is about this freedom fighter who got killed 2 years after we got independence. That's Pio Gama Pinto. Why did you pick him? Yes, he was the first. He was the first freedom fighter to be killed. But why Pio?
I'll take this one. So actually, the entire podcast is about Pio. The first one was about his role as a Mau ally, and in each one of the episodes, we take one of the different roles that he played in the liberation struggle. So Mau ally, land justice advocate, trade unionist, radical journalist, and political mastermind. And I think even within that array, you can see it's so clear. Pio Gama Pinto was unique in like wherever you looked, whether it was the trade unions, whether it was the forest fighters, like Pio was there. He was the like embodiment of pure solidarity in a way that I think is a useful model or example for us now. Just the way in which he organized behind the scenes. He was not a leader in the sense that he would stand up on a podium and, sing songs or hold rallies, but he was the organizer in the background who was connecting people across continents, getting
From
funding,
India.
Funding people and making those connections between even Black civil rights movement fighters in the US and those in Kenya. So he was doing that important work. And I feel like today, when we talk about political organizing and social change, it's good to have different role models that show us different ways of making change. It's not always just, going on the streets and demonstrating, although he did do that. It was also this background organizing. It was helping the fighters. It was, writing letters to the UK, all of these things. It was the breadth of his involvement. Everywhere you looked, his fingerprints were there. And so I think that's what made it important for us. Yeah.
Okay. And tell us a little bit more about Until They're Free. How many podcast episodes are you? How many podcast episodes are you planning on having? And where can the podcast be found?
Before just two episodes. First was trailer. The second one was on maybe I think just check on it. The second one,
Just Mama Ally.
the Mau Ally. So we wanted to release 7 episodes. Yeah.
Okay, so and it's available on
so
all
slowly.
podcasts. Sorry about the echo.
Sorry,
Is
could
it
you repeat that
available
again?
right across? Where can we find Until They're Free? Until everyone is free. Sorry.
You can find it on our website on our website on www.untileveryonepod.com.
No, until every pod.
Untileverypod.com. That's our website.
Just take out the thing, the echo is messing us up.
Yeah.
But then also where you can find podcasts and on YouTube, importantly, we have English subtitles. So for those who can't understand Sheng, they can go on YouTube and listen to the audio and also read along.
Okay, sawa. Let's now speak to the guys from Dandora Hip Hop Cast Radio. Guys, I hope you can hear me now, and apologies for those technical problems.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. So, guys, tell us how your podcast started.
Our podcast actually started 2 years ago. So we come from a place like there's a name for it. It's like maybe
say, marginalized or informal settlement. So for us, maybe for us too, we have gone through media training and thought. So we took it as our responsibility. We saw it as a responsibility. We met maybe like 3 years ago, but we had such idea. So we were just doing music. I was shooting their videos. He was rapping. So when we were just brainstorming, we saw there was a very huge gap uh, for Dandora, and a little bit of history. Kenyan hip hop was found in Dandora. Like the main people who came with it in Kenya were in Dandora, so they like went silent, and there became a gap. So we tried to maybe fill that gap with Gush. So we thought of we can start promoting our artists, our music, sports people from our community, different people who are doing things, because what we lack for informal settlements are the role models. When someone comes from informal settlements and makes it, we use that making it, and they go. So the people left there, most of them have not finished schools. Most of them don't have enough resources. So when you go and don't come back, so people don't have maybe the push or the energy to do things that they are capable of doing because they don't believe in themselves. Since they have not seen someone making it and coming back. Like if you go, you are just affiliated with Dandora. People don't like come back. So we saw there was that gap. So we were just trying to maybe fill it.
Also, I can add something on the podcast. The reason we started it is because that we had the skills like journalism and stuff, and around our community a lot of things were happening at the same time, most of them positive things on different issues like people who are living with disabilities. There are people who are trying to empower them. Same way, stories regarding GBV, there are people trying to sensitize on the issues. But these people did not have a platform where they could air their stories and tell the community what's going on. So we thought that it will be a good start if we create the platform so that people within our area can see what's going on, at the same time be informed, at the same time we try to look for solution for some issues. Yeah.
Okay. So to you, Gush and Kenyan, you've been podcasting for 2 years. What have you learned about podcasting that you'd want to share with people who are thinking about going into podcasting?
First of all, is patience. Mostly if you're hosting people, if you're bringing guests, you have to be patient, you have to be understanding, because most of the time they will not come. And if you don't have the patience in you, you'll start maybe giving them misses and such, and maybe it wasn't in their own intention to miss. So first, you must be patient and understanding. And also, it is not just an idea, because I've seen people from our community trying to do the same. Like they get just one topic, they think, oh, there's crime happening in Dandora. We will start a podcast and start talking about crime. They do 2 episodes, there's no more crime in Dandora, their content is over. So they don't have anything else, so it shuts down. You see, even in content building, it's very serious. So you must think like 2 years ahead, what will you talk in 2024? And will it be relevant in 2020? Yeah.
Also, you can what I've learned on the podcasting journey and start is that it's a growing process. It's not that you start at already a big podcast and stuff. Just be willing to start small with what you have, but mostly I think it's more advisable if you focus with your community first, because those are the stories that impact and affect the people in your community. So you have to be very keen what's happening on your community. You have to be on the ground also. It should not be just like you have the equipments at your place and you're just doing your podcast at your maybe home or studio without interacting with the people on the ground, the real community members. So as you podcast, I think you should get down to the community and get the real issue that they are facing and how you can tackle them. Yep.
I also want to ask you, Stoneface and April, what lessons have you? I know you're really, really new in this business and Karibuni to the world of podcasting, but what have you learned so far about podcasting?
Okay, to my end, this is the first thing I'm doing. I never thought of doing this kind of a podcast, but so when I just spoke on Ishon Kigama Pinto through the podcast, and then the perspective which I receive from worldwide, even in our community, I can see people really used to this podcast and they really want to know more of what's happening from when the remote areas is like Madare, Dandora, Kibra. Yeah, the perspective on my side is so good, so wide. Maybe
How about
April
you?
can add.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what we've learned recently. I would say that one big important lesson that I've learned from this, at least in terms of like producing it, is that it doesn't have to be something very fancy to be very powerful. I think, I mean, we did our show on a shoestring budget. It's all volunteers, all self-funded, and not very much equipment on our part, although we had help from other people. But I think the reason it's so powerful is really two things. One is just the writing itself, just the history itself speaks. It speaks for itself. You don't need to do so much to it. You don't need to have, I don't know, like a lot of skills and chop it up and do fancy things to it. It's the history, and then the second thing is the language, the fact that it's in Sheng, and all of the texture that comes in Sheng, the political power that Stoneface talked about earlier in the history of Sheng as a language of resistance. Those two things, if you just let it breathe on its own, you don't have to add so much to it. It becomes a really well-told story. And I think just from the response that we've had very recently after just releasing one full episode, like it was just last week. So just given the response so far,
Wow.
I think that's kind of proven our guess or our hypothesis that as long as those two things are done well, the Sheng is translated well and delivered well, which obviously Stoneface does a fine job of that, and the writing is good and the research is solid, then yeah, the podcast doesn't have to be something very technical. It doesn't have to be something that has a ton of bells and whistles. Yeah.
Okay. Talking about the whole technical aspects, there have been questions coming in where people want to know what kind of equipment that you are using. Dandora, hip hop guys, I know you have a very nice studio. I've seen it on Facebook where you podcast from. But how did you start? Because usually that's the thing that stops people from going on, and people want to know what kind of equipment you're using.
Actually, the studio you see is not actually our studio. It's a music recording studio. Like artists come and record there, so we just book like 2 hours or 1 hour with them and just record. We don't have like something we can call Dandora City podcast equipment. We just try to resource whatever we can have from our friends, from our community, because when you bring such an idea to them, they totally believe in you because maybe it's because no one else is doing that from around where we are. But we found some nice people who hosted us. That is Dandora City, founded by Giuliani, the artist Giuliani. So he gave us like a hub. So we bought we didn't buy the equipment. They were donated to us by some people. So when they took them down, we were not even recording. We were not doing anything with them. They were just there. So it was one of the things that we had to do to utilize whatever we were using.
And I can also add that initially we were hip hop. Hip hop as a form of music it has an aspect where we tell stories. Mostly the stories are the conscious story, the positive story that inspire people and motivate people. So we started like that one, like that. Then with the time we made friends. Initially, as I was doing rapping, he was telling story through videography and stuff. So later on, we made friends who came on board and helped us to. They came with the studio. They gave us the studio because the Hip Hop City is a hub. It's not only us. We do podcasts. There are artists. We also have kids and stuff. So the studio initially was for everyone within the City.
Okay. Okay. What about you? Sorry, I can't seem to hear you.
We being journalists and okay, as an add on the equipment that we use just use the
Yeah.
simple. We just record the audio. We have a camera, just a simple camera. We use them. We record. Then Ian has the editing skills. He does the post production. Yeah, then we upload it. It's just simple. The simple equipment we have. That's what we use.
So, you use Facebook as your primary platform. Why? Why is that? Guys, one is here. I think, unfortunately, we may have lost them again. Okay, they're back.
Okay. Okay, we're saying that the reason we decided to use Facebook is because that majority of people where we come from, you can't tell them to go on IG and they go. You can't tell them to go on Twitter. It's nearly impossible. Only a few, but majority of them they are on Facebook. So if we post all the podcasts on Facebook, we get a lot of people viewing it from our local area. The target audience, most of them are on Facebook, but on Twitter and Instagram, most of them will never watch it. Maybe with the
Okay.
time, we look for other means. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. What about you, April and Stoneface? What equipment do you use in putting together your podcast?
So we've used other people's equipment, basically.
Just like true podcasters.
Sorry, what?
Just like true podcasters using other people's equipment.
In the beginning, we meant to record it ourselves, but throughout the process, as the project has grown, a lot of really generous people have reached out to record. There was a period of time when we recorded some of our segments here at the Baraza Media Lab at Semabox, run by Dan Aceta. But in the end, all of our podcasts ended up being recorded and mixed by Jaya Roni at Acacia Collective.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it can depend on what kind of podcast you're doing, whether it's like a narrative one, or if you're doing a lot of getting tape from the field, you might need to have your own recorder. But if it's something like what we're doing, which is mostly working off a script, then to a studio, that might be good friends like we do. That's even better.
So, okay. I've been asked about very many people ask me about podcasting and everything, and some people want to go into podcasting but don't want to do the editing, and I keep on saying, if you're starting a podcast, you have to watch your money where you can edit yourself. Do you guys edit yourself? Do you edit your own content? Because for me, that has been a way of saving money when I don't have money, and I still can put out a podcast. Maybe Kenya.
Why don't, if we can hear them, Kenya.
Kenyan Sikuski.
Okay. I can talk then if you're not hearing him.
Sawa. Go on, Gush.
Come again with the question.
Do you edit your own podcast? Because editing is something people don't do. They want the podcast, but they don't want the editing.
Okay, on our side, Ian has the personally, I know how to edit the audio part, and Ian knows to edit the video part. So we edit the podcast ourselves because we have the skills.
Okay, so April and Stoneface, you laughed when I asked that question.
I laugh because Stoneface laughed because I edit it. But yeah,
This is a lot of work.
no, the mixing is done by Jai from Acacia Collective, but the editing and everything else is done by me, and we use Hindenburg, which I know is also one of the participants in Africa Podfest. I was excited to see them. Hindenburg is it's an editing software that's more geared towards journalists and podcasters, people who aren't super, it's more intuitive, so people who might not be as technically, who might not want to, like me, get very technical, but just need to know the basics about how to craft a good story. So yeah, we've made ours on Hindenburg.
And then what about you, Gosh? What software do you use for editing?
On the audio part, I use Adobe Audition. Which one do you use?
I use Adobe Premiere for the video. For linking
Okay.
the audio with the video because we record them separately.
Okay. Guys, you both of your podcasts come out from informal settlements, right? Here in Nairobi, where data is a big thing. You know, the cost of data. How are you hoping to overcome that in making sure your podcast goes to your audience?
It has been a challenge accessing internet and stuff, but we just try our best. The day we have internet, that when sometimes we want to upload it today, the internet is not sufficient. You have to wait like for 2 days and stuff. But in the long run, I think we should work on our internet and make it more available and more efficient.
Sawa. What about you, Stoneface, and April? Sorry, I can't hear you, Stoneface.
The issue of internet, we have a plan B. Yeah, usually goes on for the community Thursdays on community dialogues. We usually watch this podcast. We have kind of like the one that's not in the internet. We just have like a full episode. We work on the community. We sit on maybe on a place. We just listen to a podcast. We get some feedback from the people. At the end of the day, they really get interested and follow us back to the office. They want to know more of this podcast. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we shift from one place to another. Even on 25th, the Pyogama Pintos Day, we'll be having kind of to understand what was happening with this podcast in our community. So we just mobilize people to come on board and to get associated with us and to go to know more of this podcast. Even to add on that, on 28th, we still have Pyogama Pintos Day again in churches.
It's the anniversary.
Yeah, the anniversary
of his assassination.
And watch it to have feedback on what was happening with Pyogama Pinto life. Yeah.
And this would be when? The 28th of which month?
This month.
Okay, the 20th of February. All right.
Yeah.
Guys, final question is, what advice would you give anyone what advice would you give to other African podcasters who are watching you or even listening to you right now about podcasting in Africa? Maybe April, and we'll start with you briefly, and then we'll end up with the boys. April and Stoneface.
What would your advice to other African podcasters?
Okay. So my advice to my fellow podcasters. Okay, to me this is the and it's really shaping good. People really appreciating it. To my fellow podcasters out there, keep on doing this, keep on doing it. Educate people through whatever you are doing. Let the community be free of human rights violation, whether you're doing music. Yeah, let people understand this. So keep on doing it. Consistency wins everything. Yeah.
Sawa. What about you, Kenyan and Ian? Gush and Ian. So, sorry, if you could be a little bit louder.
Maybe whoever is trying to start, what they should do first, make sure before they start, they know what they are doing and they are comfortable with it. So in comfortability, I'm talking about creating the content, because you cannot talk of something you don't know. The basis of research, you cannot maybe just go online and start researching for a topic. You must have a little bit of, maybe if it's not experience, at least it's, on your surroundings. That's how maybe you can get the facts actual and factual. Yeah.
To add on that is that in Africa, podcasting is kind of new. I don't know about whole of Africa, but I'm talking from the region where we come from. So most people do not understand it. Even initially when we were trying to start it, most people could understand what we were trying to do or what the idea was. But in the long run, they came on board, they started appreciating. We have done several episodes. So to aspiring podcasters, I think you should just start your stuff. Do not wait until someone validates you or someone gives you a go ahead. Or don't wait until you are a pro to start. As I told you earlier, it's a growing process. Just have an open mind, be willing to learn from people, network with people. Then I think your skills will grow with time. Yeah, but what you can do, despite lack of equipment and stuff, you can use maybe phones. Yeah, they can play a role if you cannot access the expensive equipment.
Okay. What about you, April? Well, guys, really appreciate it. I just realized we've time's also running ahead of us. Thank you very, very much for your insights, for being part of Africa Podcast Day. Really, really liking what you're doing. Keep on doing it. Looking forward to celebrating Piogama Pinto Day this month, and looking forward to learn more about what you guys are doing in Dandora with the community. It's just really encouraging to see what you're doing at community level. And I think for me, community podcasting might also be something that we're looking at it, and there are good lessons from you guys. There's a question I've just seen, someone talking about the role of mobile phones. Do you guys use that when it comes to recording podcasts? Because some people, it's easier to use their mobile phone and than hiring out equipment. Anyone, a quick response.
Yeah, on our side, there was a day we were trying to shoot, but I think the cameras were not available. So we just used the phone, his phone, and we had our podcast rolling. End of the day, we had what we wanted. And I think,
nice.
Yeah, phones they can be used.
Okay, sawa. Guys, thank you for that. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much. And thank you for being part of Africa Podcast Day. And have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you, Kevin.
Karibuni.
Hi, yo. My name is Michael Baruti. I'm a journalist from Tanzania. I host and produce a podcast called Men, the podcast, which is specifically about mental health for men. And, our podcast is largely in Swahili, but we have some few episodes which are predominantly English. And why we do a podcast about mental health for men in Tanzania is simply because we are trying to unpack and unlearn the concept of mental health for men. And as an African and as an African man, I understand how foreign this concept is. It's not something that we talk about on the daily. It is not something a lot of us understand, but also it is not something that it is being talked about, a lot out there. So that is why it is important, or I thought it was important to start a podcast about mental health for men in Tanzania. And why am I proud to be an African podcaster? Wow. I'm a firm believer of telling your own stories, And the beauty of the podcast is that now it allows us African, who for so long we've been complaining about people not being able to share our stories, about people, about our stories not being presented out there correctly. I feel like the presence of a podcast actually comes in to challenge that notion. And I am happy and I'm glad that I'm a part of this thing and I'm a part of this journey of telling African stories. We're using our own words, using our own narratives, and it is just so amazing. So yeah, that is why I'm excited about being an African podcaster.
Hello everybody, my name is Munera. I hail from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and I am the creator and host of the Gaia Sessions. The Gaia Sessions is still relatively a baby, but it is my baby, and I'm so proud of it. The Kaya comes from the Samba word Kaya, meaning home, the Samba, the tribe which I am a part of. So through this podcast, I hope to invite people to the place that I call home, that is Tanzania, and that is Africa, and through various topics that concern the land and most importantly, concerning the people. Being an African podcaster is something I'm very proud of, because through this we're able to create the image of the African continent and its people through stories and the voices of the African people. And I understand that it's it's slow, and it is a small and growing industry. It's not mainstream, but I believe in its growth. I was inspired by African podcasters, and I never thought that I too one day would inspire somebody else to start a podcast or to go into podcasting. So witnessing this, I see that there is really a high potential for growth, and I couldn't be more proud to say that I was there from the beginning, or I was a part of it. So I want to wish everybody a happy African Podcast Day, and let's keep creating.
Hi, my name is Femi Olugbade, aka Femi Bakes, aka The Sound Baker. I'm a voiceover talent audio producer, master of ceremonies, and the executive producer, I like that title, of Letters to Boys podcast. Now, it is a self-help podcast that encourages young men within the ages of 18 to 28 to become better versions of themselves. This podcast started as a result of some personal experiences, but most importantly, from the incessant complaints of women. So you're probably familiar with the statement, all men are scum. Though we disagree, but yeah, we've been hearing all men are scum, men are lazy, men are this, men are that. And we're like, yo, instead of complaining, how about we do something about it? How about we just try? Okay, let's try. Let's see what happens eventually. And then the podcast was born. I'm based in Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm proud to be an African podcaster because I get to tell stories that are peculiar to my region. I get to tell stories that are Afrocentric. All right? And I get to add my Nigerian jollof spice to everything that we do. I'm just kidding. So yeah, feel free to check out our podcast on Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Anchor, or anywhere you get your podcast from. Also, connect with us on social media at Letters to Boys on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Right? Love, peace, Nigerian jollof. And like we always say at the end of every episode, post it. Bye. Hi.
Hello, my name is Sissy Po. I'm a podcaster from South Africa. I host a podcast show called The Journey, where we profile African millennials about life, their career journeys, and everything that makes them who they are. Basically, the podcast seeks to go on a journey with our guests with the aim of sharing information and educating our listeners about the world that we live in. And I would say what I really, love about the podcast and what I enjoy about it is the fact that I get to be exposed to different people and their stories. And what makes me proud to be an African podcaster is that I get to take all those stories and all the interesting things about African people and share them with the rest of the world.
Hi guys, my name is Feifei and I am a Nigerian and a Nigerian podcaster as well. I manage Niger Pod Hub, the Nigerian podcasting community. I also have 3 podcasts, the Frame Music Podcast, Previously on the Podcast, and the Unusual Podcast. And on those 3 podcasts, I talk about 3 different things. That's tell you how much is in me to share with everyone else. And that's what makes me so proud to be an African podcaster, or to be African at all, because Africa is usually used to consuming stuff from outside in. So I feel like podcasting is a way in which we can tell our own stories and give them the true African perspective from inside out. There's so many stories, from deity stories to ancestral stories to stories about how we commute and how we relate with one another. Childhood stories are the best. If it's West or East or South Africa, there's something unique to every type of story being told through a podcast. Our life experiences are actually stories we can share with one another that could help us grow and, give an insight into how it is to be African. There's lots of podcasters out there who are doing amazing jobs as Africans, and I feel like Africa Podcast Day is a way to celebrate the big wins and the small wins from everywhere around Africa. So to every podcaster out there who is struggling to put out that next episode or struggling to put that idea into a podcast, I say keep going, because the day is coming. The day is so close for African podcasters. And as we continue to celebrate one another and give each other such a platform like Africa Podcast Day, I hope that greater things will come from the African podcast industry and we won't give up. So keep podcasting, keep sharing, and let's make the African podcast industry bigger than it already is. Happy Africa Podcast Day from Feifei of Niger Pod Hub to all of you out there.
Hello everyone, my name is Jolade Ajifolokun. I'm from Nigeria and also the host on the podcast Evolve with Jolade, where I aim to inspire people to grow and also become better version of themselves. It's actually based on personal development, because I strongly believe that for growth to occur at a societal level, there has to be a collection of each individual's personal growth in that society. And I really want for people to desire and push for personal growth in their lives, because it brings in a form of fulfillment and also gives a sense of purpose overall. And I'm so proud to be an African podcaster, because I get to share my unique voice and my unique content, my unique message, not just within the continent but also across the world at large.
My name is Jackie Obarafate. I'm the editor for African Science Focus. African Science Focus is a podcast that talks about science and health in sub-Saharan Africa. We bring together development practitioners, policymakers, the academics, journalists, and the ordinary African on the street to discuss about science and health in the communities. We want to make sure that the best issues that affect their lives are discussed and brought into light. We publish every week on Wednesdays. The best time you can get our podcast is on our website, www.sidev.net. I work out from Lagos, Nigeria. In our past few months of existence, we have made a lot of impact. One of the impacts I would really like to mention is one of our listeners who listened to our episode on fistula. She was afraid she had fistula. She contacted us and we connected her to a specialist who helped her solve her problem. Going forward, that is what we want to do. That's the kind of impact we want to make. We want to have clinic episodes where listeners can call in, or a technology expert, innovators call in, and we discuss issues that are of concern to them. Then we connect them to those that matter and those that can solve their problem. This is what African Focus is all about. I'm happy that I'm a podcaster. I'm happy that I'm in this space to make impact, to change lives, to bring solutions to people, to make sure that their voices are heard, to give them a channel to discuss these issues, and to think that it's just a click away to get to a podcast. We're happy that we're using this channel to change lives. We still believe that we're going to have many lives to change, and it will be good to mention that we're just nominated last year for the Apps African Award. The recognition is good for us. It's a great motivation for us to move on. I'm happy that African Podcast Day is coming up, and I'm happy to also be part of it. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hello, Africa.
Tell me how you're doing. My name is Martin.
And my name is Chris. We look forward to sharing with you about the story of African Retooled. So African Retooled is a platform that seeks to shed light on the future of work, provide our listeners and our followers with information to make them future ready. One of our channels is the African Retooled podcast. And Martin, you can probably talk about that.
Sure. The podcast is where we have conversations about the future of work. We go deep into different jobs, looking at how they have evolved, speaking to industry professionals about how they imagine and we imagine together what they would look like in the future. Another thing we do on the podcast is have conversations with leaders, and this is to inspire people to be able to retool or reskill in order to take advantage of these new skill sets that are coming up in this inevitable future. And finally, we talk to retooled Africans. These are people who've been able to reskill and retool in their own careers to be able to pivot given all the tools available to them in this new era of work. And so, Chris, why are we proud to be African podcasters?
I guess we're proud because never has it been very clear that in the fourth industrial revolution, the world is indeed flat. And so this is the one chance we have to tell our story and to really shape our narrative.
That is true, Chris. Yeah. And, we look forward to engaging with you. Find us on africanretooled.org, where you can listen to our podcast and go around in the website and find all the other tools and information that we have. See you soon.
Hi, yo. My name is Michael Baruti. I'm a journalist from Tanzania. I host and produce a podcast called Men, the podcast, which is specifically about mental health for men. And, our podcast is largely in Swahili, but we have some few episodes which are predominantly English. And why we do a podcast about mental health for men in Tanzania is simply because we are trying to unpack and unlearn the concept of mental health for men. And as an African and as an African man, I understand how foreign this concept is. It's not something that we talk about on the daily. It is not something a lot of us understand, but also it is not something that it is being talked about, a lot out there. So that is why it is important, or I thought it was important to start a podcast about mental health for men in Tanzania. And why am I proud to be an African podcaster? Wow. I'm a firm believer of telling our own stories. And the beauty of the podcast is that now it allows us African, who for so long we've been complaining about people not being able to share our stories, about people, about our stories not being presented out there correctly. I feel like the presence of a podcast actually comes in to challenge that notion. And I am happy and I'm glad that I'm a part of this thing and we're part of this journey of telling African stories. We're using our own words, using our own narratives, and it is just so amazing. So yeah, that is why I'm excited about being an African podcaster.
And we're back. That was such a good panel. Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you so much, Stoneface, April, Kenyan, Gushin. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and also being able to create an environment where we can really understand the impact of culture, the impact of language, and especially the impact of your podcasts on history and history making in your community. We want to acknowledge the support of all your production teams, and we thank you for your time. And for everyone who's been following us on YouTube, people who are inside Hop In, thank you so much for joining us. We are ecstatic. What about you, Mel? So we are trying to get Melissa's audio back. So in the meantime, we'll ask you, Melissa, please hold your thought. And I just want to thank everybody who's joined us on YouTube. I know that we've built so much expectation around this session, and we want to thank especially everyone who's contributed to the survey, the research that we've been doing. A lot of us who are here at Africa Podfest, the research is what drives us. And so I will start to share while we are getting into more of what we'll get from Melissa's side. So I think we can get started, Tevin, and then Melissa will join us. So bear with us. Those of you who are in production, you understand what happens behind the scenes. And in the comment section, Paushinsky, Nigerian jollof has nothing on the Kenyan one. Just saying. We want peace in the comment section, please. Thank you so much. So in our journey, we've had a chance to look at various aspects of who is listening to podcasts, and we've collected a lot of your responses over the last few months. But our journey as researchers in podcasting started all the way in 2017 when Melissa released the first Kenyan survey on podcasting. So one of the research choices that we made was to continue to use our platforms and the network that we are building to continue to listen to you and to learn from you about what you're listening to, where you're listening to it. And we've come up with a few analytical summaries that will help you get a broad picture of what's happening in African podcasting. And I'd like to especially thank Nsadi Mofokeng for helping us come to this point in our cultural and tech research. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So in terms of our African podcast listeners, we will look at a couple of key examples. When we're looking at discovering diverse, innovative content from African podcasters, we'll discover what those stories look like. We'll also check out some pioneers in African podcasting, explore some of the characteristics of African podcasters, and then understand what shapes the business of podcasting. And then finally, we'll look into the future a little bit and give you a picture of what African podcasting will look like going forward. Next. So the two slides that you see are a representative of some of the listeners to African podcasts that we've had a chance to experience. The choice of city and country doesn't mean that people are only listening in those cities and those countries, but this is a huge number of the people who are very vocal and participant in social media and in terms of community around podcasting. So, introducing Anna. Anna is 31. She lives in Nairobi. She's into personal development / self-help topics. And she also listens to 2 to 4 hours a week in the mornings while doing housework or chores. Her go-to platform is Google Podcasts, where she streams podcasts over Wi-Fi. She generally spreads the word when she discovers a really good podcast. I will say that Anna sounds a lot like me and a lot of the listeners who I've met in the course of interacting with the African podcasting community. On the other side, we have Axel, who is 23 years old and he lives in Lagos. He is still exploring across a couple of different topics, for example, business and entrepreneurship, culture and the arts, and also entertainment. He listens intently for less than 2 hours a week while chilling and doing nothing else. And his go-to platform is Anchor, where he downloads podcasts using mobile data. Next, please. So we also have a sense of what kinds of stories are being told in podcasts. And so what we've been able to crystallize a little bit more clearly are these few points. So what kinds of stories are being told across podcasting in Africa? One, there's an ever-expanding answer, which means that the frequency of new content being developed generally goes beyond what's available on traditional media platforms. And there's an exciting variety of podcasts with the emerging themes looking closer to true crime, wellness, parenting, history and identity, culture, and so much more. And you listen to one more very popular comedy podcast in the community event session after this. So there's quite a bit of push and pull. And what this means is that there's a reciprocal relationship between what the content podcasters are making and what listeners are interested in. So one of the questions that we asked people was about what they would like to listen to, and if they're a podcaster, what they like to create. And we're finding that there's even more close connection between those two. And then finally, whenever I've come across new listeners, I found this to be the case as well, that people are very surprised by the diversity of content that really resonates with them as African audiences. So African podcasters, you're doing the thing. Continue. Next slide. So we looked at also some of the African podcasting pioneers. Some of you have been podcasting for the last decade and some only since the end of last year. So the African podcasting pioneer journey is still being defined in a lot of ways. Welcome back, Melissa.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. the internet gods. I saw some jollof wars happening in the comments. I'm just here to let you know that there is peace, not war, in this presentation. But I was able to listen to you as you presented, Joe. So I think we can carry on. Please
All
go
right.
on.
So those of you who know and love African podcasts, here are some characteristics of some of the hosts and producers, some of whom you've met today as part of the programming, and some of whom you will tag on this presentation after this. Number one, they don't ask for permission. It doesn't mean that they don't follow the rules, but they are defining how their podcast will be heard and how long they'll be. And there are no arbitrary rules except create, create, create. The other thing is that your favorite African pioneering podcasters are consistent, very consistent, and extremely consistent. The third thing is that they're willing to learn and they share their lessons. Podcasters across Africa have been sharing separately and now together in a lot of different contexts. So one of the things that we found with these pioneers is that they also build amazing community around podcasting, whether it's that they are going to share their talents about voicing their podcast properly, or they're going to share technical masterclasses, a lot of which are free of charge, and even developing content in new languages that we haven't necessarily explored in podcasting. And then the other thing that pioneers have done, they've invested in themselves first, whether it's by sacrificing their savings or their time or their other resources. They've really connected with the resources that are accessible to them. They've shared, they've created hubs, all in order to create those investments that would build their podcasts and make them better. The last thing is that a lot of the pioneers have been able to seek financial support, whether it's from entering competitions or from finding financiers or finding investors or even finding ways to put some of their content on popular media platforms. They are doing it. You are doing it. African podcasters. We are doing it together. So good job. If no, you're doing great. So we'll go to the next slide.
We've also done some.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. We've in the course of preparing this report that we're sharing with you, it's taken a combination of surveys, conversations that we've had over time with different podcasters and podcast supporters and enablers across the continent. It's taken also just observation. We've also analyzed data from the African podcast database that we've been running, as well as, we've done quite a bit of desk research, just like reading up work that other people have published on podcasting in Africa. And we're very excited to share this. Joe just described the characteristics of African podcasting pioneers. Very, very, very self-confident and daring people. But who are some of the pioneers that we know of? Some of them are in this room, actually, this virtual room today. But we've sort of thought of different kinds of, not categories, but kind of different roles that different pioneers are playing in the ecosystem. So we have a good number who are very interested in expanding the industries in their countries because, it's very nascent still, African podcasting. So for example, we have Vincente Pax Thomas in Angola, who's doing research, and he'll actually be sharing some of his research findings later in a community event after this, and really pioneering the podcasting ecosystem in Angola. We also have a lot of like multilingual, multicultural collaboration, such as like Africa News and Cry Like a Boy, who presented earlier today. These are podcast teams that are coming out of existing media organizations, but who are taking the risk and taking things a step further to use the resources and the infrastructure that they have within their media organizations to tell a different kind of story and to center the stories that have typically been in the margins. So that's a different kind of risk-taking pioneer in African podcasting. We also have community organizers, community builders, such as ourselves, the work that we're doing building community, Africa Podfest. But one of the other kind of community builders whose work inspires us and that we collaborated with before are the team over at Podfest Cairo in Egypt, who actually hosted the first podcast festival in Africa last year in March, and they have another one coming up in March. So teams like those. We also have communities in South Africa, like running pod meets with the Jam Lab community. We have Niger Pod Hub in Nigeria. So we have a lot of community building organizations, or rather like community builders, let me call them that, pioneers who are leading in building the communities in their countries in podcasting in Africa. We also have podcast concepts that are really different, just really, really edgy and different, and telling a story in a style, telling a different kind of story, and also in a style that's just very different, such as the sign language interpretation to increase accessibility. This is the Mayor's Office podcast in South Africa, which is just a very fresh and different kind of perspective and a new interesting use of podcasts to promote inclusivity. We also have quite a number of really strong sort of ecosystem enablers, so incubators, kind of business supporters, centers where industry players can come and meet with podcasters and build infrastructure, for example, around technology, explore business models and ways to create financial sustainability. And one of these is Sema Box in Kenya, which is a podcast incubator that subsidizes the cost of podcasting for new podcasters. And they're also experimenting with technologies and thinking beyond production itself and thinking about, okay, once we have lots of really good podcasts, how do they get out in the world, and how do we make them economically sustainable, viable and sustainable? So that's sort of a snapshot of the different roles that pioneers in African podcasting are taking. How is the business of African podcasting then taking shape? Next slide, Tevin. Well, it's definitely driven in very, very big part, in very large part, by internet accessibility. So podcasting has arrived in Africa, by way of the internet becoming more accessible. And as we heard from the last session on whose voice is heard in podcasting, we're still quite away from universal access, from having most people being able to access the internet freely and affordably. So we still have quite a distance to go. However, with that said, the growth of internet access is increasing year on year. The data costs and Wi-Fi costs are prohibitively high for very many Africans, and we know that one of the reasons why radio is the ruler of media in Africa is because of how cheap and easy it is for anybody to access radio. So this is a very big question for podcasts, for podcasting, if it's to become a universal medium. One other big factor that shapes how we think that podcasting is going to take shape in Africa is the question of electrification, energy, which we know is a systemic issue, a systemic challenge that affects every industry in Africa. So it also is quite a big issue to consider, and it's related as well to the internet access question. Another factor that we think is very vital to understanding and to kind of unlocking the potential of in order to scale up podcasting in Africa is the question of production. So far, we're in the pioneer stage where it's kind of the people who are courageous, bold, and kind of are willing to make do with what they have and take very huge risks, investing their own resources to make their podcasts happen. These are the pioneers currently who are kind of holding up and building the podcast ecosystem right now. But if you're going to scale, if you're going to grow and become sustainable, then the question of production, it needs to become more efficient, more accessible, more affordable. And this requires coming together of service providers, so producers, editors, sound engineers, even business development experts, marketers, and so on, to surround the podcaster. Everything that the podcaster needs, everybody who the podcaster needs on their team will kind of need to develop and gather around the podcasters in order to make this industry grow, as well as the infrastructure and equipment. So studios, and as well availability of equipment for people to also just kit out their own studios. The question, and this is a very big question that we hear so much about, is about distribution. So we know that currently the podcast distribution apps that are popular in Africa as well, were not made in Africa, and also were not designed necessarily for the African market, with the African audience, with the African podcaster, the African market in mind. So the question of accessing the communities who form the majority of Africans and whose voices are still not heard effectively because the distribution mechanisms that exist are just not designed for the context. This is a very interesting question that's out there for us to tackle as the pioneers in the podcasting industry, building distribution that works in Africa. And we already have good examples of homegrown distribution apps that have come up. We have Iono, and we have different examples as well coming up. And we expect to see over the coming year, over the coming few years, a good number of homegrown solutions coming up. The final question that we have, that we believe is a big factor, influencing how the business of African podcasting will take shape, is the question of monetization, which is related to, actually all of them are related. So we held a session a couple of weeks ago titled, "Where is the money in African podcasting?" Which contained quite a lot of insights and gathered around incited quite a lot of interesting conversation. But right now, syndication to radio is the most lucrative model currently for monetizing. Advertising is picking up slowly, gradually. Different countries have kind of different experiences, but it's still yet to be explored. So in all, the business of African podcasting is really a question. There's so much potential that we can see because the audiences are there. There's a lot of demand. The technology is there. The talent is there. We just need to actually get down to figuring out and experimenting and trying and building. So it's a question, but a question that's waiting for us to answer it as the players in the African podcasting ecosystem. So this is an encouraging kind of opportunity. These are not barriers, but rather they are questions. Joe, would you like to take us through what's on the horizon? Do we have Joe? I'll continue. So what's on the horizon for African podcasting from what we've learned? Well, we know that majority of the audience currently of African podcasts are women. Women who are aged between 25 and 35 are the early uptakers. So essentially, if you're in the podcasting game, if you're a podcaster, and this is not to say that you must then serve the women audience if your podcast, just because your podcast exists, But if you're looking to be a mass, a huge success as a podcaster and to have quick appeal, or rather to grow fast, then you need to be targeting women in terms of your audience development strategy, your community development approach, because women are catching on fast and they're spreading the word. They're very likely to spread the word when it comes to podcasts that they like. And they're also catching on to podcast themes that are new, that don't yet exist. Women as audiences are they're risk takers in that way.
We are super excited at the future of African podcasts.
Sorry, Joe, you're back. Welcome back.
And that's the reason why we are here. One of the things that
Joe, you on? Okay, I think we are still trying to get a stable connection with Joe. What else is on the horizon? So we know women form the majority and are leading in terms of growing the audience. So new audience growth is coming mainly from women. Exponential growth is the norm, actually. So in African podcasting. So if you start a podcast today and you have very few listeners and you have a storyline or a theme that's never been tried before, get it out there, because you don't know until you try, because audiences are really hungry for new content. And we've seen growth. Your growth can spike really fast and grow exponentially. And we've seen this from podcasts that have really paved the way for a lot of other podcasters. For example, Afro Queer, which tells stories of LGBTQ plus communities, as well as The Spread. So these are podcasts that tell stories that are taboo, that are considered taboo, and yet they have grown their audiences. They're very strong audiences, very steady, and very strong communities around their podcasts and their stories. The other point about the horizon is that in terms of investment.
Thank you. I think there's a bit of a delay, so I'll let you.
Sorry, Joe.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. In terms of, if you're listening to this, you're watching this, and you are you're from the investment community, and you're looking at investing in the business of podcasting as part of the future media industry and the future media economy in Africa, a continent-wide approach to investment is what we think would work, rather than small pockets, or rather than honing in only on one locality. We think that diversifying and addressing markets that are across the continent is the way to go, because the business around podcasting and the efficiency around it comes from investing in pools of podcasts rather than in individual podcasts. It's the shared resource angle of it that makes it efficient. It's also the collective audience that makes sense from an economic perspective, from a business perspective, rather than looking at it in terms of pockets. So, for example, we're very excited to have announced earlier in our session earlier this morning, the radio workshop, Africa Podcast Workshop, which is Africa's first regional incubator for African podcasts, which is open to African podcasters wherever they are on the continent. So investments like those, and initiatives that seek to scale out beyond one locality, but that at the same time have very strong kind of connections and presence in local podcasting communities. And then there's definitely a lot of need to invest in tech and infrastructure development and innovation, and to support the podcast ecosystem, there's already quite strong technology innovation infrastructure across the continent through tech innovation communities. And then podcasts are increasingly part of branding and market strategies for individuals and organizations. And we've already started to see this trend on the uptick, especially more so with smaller and medium-sized businesses. who see the opportunity to really have highly efficient return on their investment in podcasting compared to broadcast media like radio, TV, and print. Because podcasts bring the opportunity to really more accurately measure reach and the impact of advertising investment. We are definitely, as we've shared these questions, the questions that we are also asking ourselves and that we are excited about, addressing together with the podcasting community and with players in the podcasting ecosystem. We are definitely looking to expand our work in research and in knowledge sharing. So for us, this is just the beginning. We are just barely scratching the surface, and there's so much yet left to be done. And we are very open to conversation and partnerships to continue just deepening, expanding on this work and being able to share openly this information and make it more accessible to you, the African podcaster, to you, the investor, to make the journey between your ideas and your execution that much shorter. So contact us at hello@africapodcastfestival.com and head on over to our website, www.africapodcastfestival.com, as well as our social media at Africa Podfest to connect and plug in and talk to us more about your interests in deepening research. Thank you. Joe, do we have you back?
Thank you.
Oh, great.
Yes. So everybody who's been asking their questions in Hopin, we will come in and try and respond to some of your questions there. We really want to appreciate everyone who signed up. You have given us your thumbs up and your vote by showing up and by giving us a slice of your day or even the whole of your day to be able to listen to, discover, and explore the world of African podcasting. So we are going to be here with you for a little bit longer, actually a little chunk longer. We've got some really, really exciting programming headed up your way because we decided that this day was going to be not only about us, but about the community of African podcasters.
Yeah. Someone's asking, how do African podcasters reach their audience? Which mediums do they use? Well, there's so many approaches and you can be innovative about this. What we've created that we'd love for you to use, that's a free tool, is the African Podcast Database, which you should head on right now to our website and click on the African Podcast Database on the main menu and add your podcast so that you'll be discoverable to African audiences and beyond, because it's searchable by country, by theme, by language as well. Great.
Yes.
Somebody asked.
And now to the part of the afternoon that many of you have been waiting for, the workshops. We were very privileged to be able to invite our our friends over at Hindenburg to be able to share what they do best. Hindenburg for
I think we've lost the connection with Joe. Joe was sharing with you that the next section of our program is a couple of workshops that we're really excited about. And the first one is hosted by our partner. This is our partner, Hindenburg Systems, who have been supportive of Africa Podfest from the very beginning, from 2020, when we were planning our first festival. And they are, I mean, if you're in the podcasting world, you've been here for a while, you know about Hindenburg as one of the world's premier editing software companies. And so Helly Newton from Hindenburg is going to be presenting a workshop on the language of podcasting. So you've got a great story to tell, but don't know the first thing about recording and editing a podcast. The technical process of recording, editing, and publishing a podcast can seem daunting when you start. And that's what this workshop will be here to help you address. But please, before we jump into that workshop, remember to share the conversation, spread the word using the hashtag Africa Podcast Day on social media. Tell your friends, send them the link to join. And if you're joining us from Hopin, thank you for registering on Hopin. We hope that you have filled out your profile in full, because you'll then be able to be found. We promised you that we would create a space for you to directly meet people. And this is it. So if you're in Hopin right now, do not miss your chance to just hit someone up, hit that person up who looks interesting. Head over to the networking section where you can actually do I think minimum 6, you can do up to 6 minutes of a chat with, one-on-one chats with people. So this is your chance to get in touch with people, establish a connection that you can then continue and pick up on after this. Joe, welcome back.
Oh, just in time to get into the workshops. Good.
Yeah. Great. Welcome. Workshop time.
Hi, my name is Femi Olugbade, aka Femi Bakes, aka the Sound Baker. I'm a voiceover talent audio producer, master of ceremonies, and the executive producer, I like that title, of Letters to Boys podcast. Now, it is a self-help podcast that encourages young men within the ages of 18 to 28 to become better versions of themselves. This podcast started as a result of some personal experiences, but most importantly, from the incessant complaints of women. So you're probably familiar with the statement, all men are scum. Though we disagree, but yeah, we've been hearing all men are scum, men are lazy, men are this, men are that. And we're like, yo, instead of complaining, how about we do something about it? How about we just try? Okay, let's try. Let's see what happens eventually. And then the podcast was born. I'm based in Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm proud to be an African podcaster because I get to tell stories that are peculiar to my region. I get to tell stories that are Afrocentric. All right? And I get to add my Nigerian jollof spice to everything that we do. I'm just kidding. So yeah, feel free to check out our podcast on Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Anchor, or anywhere you get your podcast from. Also, connect with us on social media at Letters to Boys on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Right? Love, peace, Nigerian jollof. And like we always say at the end of every episode, post it. Bye.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all here. It's an absolute pleasure to be here in attendance for Africa Podfest. My name's Helly Newton, and I'm a trainer for Hindenburg Systems. It's, again, just an absolute privilege to be able to come and present this session on the software we offer at Hindenburg. For those that are currently using Hindenburg, it's great that you're using it. But for those who aren't using it, I'm really excited to be able to show you how you can use this digital audio workstation to make your podcasts. So just to give a basic overview of what I'll cover today, it'll be a 50-minute session where I can leave about 5 to 10 minutes of a Q&A. And what I'll be exploring with you all is the different styles of podcasts, ranging from single hosts. So if it's just you getting behind a mic to speak on a topic, to then going into the different genres and formats of podcasting. So that could be also within multi-tracking. So if you've got a panel of people that would like to speak together, and if you're also making, or if you're wanting to make feature-length documentaries and getting into the more complex areas of radio storytelling and also podcasting storytelling, I'll be able to show you how Hindenburg can do all that for you. So let's get underway. So first of all, I just wanted to thank Josephine and Melissa for that introduction. So let's get cracking. So I'm hoping that you can all see my screen. And if I could just get heads up, if I can, okay, so actually I don't need the heads up. I can see here that we're streaming and we're going good. So I'm going to get started by showing you what a single host podcast sounds like. So you should be able to hear an excerpt in about a few seconds. And what this excerpt will cover is just having one person speaking into a mic, which is recorded straight into Hindenburg.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the biggest ideas in the universe. I'm your host, Sean Carroll. Today's big idea, I'm pretty sure, is going to be one of your favorites. It's definitely one of my favorites. The idea is gravity, by which we mean, of course, general relativity, Einstein's theory of gravity.
So like I mentioned, we just hear one voice, and that's being recorded straight into Hindenburg. So how exactly do you do that in this digital audio workstation? So I'll be giving a live demonstration of this and also with the other formats of podcasting throughout this session. So you'll just have to bear with me as I will alternate screens. But in terms of doing it within the digital audio workstation, it covers these 4 aspects. So you select the microphone that you would like to use that will be recorded straight into Hindenburg, arming the track, which usually means preparing the track that you're recording into before recording. And then we get into the business end of things, which is going into the recording phase. And I'm also really excited to show you a function called the punch-in recording method, where let's say if you're talking and you tend to, then if you're stammering and you would like to record a take, you can just select a certain region from where you would like to record from, and it can just be done through a couple of clicks, as opposed to lining up your track like you would do in other digital audio workstations. So let's get into the demonstration of that now. So here we have the Hindenburg digital audio workstation. So for those who aren't familiar with it, this is what the workstation looks like. So to your left, we have the tracks, and we also have the timeline that goes across, and then the clipboard as well, which was what I'll be covering a little later on. So in terms of how we record a single host podcast is the following aspects. So like I said, we select the microphone. So in this case, I'm going to select the microphone that I'm actually talking into right now. And the way you do that is there's a drop-down menu here, and this drop-down menu helps you select the input. So whatever is going into your laptop or machine that you're using Hindenburg to access, this is where you'll go to select your microphone. So I'm using an audio interface, which is the Motu Audio Express. Choose the stereo mic, and I've got it into channel 2. So as you can see, the track is already armed, and how we arm the track is this little red button here, and we can see that the levels are fluctuating already, and I'm pretty happy with the way that the levels are showing up here. And the great thing as well is that if you're someone who likes to record and wants to listen to how they sound like through the headphones before you hit record, you can hit record monitor on, and then you'll be able to hear, it sounds like there's 2 of me talking at the same time. So that echo gives you an indication that you can hear yourself before you hit record. So now that's all ready to go. I'm pretty happy with the whole setup. So I'm just going to hit record and just talk away. So the way that Hindenburg demonstrates that you're recording live within their digital audio workstation is that you can see the waveform that's in red, and it's setting the levels and it's capturing what I'm recording straight into the microphone, and Hindenburg's capturing all that. So I'm going to stop the recording now. And then you'll notice that you can see the waveform almost minimizing. So what that means is that that's Hindenburg using its auto leveler, which is a very efficient way to be able to ensure that your audio levels are at a broadcasting standard. So let's have a listen back to that and see how that sounds. Hindenburg demonstrates that you're recording live within their digital audio workstation is that you can see the waveform that's in red, and it's setting the level. So as you can hear there, I kind of stammered. So let's hypothetically say that I wanted to publish this as a podcast. So I'm going to zoom into that region where I stammered that little bit. So I'm going to select from here. And what I'm going to demonstrate now is the punch-in technique. So the way we activate the punch-in recording technique is that we take this playhead, which is this big white line we see that cuts through the workstation. We select the region that we would like to choose. And all you would have to do, if you're using a Mac, you just hit Command Spacebar, or if you're using a PC, you just hit Control Spacebar. Is that you can see the waveform that's in red, and we heard that we get a bit of pre-roll, so you get a bit of a preview before you start recording where you would like to take off from. So that's an indication of how the punch-in recording technique works. So we can see that it just goes through the phase again of auto leveling, and then we can listen back to it through the playback and give it a shot and hear how that sounds like. And we heard that we get a bit of pre-roll, so you get a bit of a preview before you start recording where you would like to take off from. And if you would like to have that pre-roll, it's pretty easy to set that in the within Hindenburg. So what we do is that if you would like to have this activated, you just go to the audio preferences or your control panel if you're using a a PC. And then you just go into the interface option and you can select the pre-roll time. And the value is in milliseconds. So every 1,000 milliseconds equals a second. So as you can see here, I've set it to 4,000 milliseconds, which is 4 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to go back into the keynote presentation now, and we'll continue on. So if you are looking to record a podcast where you have more than 2 people talking into a mic, what you'll need to do is to have however many microphones you need that will be sent into Hindenburg to do a roundtable recording, which is usually a panel type setup. So let's have a listen to hear what that sounds like. And just to give a bit of a heads up as well, we are going to hear some mature themes in this next excerpt.
Jamie, why are we here?
We're here because my dad's written a porno.
Your dad's written a porno?
Erotic literature.
Why? Previously on My Dad Wrote a Porno.
Jim grunted, and Belinda thought she felt something entering her pussy. Oh my God.
If you have to ask.
Did the man know he was only tickling her?
Poor Jim!
So there you have it. I'm sure if you're not aware of that podcast, that's My Dad Wrote a Porno. It's a very funny podcast, and there are some thought-provoking themes that they do cover. But one thing that they do really well in terms of creating that podcast is they're very inventive on how they use music, and also like the way that they record their podcasts as well. It's the way that they record their podcasts as well. It's professionally done. And again, the content is just, it's very funny and thought-provoking. So if you are looking to make a podcast where you would like to have more than 2 people to talk about a topic, the best practice for multi-track recording is that each person should have their own microphone. And then within Hindenburg, each person should have their own track as well. This will increase the audio quality and will give more flexibility when it comes into the post-production phase. So when it comes to mixing, having those separate tracks for each person will help, because at the end of the day, everybody's voice is so different. So you don't want to just use the same effects or the same mixing techniques to really bring those people's voices up in that way. So again, in terms of doing that in Hindenburg, so you need multiple microphones, you hit record, and then you go into the multi-track editing phase as well. And then usually when it comes to multi-track editing, if you use other digital audio workstations such as Pro Tools or Cubase or Logic or any other digital audio workstation, usually when it comes to bleed, so I'm not sure if many of you are aware of what bleed is, but say if you've got 4 mics and you're in a closed room, you're going to get interference from all different sound sources that'll come in. So usually how you would do that is minimizing the volume from different microphones at certain points of the recording, which can be very time consuming. But the great thing about Hindenburg is that there's a function called magic levels, where instead of doing the more tedious processes of cutting out that bleed, it literally just takes 3 to 5 seconds to select all the parts where you'd like to run the magic levels, and then it eradicates the bleed. And I'll also be going through the importance of music as well. So let's do a live demonstration of that. So I'm going to go back into Hindenburg, get rid of all this, and I'm going to choose the microphones. So as you can see in the first track, I've got my audio interface, and in this demonstration, I'm just going to use the different, because I've actually got 3 different microphones set up, which I'm going to activate now. So I'm going to use the built-in microphone, select that in stereo, and then I'm also going to use my webcam. So let's use the front part of the microphone. I'm going to arm each track. And as you can see here, we've got 3 different levels fluctuating. So that gives you the indication that all the tracks are armed and we're ready to record into the multi-track editing, the multi-track recording way straight into Hindenburg. So all the 3 tracks are ready to go. And I'm going to hit record now. So this is the indication of how multi-track recording works. So we've got 3 different tracks and we've got 3 different recording waveforms that are shown in red here. And then you'll see now that we've got the we've got the auto leveler working its way. And what it's done is that it has made sure that we don't hit any unnecessary clipping or having the radio distort at those points of recording. So that's just to give you an idea of how multi-track recording works in Hindenburg. So as you can see, we've selected 3 different microphones, we've armed the tracks, and then we've hit record. So in terms of the editing phase, so this is where it becomes very efficient and convenient just to have 3 different tracks for 3 different people, let's just say in this case. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open up a multi-track session of a panel that's been recorded. So just bear with me once I get this ready. No, I don't want to save that. So as you can see here, we've got a multi-track recording of a panel. We've got 4 different voices. And as you can see to the right, we've got a clipboard of all the different recordings that were done in this session. And I'll go through what the clipboard does in a few moments from now. But as you can see here, we've got all the audio intact in the workstation. So let's have a listen to how that sounds like.
Stephen and Laura, would you please introduce yourselves to our listeners?
I'm Stephen Liccardi. I'm a social worker, spoken word poet, and performance activist.
I'm Laura Nagel. I'm working as the community-based learning.
Introduce yourself.
So as we can hear, we've got 3 different voices already, but there is a bit of echo that is going on, and we want to minimize that echo. So usually, like I mentioned before, the way to eliminate that is doing the old-fashioned way of, selecting a region. So we can see that Rob is talking here, but then it's going into Linda's mic. So the old way to eliminate that bleed was selecting the region and then running the ducking function on. So this is how you're creating the duck here. So you're selecting the region of where someone's talking, and you want to reduce the volume of the audio interference that's going into the different mics. So as you can see here, it is a very tedious way to ensure that we don't get any bleed, but efficiency is what Hindenburg prides itself on. So in terms of remaining true to efficiency, what Hindenburg has invented is this incredible function called magic levels. So how that is activated is that you just select all the regions that you would like to run the magic levels on. And in this case, I just want to run the magic levels in the entire session. So you select all the regions, you go to tools, hit magic levels, and then there you have it. You can see that the magic level function has ironed out all the unwanted frequencies. And the great thing about the magic levels function is that you can control the intensity of the dampness of where the audio needs to be ironed out from. So the default level is at 15 decibels. So you can actually adjust it in real time, and you can see in the regions that you can control this, and it'll give you a visual representation of how that looks. So you can make it less intense, or you can make it more intense. But usually keeping it at 14 decibels is the best way to go. So I'm just going to give a bit of a comparative oral example of how this works. So I'm going to play this file now with magic levels, and then I'm going to disable the magic levels, and you should be able to hear the difference in audio quality.
I'm Stephen Liccardi. I'm a social worker, spoken word poet, and performance activist.
I'm Laura Nagel. I'm working as the community-based learning projects manager here at the Virginia Tech Institute for Policy and Governance.
So we hear there that there's no bleed whatsoever. So what I'm going to do now is just hit Control Z and give you an understanding of how that sounds like if before the magic levels was implemented.
I'm Stephen Liccardi. I'm a social worker, spoken word poet, and performance activist.
I'm Laura Nagel. I'm working as the community-based learning projects manager here at the Virginia Tech Institute for Policy and Governance.
So that gives you an idea of how magic levels work. And it's a great and efficient way to ensure that you can minimize the bleed in your multi-track sessions. And another great aspect to multi-track editing in Hindenburg is that you can link the tracks and make edits if you would need to. So how you can do that is that, let's say, for instance, I would like to do a fade in for 3 different regions at the same time. So I select the 3 tracks, hit right click and go to link tracks. And let's say that I want to do a fade in at the start, and you will notice that the fade ins would occur all at the same time with each track. And you can see that that's how it becomes implemented. And you can even move around particular regions as well. So if I wanted to make a cut, all the cuts will be made at the same time as well. So that's where efficiency does come into play there by linking all your tracks and making the necessary edits that you'll need to do. I mentioned before when I played that excerpt about the importance of music, and music is always great to have to really put the listener into the world of the story that you would like to raise. So what you're looking to cover, be a bit wary of the certain type of music that you would like to play. So in that My Dad Wrote a Porno, you heard some really sultry music, which it it worked really well with the themes that they were covering in that podcast example. So I'm just going to give a demonstration here of how you can add music. So here in the clipboard, I have a music track that I'm going to drag straight into the session. And I'm going to play that back to you to give you a listen of how this can sound like.
I'm your host, Andy Morikawa, in the IPG studio on the campus of Virginia Tech.
So that piece of music, it's really suspenseful. It's a nice light. It's a nice light piece of music to use as an introduction to a podcast. It sounds almost investigative in a sense. So that's where you can use music really creatively to be able to really bring out your podcast. So I'm just going to go back to the keynote presentation now and just get sorted for the next phase of this presentation. So let's say, I guess if you're in the studio and you hear, and if you're preparing your show, or even if you're working from home and producing your podcast from home, that, you'd have to do an interview. But unfortunately, the talent that you're looking to interview can't meet you to conduct this interview. So Hindenburg actually has a very easy way to be able to record phone interviews. But let's have a listen first of all to see how that sounds like.
Charles Bolden is a former astronaut and NASA director and told us about the strategy.
During the Obama administration, we targeted Mars as the ultimate destination for humanity, but said we would spend 10 years, the decade of the 20s, in lunar orbit and then eventually down to the surface.
But why would NASA start with another moon landing instead of going straight to Mars, the real target?
Trying to make sure that the technologies that we need to push humans onto Mars are pretty well proven.
Okay, so I guess in the unprecedented times that we're in during this pandemic, conducting remote interviews has been the way to go, just to keep up that social distancing. So there are ways that you can do this in Hindenburg. So if you're looking to do a remote interview, you can use third-party apps such as Zoom, FaceTime, or Hangouts, and even Skype as well. So in terms of using these remote interviews, it's great for convenience, and it doesn't limit your guests in terms of locality. So like if you're looking to interview someone from the other side of the world on a topic that you would like to cover, that can be easily arranged by using these third-party apps. But be wary that the audio quality is actually far lesser than it would be having someone in a studio. So you would only really use, a bit of phone interview content, just because it can be a bit jarring to the listener if you're doing your voiceovers and it sounds clean and crisp, but then you have a phone interview that is lesser in audio quality. So we recommend at Hindenburg to really only use it as grabs. So just like little segments of people being interviewed over these third-party apps. So the way that it can be done in Hindenburg is a very simple process that I'm going to cover right now. So again, just going to switch back over to Hindenburg now. So just bear with me once I get this ready. I'm going to open up a new session. Okay, so the way that this is done is that there's a lot of routing that needs to be done from your third-party app to talk to Hindenburg. So how that is done is that if you're using a Mac device, if you're aware of how Soundflower works, Soundflower is a routing app that is used to have two programs to talk to one another. And to be able to do this on PC, it's the communications device. So what I'm going to do now is show you through a Mac, because I'm a Mac user, on how this can be done. So again, it's almost similar to the multi-track recording technique that I covered in the last part of this demonstration. So I'm going to select 2 tracks to record. So as you can see here, my input is my microphone, which is the Motu Audio Express. So what I'm going to do now is select the input to be Soundflower. So what that means is that now Hindenburg has selected Soundflower, so it's waiting for audio to come out from another app that is set to Soundflower. So I'm just going to show you through a Skype demonstration on how this looks and how you would have to set this up. So I'm going to bring in the audio settings here on Skype. So if you're looking to use Skype to record someone, you just go to your audio and video settings, which is listed here. And you can see that the microphone is working here, and the speakers is what you will need to change in order for Skype to speak to Hindenburg and to be able to record into it. So I'm going to choose Soundflower 2-channel again, and and as you can see, we've set the output to Soundflower, so it's ready to record. I'm just going to get rid of this Skype window now and give you a demonstration of how this looks when you have it going on. So I'm going to hit record. And as you can see here, everything's great. We have the voiceover in track 1, which is my microphone working. And now I'm going to have Skype to talk straight into Hindenburg.
Hello, welcome to Skype call testing service. After the beep, please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back to you.
Okay, so there we have it. I'm just going to disable Soundflower now because we do hear a bit of echo. So I'm just going to disarm that now. And I'm going to change this over just to give you an idea of how this sounds like. So you will be able to hear in the first track my voice, and then in the second part of this recording, you'll be able to hear the Skype testing service announcement. And now I'm going to have Skype to talk straight into Hindenburg.
Hello, welcome to Skype call testing service. After the beep, please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back to you.
And there you have it. So you notice in that recording as well that you can hear the sound quality difference between my microphone to having Soundflower record straight into Hindenburg as well. So once again, just be a bit wary of the difference in audio quality. But again, this just goes to show you that there is ways to interview people remotely, whether that's over the phone, by using apps such as Skype, or if you want to set up a Zoom conference call or a Google Hangouts call as well, you can use those third-party apps to send that audio into Hindenburg to record. So again, that's where the convenience of being able to create podcasts to interview people remotely can easily be navigated through Hindenburg. So I'm going to go back into my keynote presentation now. Okay, so as you can see here, this is what we've covered in that demonstration. So I selected the input in Hindenburg, which was this microphone, the output from Skype, which was changing it to Soundflower, and then recording from Skype into Hindenburg, which was setting the input which was also set to Soundflower as well, just so that way Skype and Hindenburg were talking to one another. So for those out there that have great ideas in terms of creating really complex pieces of audio storytelling, there's also great ways to structure that in Hindenburg as well. So let's have a listen to what a news segment sounds like.
The Bank of England has been very heavily involved in the response to the Leave vote. Let's hear a clip now from Mark Carney, the bank's governor.
To take any additional measures required to meet our responsibilities as the United Kingdom moves forward. Thank you very much.
Any additional measures required? What will those measures be? What has the Bank of England been doing, and what can we expect it to do?
One, it's likely that they're going to cut interest rates. They're already very low, but they can probably...
So as you can hear in that example, we hear a lot more of a complex project that we have. So we hear different recordings. We've had different excerpts of interviews that have come through. and it requires a lot more work in the post-production phase of preparing a new segment project in Hindenburg. So how that is done in this digital audio workstation is that you usually would record your interviews, like I've demonstrated in the previous examples. And then there's a lot more work that will be done in the editing phase. So there are two functions within Hindenburg that I'll show you on how to do this effectively. So that's the clipboard, which I've mentioned before in the previous demonstrations, where it's a great tool to use to have all your raw recordings ready to go and drop into your session to edit. And also montage too. So let's go straight into it now. So I'm going to go back into Hindenburg, open up a new segment session. So bear with me as I get this ready. Don't want to save that. So you can see here that we don't have anything in the main workstation, but we do have items in the clipboard. So usually the old fashioned way to get all your pieces of audio and drop them straight into your digital audio workstation is usually quite a complex, usually would involve a complex workflow of dragging and dropping your pieces of audio midway through the editing phase. But having the clipboard in Hindenburg helps to drop all your audio at one go. And you've got different groups that you can segment your raw recordings to. So in this case, we've got group 1 and we've got group 2. So let's say you have your first track and you want to have all your group 1 recordings to be your voiceovers. You could actually easily change the name of that as well, just so it's easy to navigate for yourself. But then also, if you're looking to send your pieces of audio to someone to mix, it's easy for them to navigate as well, to be like, okay, well, like group 1's obviously the voiceovers, and you can actually rename that in the clipboard as well. So I'm going to call this voiceover, and then I'm going to use this one as interviewer. So again, these are the raw recordings that we have here. And what I've demonstrated to you is that you can name the different areas of the clipboard, just so, again, it's easy for those to navigate. And it's also easy for the user to navigate to see where their recordings are. And it makes workflow so much streamlined and easier by doing this. So I'm going to drag this raw piece of recording straight into the workstation. And you'll see that the auto levelers does its work. We see that in the top, there's a bit of silence, so I want to get rid of that. Drag it back into the start, and you'll be able to hear the audio.
Okay, great. So I'll probably hold the mic about right here. If that works for you, okay?
Again, very raw piece of audio that we have here. And usually when it comes to the mixing and editing phase of preparing a new segment, there was the traditional long and way of doing the preparing that, which was isolating certain parts of your raw recording and then dropping and dragging them into various parts of your session. So I'll just give you an example now of how this is done. So I think over here, where we can see the playhead, we have the interviewer talking.
So I'll probably hold the mic.
No, we don't. I think it might be here.
Well, we started way back.
So yeah, we obviously hear the interviewer talking here. And usually what we would need to do is to highlight a certain section, hit copy, put it in there and hit paste, dragging it down, and then segmenting it that. So that's what's called as the scratch pad method. If it is a process that people use to be able to navigate their ways to editing and mixing, that's fair enough. But this is where within Hindenburg, using the clipboard actually helps to, not take out or not to destruct the piece of raw audio that you have. So I'm just going to give you another demonstration of being able to segment that. So I'm just going to choose this part of the recording here. So just hit Command 1 and then over here, Command 2. So I've chose this part of the region to select that little grab. And instead of dragging it into another part of the track, I'm actually just going to drag it straight into the clipboard. And then we can see here that we have that in the clipboard now.
Well, we started way back when we were like 11-year-old kids. We used to go skateboarding, me and Thomas.
So that, and also you can listen back to how the recordings sound in the clipboard as well. So that just gives you an idea of how you can use the clipboard in a way to preview what your grabs sound like and be able to drop and drag your recordings from the clipboard and into the session. So a way to also to structure this in Hindenburg is very easy as well. So I'm actually going to show you a technique which is called the A and B segment method. So if you're looking to create a new segment where you're talking as the main voiceover or the narrator, you are known as person A, and then your interview is person B. So you create an A, B, A, B, A, B type of story in terms of structuring that for your package. So as you can see here, I'm going to listen to what's in the interviewer box.
Simone and Kipsky have been creating crazy sounds together.
So we know that's not actually the interviewer, that's actually the narrator. So I can just rename that in the clipboard. And I can just drag that straight into the workstation. And we can see that that speak one has been disabled because it gives you that notification to show you that we have a piece of audio from that part of the clipboard that's into the workstation. And now with that piece of audio that I selected from the main part of the raw audio, we can drag that straight into another part of the track. So I'm going to rename this as narrator. And the second track is interviewer. So the way that you can rename your tracks is just double clicking on where the name is. And then that way, again, it'll just be easy to navigate and makes workflow easier. So I'm just going to mute this top raw recording. And these two tracks here gives you an idea of how the A and B structure works.
Simone and Kipsky have been creating crazy sounds together since they were kids in the city of Utrecht.
Well, we started way back when we were like 11-year-old kids. We used to go skateboarding, me and Thomas, which is Kipsky.
So this is what Hindenburg does so effectively. It helps you to be able to build a story by using parts of the clipboard to your advantage, and it makes it a very easy process, which doesn't require a lot of time to structure your packages. So that's a way to use the A and B aspect, the A and B structure of creating a package. But it also gives you an idea of how it visually looks like as well if you're looking to make stories in this vein. Now going back into Keynote. And if you're looking to make even more complex ways of telling stories, you can do that through the features and drama way of structuring your podcasts or programs. So let's have a listen to how this sounds like.
Ladies and gentlemen, Metro Airways Flight 566.
As well. Those two simple facts mean that deadly viruses will appear here and they'll kill or maim Australians.
Okay, so shout out to my home country, Australia, in that recording. So as we could hear in that excerpt, there was a lot of sounds going on. So we heard introductory music, we heard a plane flying overhead, and we heard a lot of other forms of ambience. And then we had the main narrator coming in and detailing what the feature is going to be covering. So how this is done in Hindenburg is that you will need a series of recordings. So that's the narration and the interviews that goes into creating this package. And when you are going about creating a feature or a drama piece, it's always it always helps to be aware of the mood and the rhythm that you're trying to engage the listener in. So the mood, this is where like choosing music goes. Choosing music helps to really lift the mood of your piece, and also in Hindenburg, we talk about the rhythm of recording, the rhythm of your mix. So you want to have, a strong rhythm which keeps the listener engaged. So, building up climaxes and then going into, narrations to really help with building up that climax, and then coming down with a resolve and ensuring that the listener is properly in tune from start to finish. And to assist with that comes through the mixing phase as well. So there are some plugins and effects that Hindenburg offers to be able to have your voiceovers sounding prim and proper, and also to be able to get creative on the side of audio. There are some aspects of equalization to really get your audio sounding engaging, which is what I'll cover in a live demonstration very soon. And that goes up into tidying the sound. So that's where mixing and tidying up the sound goes in hand. And if you're someone that already has a good effects or plugins bank within your machines, Hindenburg actually allows third-party plugins as well. So for me, like I'm a music producer, so I have a lot of plugins from different brands, which I'll show you in the part of the demonstration where you could use these third-party plugins to really get creative with audio. So things like reverb and chorus, you could use all those effects to really tell your story in an affecting and an engaging way. And also the publishing aspect within Hindenburg is incredibly streamlined and efficient. So usually when it comes to publishing your podcasts, you would need to sign into things like SoundCloud or another host to be able to upload your podcasts. But you could actually do this straight into Hindenburg, which makes it so much more exciting and to be able to get your story out to the world in a very easy way. So I'm going to go into Hindenburg now and open up a session. So let's go to the A and B segment. Don't want to save that. So again, it's a very similar session to what I had previously. So we have a raw recording at the top, but you will notice this time around that in the clipboard we have a lot of pieces of audio. So we can see here that in the first part of the clipboard we've got the narration, and then the second part we've got the interviews. We've got ambience in the third region of the clipboard, and we also have music as well. So I don't need to go anywhere else to get any files. Everything is everything is in Hindenburg, and I can just drag and drop everything and be able to create a segment from there. So I'm going to mute this part of the track because it's just a raw recording, and I'm going to again cover the A and B structure of preparing a package. So I'm going to listen to this part of the clipboard and see how this sounds like.
Simone and Kipski have been creating crazy sounds together since they were kids in the city of Utrecht.
So that, to me, is a great hook to use at the start of a package. I'm going to add that. But I also want to, add some music as well. And we also heard in that example that Simone and Kipski make music. So I'm going to add some music at the start of this recording just to really get creative and really hook the listener into the world that I want to create in my package. So I'm going to go down to the music part here and have a listen to what can fit to really get to start this podcast package. So we hear that start of the video, audio recording. It sounds quite interesting, which you hear the interviewer at the start saying, so we hear the narrator at the start saying that they make interesting and crazy sounds. So I want to start the podcast with something interesting and crazy, just so it has the listener intrigued on what they were going to hear. So I've got that, and I also want to add some ambience as well. So in the city of Utrecht, let's just say that churches are big in Utrecht. So I've got some church bells here that I want to add, and I'll be able to listen back to it and hear how that sounds like.
Simone and Kipski have been creating crazy sounds together since they were kids in the city of Utrecht.
So as we can hear, we have all the audio files there, but it sounds the levels kind of sound all over the place. So I really want to fade in certain areas, and I want to really have the voice be front and center of this recording. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply a fade in of the music. And how that's done is that you just select the top left of the region and just drag it across. And then I'm going to turn down the sound of the church bells because I felt like that was a bit too loud. But I also want to drag that later on in the session and create a bit of a and just to create that atmosphere of how things could sound like in Utrecht. So now that I have that, I did find that the church bells were a bit too loud, and I want to be able to fade that out once I have the interviewer speaking. So how I can do that is to create a duck. So I just get the playhead, drag it across, and then just select that part of the audio to duck down, which will have the narrator be able to be heard clearly in this package. So let's have a listen to see how that sounds like.
Simone and Kipski have been creating crazy sounds together since they were kids in the city of Utrecht.
So we hear that we've got a bit of mixing already done. So I've done a fade in with the music. I've created a bed with the church bells to ensure that the voice of the narrator is top and is at front and center of this mix. But we also want to have the interviewer being heard. So in this case, I'm just going to delete this raw recording up here and put the interviewer on top. And then I'm going to have the interviewer come in after the first item, the first part of the narration is done. So this is what the A and B structure looks like, and this is what it sounds like.
Simone and Kipski have been creating crazy sounds together since they were kids in the city of Utrecht.
My name is Simon Ackermans from Simon and Kipski.
So we can hear there that the church bells gets a bit louder when the interviewer comes in. So I'm just going to drag that over to ensure that the bed is a bigger bed for both the interviewer and the interviewee to be heard clearly.
Simone and Kipski have been creating crazy sounds together since they were kids in the city of Utrecht.
My name is Simon Ackermans from Simon and Kipski.
So that's an example of how you can use the A and B technique to construct your package together. Another great thing about the clipboard is that you can actually listen to what's in the clipboard and what's in the main session in real time. So for me, like, it depends because people have different ways of working. But when it comes to creating packages, I like to listen to what I have in the session and to be able to preview at the same time what I could add. So I'm going to give you a demonstration of what that sounds like and what it looks like in Hindenburg.
I think there's a pretty big sense of humor in our music as well.
So that's just to give you an idea. My apologies. So that's just to give you an idea of how you can use the clipboard and just to be able to listen to what's in there, but then still hear what's going on in your session as well. So again, that helps with packaging your story together as well. And I did mention earlier about the use of plugins. So the way that you do that in Hindenburg is to click the effects bin, and you can choose any of the following plugins that comes with Hindenburg. And then below here is my third-party plugins as well. So I have a few from Apple, a few from Sound Toys, and from Valhalla and Waves as well. But I'm just going to show you how you could use equalizing. So I've got it for the first track. So I'm just going to hit solo.
Simone and Kipski have been creating crazy sounds together since they were kids in the city of Utrecht.
So I'm going to do a complete, and I'm going to go in different extremes to show you how equalization works. So it filters like certain parts of one's voice to get it to, or certain parts of a sound to make it sound brighter or dull. So I'm going to just give you a live demonstration of how this sounds in its extreme.
Simone and Kipski have been creating crazy sounds together since they were kids in the city of Utrecht.
So we heard slightly how that alters the sound of the voice. And then also we did hear in the interviewer that there's a bit of background noise.
My name is Simon Ackermans from Simon and Kipski.
So if you've got issues of background noise, this is where you could use the noise reduction plugin as well. So what this does is that it filters out any unwanted frequencies to have the main recording front and center of the recording. So let's hear how that sounds like.
My name is Simon Ackermans from Simon and Kipski.
So it almost sounds like we can hear it's like they're talking in a cafe, because you hear a car beep, and then you also hear some plates that are being put down. So
Simon Ackermans from Simon and Kipski.
So that's where you could use noise reduction to reduce any unwanted frequencies. But do beware that if you go overboard with it, it might sound your piece of audio will sound a bit too filtered, which means that it could sound a bit like the audio quality will be less clear than what it would be like in a raw recording. So that's just to give you an idea of how you could use both those plugins to really clean up your audio for mixing, to have your news or features sounding news packages or feature documentaries sounding great and engaging the listener, to not tune out at any point of your package. So just going to go back into the keynote presentation. So that's the end of my presentation. So I just wanted to thank you all for tuning in. And I also wanted to give my utmost thanks to Africa Podfest for allowing Hindenburg to present this session. And just to give you an idea of Hindenburg, if you're looking to purchase the program, that we do offer Journalist and Journalist Pro. You can see the prices here, US 95 to US 375. But we do have a promotion where we're offering 40% off across the board. So if you visit our website, www.hindenburg.com, and you'll be able to see that there's a banner for our World Radio Day promotions. And if you use the codes outlined here, you'll be able to get 40% off all our products. And part of the proceeds goes towards Cultural Survival, which is an organization that pioneers Indigenous voices around the world to tell stories. And we've been working with Cultural Survival for many years, working with Indigenous communities to prepare packages to tell stories of Indigenous sovereignty and other Indigenous matters that are pertinent in our world. So again, we're offering this as part of World Radio Day. If you're keen on buying a product from us, feel free to visit our website and buy away. And just one last thing as well. So if you ever need support, you're more than welcome to go to hindenburg.com/support, or you could also join our community on Facebook. We only recently just launched this as well. So we're very excited to launch this community, and I'll give you a bit of I'll open up a window on how this community looks. So as you can see here, we are on Facebook. We're a new, it's a very new initiative that we've started. So if you visit facebook.com/groups/Hindenburg community and just join the group, you can see that we've started a community where we're using this space to, you can meet each you can meet each member on Mondays. We also have Twitter Tuesdays, Webinar Wednesdays, Talkback Thursdays, and Feature Fridays. So we're big on alliteration here in Hindenburg as well. So we have a series of interactive content for you to be able to access. And we're also very excited to launch our new website as well, which will have a huge suite of all our videos of our tutorials to be able to access as well. So I'm really sorry that we didn't have time for questions, but Josephine or Melissa, like if we've got time for questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. But if we have to keep going, then yeah, we can just keep going for a little bit. So people are asking about my setup because the sound's really good. So thank you so much. So as you can see here, I've got this microphone. So this is a Heil Pro PR40 microphone. And I had this sent into an audio interface. So what the audio interface does is that it acts as the middleman of the device that gets sent. It sends an input signal straight into my laptop. So it does require a bit of a budget to be able to purchase this, but there are cheaper alternatives to be able to get yourself a microphone, get an audio interface, and plug that straight into your chosen digital audio workstation. And in this case, I really hope you can use Hindenburg. So you can have this set up into Hindenburg as well. So that's where you could use sound to your advantage. And also just be wary about the surroundings of where you record as well. So I'm actually in my I'm in my bedroom at the moment. So it's a bit echoey because I have concrete walls. I don't have much in this room. So that's one thing to be wary about. So yeah, Melissa and Joe, if you would like to, if there's anything to add, or if there's any questions that you'd like to direct to me, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Okay, so so this is my first time using this platform. So do I just go to Leave Studio, Tevin and Melissa and Josephine? I'm really sorry.
Hello, my name is Sissy Po. I'm a podcaster from South Africa. I host a podcast show called The Journey, where we profile African millennials about life, their career journeys, and everything that makes them who they are. Basically, the podcast seeks to go on a journey with our guests with the aim of sharing information and educating our listeners about the world that we live in. And I would say what I really, love about the podcast and what I enjoy about it is the fact that I get to be exposed to different people and their stories. And, what makes me proud to be an African podcaster is that I get to take all those stories and all the interesting things about African people and share them with the rest of the world.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for the presentation that you had, Heli. And thank you, Hindenburg, for providing the opportunity for us to learn and to grow as editors, and also across the board, just familiarize ourselves with what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, what we need to adjust, all of that. And just know that this particular session will be available on our YouTube channel after this event. So you can come back with your notebook and see if you got things correct.
Exactly. And was that I heard, Heli,
showing a community space that Hindenburg has opened, because earlier in the day, a podcaster advised that you should join a community. So it's really exciting to see Hindenburg's also opened up a community for continuous learning. I have it on very good advice from an experienced sound engineer who was watching the session, that it was very top notch. So you're in good company for those of you who are attending this festival and these workshops.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Hindenburg, for raising the bar and allowing us to really dig in deep and also have some solid takeaways that will help those who are listening to, start getting their hands into their own editing. And we really appreciate you. For those of you who haven't checked out Hindenburg and you're on Facebook, please check out their community space. And they have a special offer today in honor of World Radio Day and also Africa Podcast Day, which is 40% across the board from their suites. And so check out their website for that offer. And also, if you're in the hop-in space, please pass by their booth where you can learn more about what's available this week and going forward, what they have available on other platforms as well.
Precisely. And now, as we move on into the next workshop for the day, remember the theme for today's workshops is how to make good tape in Africa. So we've just come out of an editing workshop, and we're now going to move into a workshop by Radio Workshop, from whom we heard this morning launching their new podcast. But this next session is a workshop by Dashan Moodley of Radio Workshop on how to record remotely good tape remotely. And as you can tell from the topic, it's a very timely workshop, sharing tips, tricks, and the experiences. And to be honest, mostly the lessons that the team at Radio Workshop has learned by trial and error through recording remotely during this time of the pandemic. So without further ado, we will let you get into the workshop. Grab your notebooks, rather, grab your attention. You can get your notebooks later for watching after today. For today, pay attention, get those insights, connect, and remember to also check out the Radio Workshop booth in the expo area. Welcome, Dashan.
Yes, welcome.
Hi everyone. So yeah, I'm Darshan, and thank you so much for joining me for this session. I mean, so as you know, I'm a producer at Radio Workshop. One of my main jobs here is to really record audio, and that's everything from recording an interview to the sound of a room. And I guess once I've recorded all the audio, I'm still learning to develop my ear. And one of the people that I rely on to assist me with that, and often he complains about it. Mike, thank you for joining me for this. Tell us a little bit about why you're here with us today.
Thanks, Darshan. Good to be here. I guess I'm Darshan's sidekick and complainer of audio at large. Among other things, I've been spending a lot of time these days as a radio and podcast sound engineer. I've got a bit of a musical background, a failed musician background. So I process other people's audios, complain about the recordings, and always love speaking about how we can take some steps to make it a bit better so I don't have to complain so much. So we're here to tell you about how to get good tape from the two people who handle tape the most at the Radio Workshop, myself and Darshan.
Yeah, so please post your questions in the chat. If there's anything we can help you with, if you hear stuff in our recordings, tell us what you hear. Yeah, let's share and grow in this community. And really, we're trying to learn from each other here. So we don't have all the answers.
So just so you know what you're in for today, we're going to take you through the steps of recording good audio. So a little bit about the lingo of the language of podcasting and audio editing, how to make yourself clear as to exactly what you want and maybe respond to questions that you don't necessarily understand what it is. So how to use the right words to describe the problem or the issue.
Yeah, and really the main event today is the listening and looking sessions. Well, we usually as podcasters, we want to listen to really good tape. We're listening to other people's podcasts, but when do you ever listen to bad tape? So today, that's what we want you to do. We're going to play you some of my absolute worst interviews, and please comment in the chat. We want to hear what you think of it, and tell us what you're hearing. Let's try to develop our lingo in this together, and hopefully with your help we'll identify the problems, diagnose them, and fix those audio problems.
So it's a bit of a festival of bad tape and audio problems. And then at the end, we'll just sort of learn kind of what sort of resources you can access online, particularly in the last year. And as we've been recording from homes, there's just so many different YouTube University, as someone called it in the chat earlier, so many ways, so many places you can learn things just to kind of better your audio quality and make the entire audio experience much better for everybody, including the sound engineer.
Oops. So before we get started, we thought, what might be useful actually is early on, just present you with all the easiest solutions to your problems. So here's the thing with most audio problems, there's always a solution, but you might have to do something embarrassing. And so here's some embarrassing pictures of me and my colleagues. This is me here in a cupboard. As you can see, I'm, well, not completely in the cupboard, but there's some clothes around me. I'm trying to soundproof it and prevent the echo. In the second picture was a bit of a failed attempt to create a soundproof recording studio just for the microphone. This is my colleague Freddie, who just to show how dedicated we are to the craft of podcasting. This was a day after she had come out of hospital with knee surgery, which is why she's in a wheelchair. And her husband, thankfully, wheeled her into a corner, and you can see she's recording on a mic there for the BBC, and she's covered in a blanket. That's one of the ways you can solve most of the recording problems that you're going to hear today. The last one was my solution, and that's me in a blanket fort. It's one of the best things about being a podcaster. If you never created a blanket fort as a kid, you can now do that. So, I mean, all of this is just really a reminder for me as well about not making the same mistakes again.
So blankets, curtains, rugs are definitely a friend in recording environments, as we hear. Also, COVID-19 has created a bit of an opportunity to really level the playing field a bit when it comes to audio recording. I've seen a lot of questions in the chat about what to record with, what kinds of recorders, what kinds of interface. And I really think over the last year, hearing audio recorded on someone's phone, oftentimes basic phones or in someone's closet on podcasts that reach millions of people, has really made it a bit more accessible to all of us. I mean, it really used to be that you had to have a fancy recorder, an expensive microphone, or a few to make it happen. And while those things can still add value, and I'm happy to advise sort of where to invest your money if you do want to buy some equipment, having that kind of equipment is not really a requirement anymore. So COVID-19 has broken down some of the barriers of entry, which I think is it's really great news for podcasters across the continent. And I'm really personally excited about that. So, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that because we're using our phones, because we are kind of DIYing it a little bit, it doesn't mean that it has to sound bad or give us a license to really lower the quality of audio. So also at the end, we'll kind of pull back to some of these resources that will help you sort of learn things similar to what Darshan and I have talked about here. And I'd recommend, particularly from some of the COVID videos that have come out about recording at home, Air Media, which we'll note at the end, is really worth watching and getting yourself set up in a very simple, cheap, and DIY fashion.
So, Mike, you don't know anything about the next slide, which is always fun in a live presentation. But I just wanted to show everyone what we do in terms of a recording. It's really hard to take pictures and create these visual images. So we thought let's just show everyone what it looks like when we do a remote recording. So this is from a famous interview that we did on Radio Workshop. You may recognize him. This is the former president, I think. And as you can see, he's got his headphones in, which is very important when you're doing an interview with us. He's on his headphones. He's got his microphone near his mouth, And that is connected, as you can see, to a phone in the background. That phone is how we're speaking to Barack Obama in the interview. In front of him is his Zoom recorder on a stack of books, about a fist away from his mouth. And this is how we're recording all of our interviews. If we can't get a Zoom recorder to a guest, we're actually asking them to use their cell phones. And we'll show you how to do that shortly. But Mike, I thought this was really one of the highlights from working with you.
Thanks. Great. So we just want to take you a little bit through the lingo, some of the words we're going to use, words you would hear quite often in kind of the sound space, the editing space of audio. Darshan, you want to start us off?
Yeah, so let's start with putting listeners in the scene. That's often something that an editor will ask you to do. And the way that they might do that is to say, can you record us some ambi? And that's short for ambience. And you may also know it as nat sound or natural sound. So what are the natural sounds of the location where you're recording from? In a busy city, that might be traffic, cars hooting, people walking on the street. If I wanted to place you in an airport, an editor will say, where's your ambi for that? Maybe that's a plane taking off in the background. Or as you can see here, if I wanted to place you in a soccer match, then I would use these kind of fans.
And not the kinds of, fans that we use to cool our rooms. We'll talk about how that can actually create lots of problems in audio, and just being aware of some of the kind of background noise that's not ambi, it's not useful. It just makes your recording sound a bit more poor.
Right. Now, the next bit I'm going to do, and I'm going to ask Mike to help me if I'm wrong with anything here. So, Mike, I hope you're willing to step in.
Okay. Happy
So
to,
we've got
happy to complain. I'll do what I can.
So there's really two big, broad forms of recording formats. You may have heard of MP3 and WAV and all of those, but really they fall into two big buckets. We've got lossy, which is your compressed formats of audio. MP3 is an example of that. And all that means is you're losing some of the quality of that audio. Think of it like a picture. If I said to you, I want a 24-bit picture and you give me a 24 megapixel picture and you give me a 16, it's just more compressed. Then we have lossless. Lossless is the original sound. It's the full integrity of what you're recording. And an example of that often is WAV files. And there's a couple newer ones like FLAC, but WAV is pretty much the standard right now. How did I do, Mike?
Perfect. I think the main takeaway is you want to always record on the highest quality possible for the device that you have. And then any sort of downgrading of sound quality can be done in the editing process. So just try to record as lossless as possible. And another good example of lossy is, for instance, a WhatsApp voice note. So when you're recording on WhatsApp and you're sending it to someone, the WhatsApp as the interface is actually compressing that to make a small file to send throughout the universe, and that really affects the sound quality. So you did well. You did well.
All right, and this is the last one, which we're going to play you some of these so you're going to be able to hear it. There are audio spikes in recordings that we call clipping. And when you record your audio, often on the screen of your recording device, you'll see a little waveform. And most of the time that will show you your volume levels of your audio. And clipping is when the audio hits so high that the waveform spikes actually touch the top of your recording window. And that causes these nasty sound glitches in audio. And nobody wants these, especially not Mike. He'll complain a lot.
Mm-hmm. I will complain a lot. And also some people call it, when it's audio that's in the red. And it's something that, this is very, very important, can be noticed not just by looking at the sound meter, but by wearing perhaps the most important piece of equipment in audio recording, which are headphones. And one of my big gripes for people who are recording audio and bringing it to me, sometimes it's very clear that they didn't wear headphones when they did an interview. For whatever reason, maybe their hair looked great that day and they didn't want headphone hair, but I could really hear that headphone hair in the sound. So wear those headphones, and that will be a really great way to prevent clipping as well.
Great, Mike, this is over to you.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So a couple of other things. Tape. Tape is just kind of anything you've recorded that you're working with, sound clips of any kind. It's obviously we're not recording it on tape anymore, but comes back from way back in the day when radio audio was cutting actual physical tape and piecing it back together, taping it together. Actualities, these are essentially kind of interview clips that you're doing, sound clips, someone you've spoken to, sort of sound from an actual conversation you've had. That's how I often try to remember it. And tracks are the narration, so that's the host. That's your voice that's coming in. So we often talk about acts and tracks, and are really thinking, and those are oftentimes very different animals that we're dealing with, because the tracks you can record over and over again because they're yours, but the actualities, you oftentimes only have one opportunity to record it and get good audio. And lastly, a room tone. And this is something that some people are not familiar with, but it's just so crucial to making really good sounding tape and editing tape and audio, similar to in the previous Hindenburg explanation that he did. To have the sound of the room where you recorded the interview is sometimes really important in piecing different parts of the interview together that may have occurred at different times. So generally what I do is I will record a minute of silence. So the silence being the sound of the room with no one speaking before I do an interview with someone, and I'll do a minute of silence afterwards. And I will sit there in total awkward silence with my interviewee. It will feel like the longest minute of your life, but trust me, when it comes down to actually editing the audio, it will be really, really super useful to have that.
And Mike has put me through that tons of times to record that room tone. And really, as a producer, you kind of have to deal with that embarrassment. And one of the ways you can do that is, if you go to therapy, is you just deflect that embarrassment onto someone like Mike. Yeah. So if you're embarrassed to ask your guests, like, hey, can you be quiet? Like, maybe what you can do is you can say, hey, I have this really horrible sound engineer and he really wants me to record this. So do you mind? I just need 40 seconds of you in a room, absolutely quiet while we sit through this. And that's for your room tone. That's for all of the things that we're going to ask you to do today. If you want to put people through inconvenience, well, you can also explain it by saying, you know what, we want the best sound possible from you. And often that's the kind of convincing part for people, is they feel invested in the process to say, well, I want to bring you the best sound because I feel like what I'm saying to you is valuable. And if you want to be able to broadcast that, then I want people to hear it.
Yeah, that's very important. And I think we'll get into that, the specifics of that, of how to kind of manage that in just a little bit. But I really think in these remote recording environments we're working in, we need to be working with people who are able to participate and cooperate in that and not be put off by kind of setting themselves up in a recording fashion, because that inevitably is going to determine the kind and the quality of tape you get at the end of the day.
Right, so this is the main event. It's the part where Mike and I would really love you to use headphones. Mike, check out this animation. Wear headphones. I made that. So wow. This is what you need.
Wow.
I know. I make audio things, not slide presentations. Mike, why do we need to wear headphones?
Well, we need to wear headphones because we need to hear what we're recording that's unmediated by our ears just kind of living in the sound environment. And all of that is to say, you want to actually hear what is going to be produced on the other end of it when you play it back to yourself outside of that place where you recorded it. So to do this, first of all, it's really important to know that if you're using a microphone. So for instance, if you're using a recorder, a Zoom recorder and a microphone, or if you're using a phone, it's really important for you to know your device well and to play around with it a lot. What's the sort of spectrum of this device? And even if it's a phone, does this phone generally record quite low? Or does it pick up a lot of wind noise? And just make sure to play around with it a lot so you really know that you are putting your sort of best self out there and getting the best quality audio for your device as possible. I think that's all we can really ask for. There's a range of quality of audio recorders and different phones and professional recorders, but as long as you're getting the best you can, I think you're doing the world, the audio world, a wonderful, wonderful service. And to really understand this range of your recorder, your phone, you need to use headphones. So headphones, headphones, headphones. That's all I can say. If there's one sort of brain program I can do in the session, wear those headphones.
Right. So if you didn't get that message, wear your headphones, put them on right now, because this is the workshop. We're going to ask you to listen to some of the really terrible, bad interviews that I did in the worst recording environments. It's going to be awful for me. But hopefully we'll all be able to listen and learn and avoid these kinds of mistakes. Send us your messages in the chat. Tell us what you're hearing. We'll also read those out. So maybe you hear something that I don't hear or Mike doesn't hear. Again, this is a community. We're trying to learn from each other. So all you need to know, I guess, before I start playing through, I've been trying to avoid this, but okay, all you really need to know is that these are all self-recorded interviews. We asked our guests to set up the recording themselves. Remember, Barack Obama did it for us last year. So this was the first one I want to play for you is from a musician who I interviewed while he was in Zanzibar. And we asked him to send us a sample recording so we could hear what kind of recording environment he was in.
Hello, Mike. Yeah, I'm in this 6 by 6 meters room, about 2 meters high, and man, this is tougher job than I thought it would be. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm recording now. Yeah.
Okay. So as you can hear there, that's sorry that it started playing the next clip. Mike, what are you hearing there?
I actually visualize something. I visualize a big hollow room, probably with stone walls, and maybe he's kind of standing in the middle of it. I hear a lot of echo. I hear a lot of boom, and I just want to bring him a blanket. That's all I want to do.
So I sent this recording to Mike, as you heard. That was our guest introducing themselves, telling us about the environment. Then I sent this to Mike, and Mike gave me some of this advice, and we tried fixing it. But this is a difficult technical setup, and sometimes the problems were not always my fault or even Mike's fault.
It sounds smooth, you know, and very technical. Yeah. Man, I got a friend of mine who's distracting me big time. Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah. All right, let me do this very quickly. I'll be back.
So I
Example
gather
that wasn't my fault.
So I gather, is it someone came into the room or something? Is that what happened?
Exactly right. He saw a friend he hadn't seen in over a year, and started laughing while describing something that wasn't funny.
Okay, so that's a bit beyond your control, but I think one of the things you can do is really impress it upon the people that you're interviewing to say, look, this is how much time this is going to take. It'd be really great if you can just sort of find yourself in a place where you're not going to be disturbed. You can turn your phone off, and we can really focus on this conversation. Not much I can do for that one.
Okay, well, let's try the next one. So this is an interview with a mom here in South Africa, and she was talking about what it's like to raise a kid during lockdown.
You know, for the first year or two of her life, my identity solely was her mother. But
I gave you a very short clip there. Sorry, Mike.
Okay. No, that's perfect. I think she was using a phone.
Mm-hmm.
Was she recording into a phone? I think
she was recording into her phone?
I think she was almost had it like halfway in her mouth to her throat. That's how close she was recording, perhaps, because it feels very, very close, and probably is clipping, kind of similar to what Darshan spoke about earlier.
Right, and then in the next interview, I spoke with her husband, and we did the whole thing. We checked the levels, and something still went wrong. And if you're not wearing your headphones now, you're definitely not going to be able to hear what this problem is. Mike, here it comes. So what day are we at in terms of the lockdown for you?
So today I think is day 13. It's maybe a day out, because that's one of the problems of what we're living through at the moment. Everything sort of melds into one.
I hear some weird clicky noise, like he's almost tapping on a table or something.
Yep, so we pre-recorded this interview. He set himself up for recording, gave us a really great sample recording. It sounded clean. And as soon as he started doing the interview, he took the phone and placed it on his desk next to a ticking clock.
So solution to that is, and we'll speak more about kind of how to set up the environment with the person you're interviewing, but to ask them before they record to just sort of be silent and to listen to anything that they think could interfere with the recording. And they may say, oh, there's this weird buzz. And they say, oh, well, there's a TV on in the background, or there's music on in the background, or there's an air conditioner. And to get them to be able to identify those things that we typically would when we're in the room is really helpful.
Great. I have one more audio problem for you, Mike. So in this interview, I'm speaking with a historian and an architect. She lives in New York. And once again, we need to highlight the fact that these are remote interviews, self-recorded interviews. And she is talking to us from New York about the problems in the slums in Mumbai.
They're not cost effective in any way. No, not at all. In fact, a slum home has to be rebuilt continuously, every season, in fact. Something's going to change. And I think there will be an explosion of rage.
Mike?
I would say similar to, I think it was the first one, too close. We hear a lot of her breathing noise. We hear a lot of her like, and we hear some like popping peas. There is a bit of a warmth because it is close. And I think maybe she's holding in her hand and moving around a bit because it also changes. And we'll also give you a solution for how to deal with that as well.
Great. And I thought just to finally, cleanse the palate, the ear palate, I wanted to show just a little bit of audio of what can happen when you mix together really good ambi with some room tone, some really good actualities. Even during COVID, when you're reporting remotely, there's still a pretty good audio balance that you can manage. Have a listen to this.
The spaghetti is divine.
Well, Daddy made it.
Mm-hmm.
So say thanks to Dad.
Daddy, you made the best spaghetti.
Thanks, my darling.
Okay.
And I shouldn't have to introduce that. Obviously, you know what it is. They're having dinner at a dinner table, and you could hear the scraping of cutlery. You can hear the mom and dad off in the distance. That's what we're trying to create, these audio scenes where we can't be in the same room with people.
I would also say, just kind of following some of the comments in the chat as well, that there are various sort of tools and kind of simple tools and more nerdy specific tools you can use to improve audio. There's something called Isotope, which I use quite a bit. And it actually can really help to take a lot of the sort of plosives and the kind of wind sound and things away from audio. And what I would also do for those who may not have this kind of experience is just really make some friends with audio engineers. That hip hop producer who's making beats down the road from you, she should be your best friend. And there's some skills that you can maybe get from her and some assistance too. But tools aside, the best way to get it right is to make sure from the start you've really recorded it at the best of your ability, from the point of the equipment to sort of execution and microphone placement and things like that. I'll also just wanted to say, this is something that came up a bit in comments previously as well, is that music is often seen as something that can mask audio imperfections, and I would argue that that's not the case. That oftentimes
really?
when you try, really, like sometimes
I would
when you
never
try,
be guilty of that.
really, okay, sure, I won't pull out receipts, Darshan, but basically, music often sounds so pure and as if it's in a room with no noise, and then you bring in an interview clip where someone's speaking too close to the microphone and there's plosive P's and there's mouth noise. It just sounds very strange mixed together. So I wouldn't assume that music is something that you can really fall back on. But what I would also say is, feel free to reach out to the community of podcasters and sound people to help you. If you want to send a sound file of something that you feel like is really good audio, or you want help with it, I'm personally really happy to help with that and give feedback and give advice of sort of how to record things. I think there's such tremendous opportunity in getting self-record, remote recording really right, but it just requires a little bit of assistance and orientation.
Great. So here's the next part of our main event, which is we want you to see what our setup looks like. So I want to take you through, as you saw earlier on, there was the Barack Obama interview that we had done, and we set up that recording. So you should be able to see this on your screen right now. This is the self-recording kit. All your guest needs is a good quality cell phone, if possible, with a nice mic, a stack of books, and a fist, because that's how far they need to be away from their microphone. If they've got a particularly loud voice, maybe you want them to be 2 fists away from that microphone. With the setup, there's a separate setup for the conversation, which they'll have with you on Zoom or on your laptop or on a secondary cell phone. But this is essentially our setup. The phone is on airplane mode. We place the phone on a stack of books with the mic facing towards you, and we ask our guests to measure about 1 to 2 close fists away. They record that, send us a sample, and then hopefully we can guide them in being able to do this a bit better. The benefit of this as your self-recording kits, during COVID, is that cell phones widely available wherever you are on the continent. There's someone with a cell phone, and you could probably borrow a second cell phone from someone else. The only difficulty, as you can see, is it's not an easy setup to explain.
It's not easy to explain. And I would like to reiterate that you really need to take it quite seriously, I think, and really explain to the guest why it's important to make them sound good. What I would recommend, and one of the people we work with thinks this is really the way to go, is 30 minutes before the interview. It could be you, the person who's doing the interview, or someone who works with you, calls them up and really gets them set up. And then they can, have their equipment sitting there and ready to go. And then the interviewer can come in at the time and really kind of start with the interviewer, because it's a bit of a buzzkill to go through this long, kind of tedious, sometimes process of trying to figure it out and making sure that they're able to send you the audio, because that often can be difficult. They can know how to record it, but they can't quite figure out how to send it. And it's hard to kind of move from that more technical mode to actually maybe wanting to have a quite serious and maybe quite difficult conversation with somebody. So kind of seeing those as sort of 2 different steps in the process, I think is really very important. A couple of other things in the self-recording scenario that I would mention too, just be careful of sort of feedback through your own headphones. And as we're interviewing people in person, remember, we're oftentimes really sort of giving people feedback by nodding and giving lots of visual cues. So we're not going, yes, yeah. So we're not kind of taking up too much of the audio space ourselves. I would argue do that as well with remote recording, because oftentimes your kind of loud laugh in the background can somehow make it into the feedback of their headphones into the recording, and then it just sounds weird and is often unusable. So just be thoughtful about your presence as an interviewer, and also that visual presence, we'll argue, is really also important.
Right, and of course, this is the other side of the setup that you might be wondering, how do we actually talk to our guests? So if they're recording the interview with the phone on airplane mode, how are we talking to them? Well, this is exactly what Mike was saying now. You'll have your guest on headphones with the microphone without the feedback coming through, so the level as low as possible, connected to either a laptop or an old cell phone. It really doesn't matter, and they'll be talking to you over that connection. Mike, anything else you want to point out from the remote interview part of the slide?
I don't think so. It can be stressful, so really give yourself the time to set up and to play around with it. And maybe the first time you want to do it with someone who you can really screw up with, and just get really comfortable with it as a technique, because I still find it quite stressful. I think all of our team members do. And we're often having sort of last minute conversations about, oh, how do we do this? She doesn't have this, or there's a bird in the background, or there's construction, and it's not perfect, and we can work with only what we can. Oftentimes also people you speak to are speaking to you from really loud environments, and there aren't a lot of opportunities to make it less loud. So it's sort of working with that and trying to find a happy medium of quality versus mitigating the kind of situation, the circumstance that you're in.
And I know this is a slide that you particularly love, Mike. It's the big no-nos, the things that we try to avoid in our recordings.
Yeah, I think this past year as well, a lot of people have been recording on Zoom, and they've been recording through laptop microphones, and it's actually one of the worst ways to record. I know it's sort of easy because you can just turn on Zoom and press that record button and there you go. But the audio quality is much poorer, and it also just will sound a lot less intimate. So you can, through the approach that we're suggesting of sort of doing phone-to-phone setups of how you're able to record, you're going to get a lot better quality, and it's not going to be much more difficult than actually interviewing someone on Skype once you have the setup all ready to go.
Great, and of course we'll need some software on our devices to be able to do that. The most common ones, Mike?
Yeah, so it depends on what you're using. An Android phone or an iOS and Apple phone, they're pretty straightforward. What I would definitely do is, if you're going to be recording from your phone, make sure that you're putting it on lossless recording, which we referred to before, in your phone settings, in your audio settings. And what I would probably do is just Google the kind of the brand of phone you have, and really get a sense on the internet, on all of the kind of phone geeks and audio geeks out there, of like, what's the best way to set this phone up to win and to record good audio. There's so much out there. Even on older phones, we've done some research on it, and there's just a lot of intel out there. And also, maybe if you're looking to buy a different phone in the future, do a bit of research on which one has a really like kick-ass audio recorder that could just be conducive to podcasting as well. So the voice memo app, I really think these days the voice memo app and the voice recorder app in a lot of phones, at the end of if it's done right in the right settings, you're getting almost as good as quality as you are through a Zoom recorder with a microphone. It's kind of similar to how that difference between a professional camera and an iPhone camera has come a lot closer in the last so many years. The same is true for audio recorders. And again, the one thing to remember, and I think Darshan will take you through the sort of double ender setup in the next image, but I think the one thing that's really important is that you need to make sure that the device, or the person needs to make sure that the device that they're recording on is on airplane mode, so they're not getting notifications and WhatsApp beeps and phone calls coming to interrupt them, because that is really, at that point, serving the function of recorder. So we've had it before where we've set out to interview someone and maybe didn't explain the process enough because they weren't able to turn their phone off because their children may need to contact them. So that really puts a lot of pressure on explaining to people on the front end what they're in for and what's required of them. And then maybe that determines what time you speak to them as well, or if you are able to speak to them at all.
Yeah, I think this is a summary of everything we've kind of addressed so far. This is how we record at Radio Workshop. It's something called a double ender. So again, a fancy term. You can add this to your lingo. But as you can see, so we tried to get as best high quality audio this way. On the right here is what we'd actually send this image to an expert or a guest to ask them to self-record and set themselves up this way. So as you can see on the right here, this is the phone that they're using to talk to do the recording. The phone is on airplane mode. They're disconnected from Wi-Fi. They're keeping the phone quite close to their mouth, and they're setting the audio on lossless quality. Then on the left of this image, you can see this is the device they're using to talk to us for the interview. This is in this case, it's an iPad. It's connected with headphones, and you can see there's a little microphone there as well. So there's no interference. You're not recording my questions over her answers. And that's kind of important. I mean, all of these things are really important to do, but probably the most important thing is before you start doing the interview, ask your guest to send a sample recording so that someone like Mike or you can just listen to it.
Right, that's important. And with the sample, I would also be kind of clear about what you want, because you want at least 30 seconds, maybe a minute. I know we've asked for samples before, and we've gotten samples that are just like 5 seconds that say microphone check 1 2 1 2, and that just isn't enough for what we actually need to work with. So maybe asking them a question that's going to warm them up for their interview. That's like, can you tell me about the first job you had in your life and what you learned from it? Something that allows them to reflect a bit and maybe warm up for the conversation you're going to have. And then lastly, in their physical environment, again, as people have identified in the chat here, blankets are your friends, couches, rugs, curtains, anything to kind of give some warmth to audio that could otherwise be bouncing off of very hard walls. And that might take a bit of moving around and kind of assessing what the visual environment they are in and what some of the opportunities are to make the sound a little bit better, and just getting some advice from you, and knowing that, it's a process and it's going to take a while to really get a good sense of what works and what doesn't. And I've been doing this for like 5 bazillion years and I still mess it up all the time. And sometimes, don't press record and do stupid things like that. So I complain a lot, but I also get it. I really, really get it.
Yeah, and this is the thing. You've got to practice this stuff, even if you know it. And I often think I know these things. Of course, I want good audio. Of course, I know what good audio sounds like, and I know what bad audio sounds like. I've made all of these mistakes, and some of them were in the last week. So, it's been years for me, and I'm still making mistakes. We're all still learning, and I mean, I think that's probably the best place to hand over to you, Mike, for the last few minutes of this. And if there's any other questions, please write them in the chat now. But Mike, where can we go to find other resources? How can we learn more about our craft?
Sure. Before we go to that, one more thing I'd like to note that I think is important and we don't often think of is we often talk about kind of the radio, audio, podcasting space across the continent of what we're sort of lacking and what we don't have. And one of them is people say, oh, we don't have experienced sound engineers or audio engineers. But I'd really encourage everyone to kind of look at people who with adjacent skills. So for us, for instance, we're working with a lot of sort of beat producers and hip hop musicians and jazz musicians who not only help to make music for our podcast, but who also can help us to edit audio and really kind of get be upskilled essentially to become podcast audio editors. So I think that's a really interesting and maybe fun challenge for those of us working in audio in this like super exciting landscape, is thinking, who are these other people we want to pull on board who may have backgrounds in music or TV or writing? Maybe they've got a really great sense for a story, but have no understanding of how to do audio. But they listen to podcasts all day and they're really excited about them. So I think those of us who are in the space, it's really fun to think about how to broaden it with the skill sets that may not necessarily be audio skill sets. And as a kind of a end to that, one of the things that we're punting in this festival that I'd encourage many people to apply to is possible. Our first sort of podcast workshop that we're going to be carrying out is the radio workshop that is really geared towards a range of people and a range of skill sets. And we're particularly interested in those who have journalism backgrounds. They may have podcasting backgrounds, but there may be certain skills that they really want to hone and they want to work on and get a sense of sort of how to put together tighter, better sounding stories, and also working within the resources that we have. So maybe one of my colleagues can throw the link into the chat box, please. But there's a link for more information there that you can, and sort of applications to apply. It's continent-wide, 18 to 35 years old. But as Darshan mentioned earlier, we can actually, bring on. We may take people outside of that age range depending on the experience level. So please check it out. Be in touch if you have any questions. We're really happy to answer questions, and we're really hoping that this is the first of many different workshops. So we want to learn a lot through this workshop and really get a sense of what some of the needs are, and what people feel like really needs to grow in the larger space of podcasting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that really speaks to kind of our philosophy. We want to share, we want to learn, we want to grow with you. I think Josephine said it earlier, this is a community we're building, and we're pretty young and we're making mistakes. And there's lots of resources out there by people who've made those mistakes and can tell us how to avoid them. So just a quick sample of them. Of course, BBC Academy has a ton of resources online, NPR training. Transm is probably my favorite resource. Everything from how to pitch to how to edit to listening to good audio is there. Many of you know Google and PRX have launched the Google Podcast Creators Program. Really great series. You can follow them on YouTube, and there's I think 10 lessons, the 101 of podcasting, which is what they produced, and you can watch that right now. The Nike Foundation often does free classes every now and again, and of course Air Media have a ton of resources. And then follow us. We're making mistakes, and we'll share stuff with you too as we learn on this process. So you'll find us on Instagram, on Facebook, and on Twitter. Mike?
Yeah, I really think I'm really excited to kind of meet more people in the space and really see how we can work together. I think what's really exciting is there's so much possibility and collaboration, and it's really wonderful through forums like this that we can really connect and get to know more about what each other is doing. So we're really keen to see how we can support in terms of training, and really also through the show, our This is Africa show, through creating a space for people to share their own stories and really pursue ideas of their own. So I think I'm really looking forward to hearing from more of you, and happy to sort of take any sort of audio specific questions at any point. You can just sort of reach out to us, and I'll be happy to look into your good or bad audio.
Yeah, and same goes for us. I mean, if you have something that you want us to listen to, if you think we can help you anyway, just reach out to us, and yeah, I mean, use the lingo and the tools that we've provided as well. So if you have an audio problem, don't just send Mike a recording of of your entire show, or ask him to give you feedback on that. Give him 30 seconds or up to a minute. You heard our clips today, and then give him some direction and say, I think it sounds hollow. I think it was tinny. The way this was recorded, I think it was in a big room. As far as I know, what can you hear? How could I fix it? And yeah, I mean, I think my biggest lesson from working with Mike is, if you can fix many of these audio problems before they get to Mike and to the post-production phase, your audio is just going to sound a billion times better. Of course, you don't have to be perfect audio every time, but let's try. Let's try to get closer to better audio than what you might hear on a WhatsApp voice note, or if you're using Zoom recordings or Skype. Yeah, I think that's it, Mike. What do you think?
I think that's good. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Yeah, it looks like we're ending right on time as well. We were told to end 5 minutes before. So Tevin and Josephine and the rest of the team, thank you so much for allowing us to be part of this. It's been a real pleasure to present a little bit about Radio Workshop, what we're working on. And please, again, connect with us and find ways to build this community.
Thanks all.
Hello, my name is Sissy Po. I'm a podcaster from South Africa. I host a podcast show called The Journey, where we profile African millennials about life, their career journeys, and everything that makes them who they are. Basically, the podcast seeks to go on a journey with our guests with the aim of sharing information and educating our listeners about the world that we live in. And I would say what I really, love about the podcast and what I enjoy about it is the fact that I get to be exposed to different people and their stories. And what makes me proud to be an African podcaster is that I get to take all those stories and all the interesting things about African people and share them with the rest of the world.
Hello everybody, my name is Munira. I hail from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and I am the creator and host of the Kaya Sessions. The Kaya Sessions is still relatively a baby, but it is my baby, and I'm so proud of it. The Kaya comes from the Samba word Kaya, meaning home. The Samba is the tribe which I am a part of. So through this podcast, I hope to invite people to the place that I call home, that is Tanzania, and that is Africa, and through various topics that concern the land and most importantly, concerning the people. Being an African podcaster is something I'm very proud of, because through this we're able to create the image of the African continent and its people through stories and voices of the African people. And I understand that it's it's slow, and it is a small and growing industry. It's not mainstream, but I believe in its growth. I was inspired by African podcasters, and I never thought that I too one day would inspire somebody else to start a podcast or to go into podcasting. So witnessing this, I see that there is really a high potential for growth, and I couldn't be more proud to say that I was there from the beginning, or I was there, or I was a part of it. So I want to wish everybody a happy African Podcast Day, and let's keep creating.
Hi, my name is Femi Olugbade, aka Femi Bakes, aka The Sound Baker. I'm a voiceover talent audio producer, master of ceremonies, and the executive producer, I like that title, of Letters to Boys podcast. Now, it is a self-help podcast that encourages young men within the ages of 18 to 28 to become better versions of themselves. This podcast started as a result of some personal experiences, but most importantly, from the incessant complaints of women. So you're probably familiar with the statement, all men are scum. Though we disagree, but yeah, we've been hearing all men are scum, men are lazy, men are this, men are that. And we're like, instead of complaining, how about we do something about it? How about we just try? Okay, let's try. Let's see what happens eventually. And then the podcast was born. I'm based in Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm proud to be an African podcaster because I get to tell stories that are peculiar to my region. I get to tell stories that are Afrocentric. All right? And I get to add my Nigerian jollof spice to everything that we do. I'm just kidding. So yeah, feel free to check out our podcast on Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Anchor, or anywhere you get your podcast from. Also, connect with us on social media at Letters 2 boys on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Right? Love, peace, Nigerian jollof. And like we always say at the end of every episode, post it. Bye.
Hello, everyone. We are now in the 9th hour of Africa Podcast Day celebrations, and we're coming to you all the way from Nairobi. I see you, Melissa, and I'm also here in Düsseldorf, Germany. It's a global celebration today, and we are really excited. We've been here since the very beginning, and you've been here with us. Thank you to all our friends. Thank you to our partners and everybody who's been part of this day.
Thank you. I see you, Joe, and I can hear you as well. Can you see and hear me?
Completely. Take it away.
Fantastic. Fantastic. What an interesting workshop from Dashan and Mike. I mean, this is, my mind is blown. I'm one of those people who's going to come back to YouTube and just take notes. I'm going to have a full day of the Podfest again. I don't know about you.
For me, it was really helpful to see how, for example, I'm not alone in trying to cover myself with a duvet or a blanket to record really good sound. Even if it's super quiet, you always find there's a little sound under. And those who are listening to the whole conversation will appreciate tracking the sounds of the Obama voice, among other examples. And the other thing I wanted to point out that I think people really enjoyed is this experience of seeing the team at Radio Workshop, enjoying working together, presenting together. So definitely pick your collaborators, people you can have a laugh with, people who you can work really hard with, and people who you can have awkward silence with in pursuit of good audio.
Exactly. I've also heard, word on the streets is that the database is getting quite some steam, is gathering quite some steam. So there are lots of new entries coming in, and I can also hear that people are excited about it. So this is a reminder that if you are a podcaster or you have a podcast or you have podcasts that you love, African podcasts you love, submit them to the African Podcast Database, where they will be easily discoverable to the world. We are now at the end of the second part of our day's program. Hard to believe, right?
Right, Africa Podfest is finally, this segment is over. We've been waiting for over a year to be able to say, thank you for coming to Africa Podfest. As some of you may know, last year we were to have a face-to-face meeting with many of the people who you've seen either today in the sessions or in the chat box, or you can see them active on social media. And a lot of people will recall that we did have to cancel last year's event with the strong hope that we'll be able to gather again. But we never imagined we'd be gathering at the convenience of your own home. And office and wherever it is that you're reaching out to us. So thank you for allowing us. Thank you for coming to Africa Pod.
I think we are losing our connection. Oh, you're still on.
Today, and for coming to Africa Podfest. But great, you need to come back and sit right here.
Yeah, precisely. We thank our supporters, our partners for this first ever international festival centered on African broadcasting, Hindenburg Systems, Baraza Media, Semabox, Tinswe Media, Pod News, British Council and Prince Claus Fund, and Biz Community. And as well, we'd like to thank all of you out there who've been buying us coffees and keeping us going. We are here literally of your coffees. So thank you very much. As we transition now into the third part of the day's program, we are going to go into two really interesting community events. One of which, the first of which coming up right now, is by Vincente Pax Thomas, who is going to be giving us a glimpse of podcasting trends in Luanda, in Angola. Welcome, Vincent.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. As Melissa said already, my name is Vincent.
Hi there.
And I'm from Angola, Luanda,
Can you guys hear me
where I'm
well?
based. And I brought with me Tarciso. Tarciso is a person.
So let us get started. We'd like to, say thanks for the invitation. Such a pleasure being around. I was watching and listening, paying attention to what the other presenters or other podcasters have said. And it's great to be part of this new family. My name is Tarciso, I'm from Angola, and my podcast is called Clube da Misha. The literal translation will be the lockpick club. You know, the lockpick, the tools to crack locks. So yeah, that's the name, and the story behind it is we try to figure out how to break locks, how to crack doors to get through and get to the next level. So my podcast is pretty much related to business, related to entrepreneurship, and how to relate to the new economy. Angola, it's a country which the economy is pretty much based on oil, and we all understand how this limitation hurt us. So we try to figure out ways to create a new economy, more flexible and more diverse. And this is where our podcast comes, to catch up ideas, talk to new entrepreneurs, and sort of look for alternatives to grow and create new stuff. So what else can I say? It's Angola, so it's a podcast in Portuguese. I feel bad now because I wish I had something in English as well, to present to you. But our podcast is based in Portuguese. We based in the capital, Luanda capital. Angola capital city, which is Luanda, and we talk to pretty much all the country. We get people from other parts of the country as well. We interview people away from Angola remotely as well. So it's very much that. We have a website, and we everywhere pretty much, and always with ideas of growing. Going from just audio to video as well, setting up on your studio, and Talking about statistics, we have actually have a couple notes here. Our fan base, our audience is pretty much 60% men. The age group is 28 to 34 years. You know, the like more than half of people who listen to us is 28 to 34 years. 60% men, as I just said. The platforms that people use the most around here, it's Apple Podcasts, and Google Podcasts comes next. And after Angola, the country that listen to us the most is the U.S., which is quite interesting because it's a podcast in Portuguese. So to have United States as the second country listening us the most right after Angola, it's interesting. So we have like half 50 something percent listeners in Angola, and US comes next with 15 to 20%, and then the other countries come next. So we started this new phase of the project in 2020, June 2020. And before that, we had like a platform that wasn't reliable. I'll say, like before that, we didn't have the ability to post every week and run on social medias. But from June up until now, we've been like a proper design, a proper website, a proper social media, and proper means of interacting with everybody who love what we do. And also, receiving feedback and people telling us, hey, great podcast, it got me going with a couple of ideas, or even suggesting a couple of topics to us to talk about. Yep, I'm trying to take looking at the questions. Yeah, I do speak Portuguese. I have a passion for languages, actually. So I speak Portuguese, our local language, but I speak French and French and English, obviously, and a bit of Spanish as well. So I really like languages. Let us see if there is any other question in the box here. Se tiver alguém que fala português, um grande abraço. Estou a falar inglês, porque sei que a maioria fala inglês, mas um abraço grande. Obrigado pela oportunidade. So it would be nice to talk about the podcasting culture in Angola as well, which is not big. We have some podcasts which are really good. I'll say that our podcast is also well positioned on the list of podcasts in Angola, and we see a lot of stuff happening on the ecosystem. Like new podcasts, new initiatives coming up, and the culture growing with a lot of people who never couldn't even figure out what a podcast was, or what is this, like, is it an audio on internet, is it a conversation, what is this? But now it comes up, and I see people talking about it, listening. Every week we release our podcast every week, every Monday, 6 a.m. So really trying to catch people waking up, going to the gym, going to work, just starting their morning routine. So this is where we want to be part of the Saturday weekday day. Also, within our platform, we also releasing some new podcasts. So the main one I just mentioned, it's about business, about entrepreneurship, and the new economy in Angola. But also, we've started a new one called the Conversas de Varanda, which is balcony talks. It's a more relaxed, more light type of content. And it's pretty much about health, especially mental health. So people talk about, how they feel, the pressure, how much pressure social media add to people's life. It's a baby too. Podcast just started, and we're also thinking about a couple podcasts on traveling, traveling in Angola, like tourism related, and another one in regards to. Can't recall right now, but yes, pretty much that. We trying to enlarge our. I just recall it's gonna be a show with 5 women, which they pretty much sit around the guest. Sit around the invitee, and start bombarding him or her, So it's going to be a really interesting format that we're working on. It's not necessarily a podcast, but it's something that's going to be available on audio as well, audio, video. So we have a lot of projects on that we're working on, and it's pretty much that. Yeah. So I'm so glad to be around you guys, and listening to your experience. Just get me going with like a lot of ideas as well. How we can make not just what we do better, but the culture and the culture of the podcast and the environment in Angola here. So I'm glad. Let us see if there is any other question on the box here. No. Any comments here? Let me just check. Yeah. Someone just put a question on regards to the fact that that a Portuguese community. So Portuguese is not a well spread language in Africa, as you might imagine. We have like 4 countries who speak Portuguese. Off the top of my head, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and there's not another country that speaks Portuguese in Angola. Cape Verde. So it's just it's not a well spread language, so it's a challenge for us. We understand that pretty much everything that even around the world, there's like in total 8 countries who speak Portuguese in the whole world. So the Portuguese universe, it's small, so we understand that. And but we of course we would like to look for ways to work and be around more people, be listened by more people, by like release content in other languages. But obviously we're trying to do something for us first, like as I say, it's based in Angola. We're trying to help our people. We're trying to bring new ideas and ways of development. So we've chose to someone just corrected me, he said 5. So we chose to do it in Portuguese just to make sure that we can assist our people and interact with our local audience before thinking about reaching new goals or new audiences out of Angola. But it is a challenge, not just for podcasting, but everything we do. Let's say we have a lot of startups in Angola, which work towards working with other countries in Africa, talking about our neighbors like Namibia, South Africa, Congo, Zambia. So the language barrier, it's big, it's much easier for people in Namibia to talk to Zimbabwe, talk to South Africa, than Angola, because we pretty much locked in on that concern when it comes to language. So let us see if there's anything else here. Yeah, so people just congratulating and yeah, so that's it's been a great experience. I just hope that Vicente can join me. Vicente is also a podcaster from Angola that a brother that podcasting brought to me, and he was the one who have brought me to this. So Vicente, thank you for helping me being part of this, and also have you as a partner. Can you hear me, Vicente?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you properly. As Tarciso just said.
Hello, Vicente.
Can you hear me, Tarciso?
Melissa and Joe, if you have any question, I'm open to questions at this point. Thank you.
Hello, Tarciso. Can you hear me?
While we wait for Vicente.
Tarciso, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. As Tarciso said already, he's one of my friends who stays in Angola, Luanda.
That's good. You can hear Vicente. Yeah.
Also.
I can't hear Vicente, by the way.
He's a podcaster also.
Oh, great, yeah.
Okay, I'll be talking about statistics and the numbers.
Well, I can't hear Vicente. I don't know if he's talking. I don't want to. Okay.
Okay, right now I'll be talking about statistics of people who listen podcasts in Angola, especially as Tarciso said already. He talked about his podcast Club da Misha, and then he's one of the guys. He's one of the guys who are doing also podcasts like me. Here in Angola, we have almost 15 podcasts that we are publishing each day, each week and month episodes. I'll be mentioning some of them. We have already Club da Misha, and we have Marcas de Aze. Sorry, guys, most of them they're in Portuguese, so I'll be translating the name of those podcasts also, so that you guys can search them and hear what we are doing here in Angola. As Tarciso said already, here in Africa, Portuguese speakers we are few, and we have 5 countries who are speaking Portuguese, and podcast here in Angola is a new thing for us. And we are lucky because most of us we are independent. We are trying our best to teach and show case and showcase things that is happening here in Angola. Unfortunately, the listeners, the numbers of listeners here in Angola, we are small. Is small, but we think it's gonna grow during the years. Okay, the podcast names who are leading the top chart here in Angola. We start with Club da Misha. Tarciso is here, the guy who is talking to me. And we have Marcas de Aze. The host is Dalmo. And we have Soy Online podcast. The host is Carla. We have Pro Disport podcast that belong also to Bantu Media. The host is Cognitivo e Avelino. And we have VHM do Vitor Hugo. Okay, guys, definitely you will have to learn Portuguese, definitely. But we'll try our best to translate some of those podcasts. And we have Bantu podcasts. Is a more that's one I said right now. Bantu's or Bantu podcast is more focused on Portuguese. Is a channel, is a website that is focused on Portuguese countries about media, entertainment, and the news, some other stuffs. And we have also another one, Me Dei Conta de Que. This one, Me Dei Conta de Que, it belongs to Angolan comedian. He's a well-known guy. He's in Vemba. He was a member of a group here, Tunisia, something like that also. And then the numbers of people who listen to podcasts, especially on my podcast, Voice and Echo, and Marcas de Aze, and those ones, those ones from other podcasts, like the one that Tarsis was saying already, the age starts from 18, goes to 34, 35. According to number, per episode, we can have almost 90 to 100 people who listens to our podcast. Like people listen to Voice and Echo per episode, we can have during the weekend 120, 140 people who listen to podcasts. But most of those people, they are not based in Angola, unfortunately. Some of them, they're based Portugal, Brazil, Mozambique, United States of America, and other parts of the world. When we right now, like comparing the two numbers, especially about Luanda, and here in Luanda, we have almost the people that will listen to podcasts in Angola, they live in Luanda. because here we got internet. Most of us, we have internet comparing it to other provinces, unfortunately. And then we know here in Africa, we still have problems concerning to internet. This is our biggest challenge. And then I think so we'll try our best so that in another province also we'll find people will be trying to produce podcasts. But what we are doing here in Luanda, we are cheating. We are trying our best to spread the message, to teach others to do podcasts, because a lot of people they want to do podcasts. Unfortunately, when you explain to them how things are being done, they say, no, I don't want to do these things of editing, of advertising on social media. And Tarciso is doing the greatest thing in Angola about podcasts because he's helping also other people to do podcasts. He got a team. I can say like that. He got a team. Like myself, I do help other people also on editing their podcast. Right now, I'm helping 4 people to launch their podcast in the next months. We are working on. Yes. Tens toda a razão, Ana Ramos. Yeah, that's right, Anna. In Brazil, we don't have those types of problems, but we are talking about Africa. If we compare Brazil to Africa, Brazil is a huge country. It's like a continent. And here in Africa, unfortunately, Portuguese speaker, we are lacking. As I was saying, I'm helping 4 people to launch podcast in the next month, but most of them is in Portuguese. And then those people that we are helping, we're working on those stuffs. 2 of them, they live in another province. They don't live in the capital city. One live in Cabinda, is a north province, and another one live in Benguela, is close by Luanda. I think 400 kilometers. Yeah, you can go there by car. Let me just check here. Right now, I'm gonna mentioning where people you can find all those podcasts that I was mentioning. You can find Club da Misha on Spotify, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, because most of the people listen to podcasts in Angola, they use Apple Podcast. I think so. Angolan guys use most of them iPhone. This is the reason that we do have a lot of people listen to podcasts through the Apple Podcast. Unfortunately, Spotify here in Angola, we just use Spotify through VPN. If you don't have VPN, you won't use Spotify. And Conversas de Varanda, the host is Neuza. Is a new podcast who's helping is Tarciso to launch the podcast also. And then we have Conversas de Startup. The host is Vanda Oliveira. Tarciso also is the one who's working with them. You can find this podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcast, Google Podcast. Marcas de A a Z. The host is Dalmo. You can find them on Spotify, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast. My podcast is Voice and Echo Podcast. I think last year I explained already why it's called Voice and Echo. Angola is a country where all of us we speak Portuguese. Our official language is Portuguese, but my podcast name is in English. Voices and Echo, translating it to Portuguese, is Vozes e Ecos. Quem está nos ouvir já sabe o que é isso. Voice and Echoes, because of what? We bring entrepreneurs, enthusiasts, we bring people we are doing a lot of things in our society. We bring youth, we bring as I was saying, we bring a lot of people. As I was saying, we bring Yes, I was talking about voice and echo. I'm sorry, guys. I was talking about voice and echoes. It's a podcast that I started in 2019. Oh, yeah, 2019 to 2020. I'm focusing on building people. We are doing business. We are doing something in our society. Okay, something. People are doing something in our society. We bring the players. We are doing greater in a startup environment, and so on. On my podcast, our main talk are based on failure. We talk about failures. This is the most thing that I do when I invite people. I tell them to tell us about their failures concerning the thing that they're developing or on their business, on so on. Because why I focus especially on this type of issues. Here in Angola, we do have people, we do have fake entrepreneurs. We have a lot. I think this is a lot of problem in most of African countries. Do have those people that the many news, the entrepreneur for news for TV shows, all those things. They open business for 6 months. You don't know where they get the financial things, and then after 1 year, you no longer hear about them. You no longer hear about their story. So on voice and echo, oh, okay. Okay. On voice and echo, we are challenging ourselves. When we invite people, we tell them to use our platform to tell their story. This is the reason I'm proud to be here, because we are presenting our own story. Doesn't matter the barriers of language, but we do share our own story. We don't. We no longer have people to come here in Africa and telling us, no, guys, let me share your story. But now we are sharing our own story. And I think this is what I had to share about you, about Angolan, about things that is happening in Angola, especially in Luanda. And the market, it's promising because a lot of people, they want to do podcast, and then we are here to help them to do podcast. Who knows, in the future we can be producing podcasts in our local language. We have three main language: Kimbundu, Mbundu, Kikongo. Those are our local language. Those are the most spoken in Angola. So who knows, in future we'll be also producing podcasts in our local language, so that when the internet issues gonna be okay, because I think the only part of Angola where we have good internet connection is Luanda, Benguela, Huila, Cabinda. I think those are the main cities in Angola where you can find huge population. This is the reason. But in other parts, unfortunately, the internet, it's a big issue, and it's quite expensive also. So we do have challenges. We do have challenge concerning equipment that we are using to produce, and but we are doing it. We are producing it. We are trying our best. We are not focusing on those issues. We're not focusing actually on those problems, but we are coming up with solutions. And right now, like on Voices and Echoes, we'll be producing our podcast in a studio. I'm glad someone someone who gave me this opportunity to use his own studio so that you can be recording there and doing everything there. And we also have another partner that will be working with us during next month. It's a restaurant. He gave us his space so that we can be using his space to record also, and then training people to produce podcasts. The market is promising, and you guys are seeing two guys, me and Tarciso. We are working. We are doing our best. We are doing our best to help people to produce podcasts. Not all podcasts, because I do have my own magazine, digital magazine, that is belong to a certain province that also we do the same thing that I do, but Voice and Echo does things for all Angolians, not all people live in Rwanda. So I don't know if there is another question. Okay, Tarciso, do you have something to say?
The arrival day as the first day, it will be the 10th day. And maybe they can refuse. Okay, Tarciso, do you have something to say?
Okay. This will depend on the client.
The arrival day as the
Can you hear me?
Thanks a lot, guys.
This depends on me. So just to wrap up before departure to the next commitment, again, would like to say thanks for the opportunity. Vicente, thanks for help me share this moment with you and with our community, obviously. And yeah, I mean, as I say, sparked me a lot of ideas. Thanks so much for being part of everybody who contribute and obviously the organization. Thank you, and we carry on, fighting for the same aim here, development for all of us. So thank you. See you guys around then.
Bye, guys. Thanks a lot. And please subscribe to all the podcasts that I was mentioning right now. And then, guys, keep searching about Angolians. Keep searching about Angolan podcast. And we will be playing another podcast that we recorded for this special moment. It's about what's trending in Angola. And then I talked to Fabio and Helder. Those are also podcasts from Cape Verde, is another country that speaks Portuguese in Africa. Thanks a lot, guys, and see you around.
Que é o nome do nosso podcast. Também sou cabo-verdiano, também vivo em Lisboa. Eu e o Helder decidimos começar a piada há 2 anos, começámos há 4 meses e pronto. Espero que estejam todos em casa a ouvir, seguros. E Vicente, muito obrigado pelo convite.
É que vocês são a sérios do vosso jeito. Eu, pelo menos, tenho estado a ouvir os vossos episódios. E aí eu ponho-me a rir mais é do Elo. Yeah.
Eu sei, toda a gente diz que eu sou o que tem mais piada.
Os palhaços também têm piada, por isso.
Palhaço, comediante, tudo tem piada. Temos que fazer o disclaimer que não somos comediantes.
Ok,
Sim,
isso
não
mesmo.
somos comediantes.
São pessoas a sérias, né? São pessoas com profissão.
Comediante preto ia fazer piadas só sobre racismo, não é? Íamos fazer piadas sobre o quê? Isto não tem vídeo, não é? É só som.
É só som, isso é bom.
Então não nos conseguem ver, mas nós somos os 3 homens negros. Já agora, Vicente, aí em Angola, vocês têm diferença entre preferem usar a palavra negro ou preto ou uma coisa que...
Em Angola não se usa a palavra preto, usa-se negro. Yeah.
Não comecei bem.
Mas eu, para mim, independentemente disso, preto, negro...
Sim, até porque normalmente não usas o termo preto como um elogio, né?
Fizeram as vossas breves apresentações, Helder e Fábio. Eu aqui estou agradecido por aceitarem o convite, mais uma vez. Muito obrigado por aceitarem o convite e falar para a nossa vasta audiência, para esse público que nos ouve, que tem nos dado maior atenção, sem saberem quem somos nós, né? E acompanham apenas a voz e essa nova tendência. Começar contigo, Helder. O Helder faz o que propriamente?
Boa pergunta. O que é que o Helder faz? Eu trabalho como marketeer, ou seja, trabalho a fazer marketing, mais focado em marketing digital e marketing agora, o data-driven marketing. E sim, é isso, numa empresa de serviços financeiros.
Ok, usaste uma palavra em inglês, vais ter que traduzir, o data-driven.
Não, esse pessoal daqui, sabias que os jovens millennials, tipo pessoal da nossa geração, gostam muito de falar meio inglês, meio português, que é para dar a entender que falam muito bem inglês.
Não tem a ver com isso, tem a ver com o meio que eu trabalho. Quem trabalha em marketing ou startups, muito dos termos que usa no dia a dia é inglês. Infelizmente estou nesse meio, então acabo por ser influenciado. Mas,
o que é uma startup? Isso também é inglês.
Não, quem ouve o Voices e Echos já sabe que é uma startup, porque mais já fez alguns episódios sobre isso.
Eu estou a ver que isso vai cuiar, isso vai ser uma edição.
Eu vi.
Estamos os dois a mandar vir um com o outro. Então temos uma pessoa a mediar, a mandar vir um com o outro, isto ainda vai correr melhor, realmente.
Se alguém tinha que dizer o que é uma startup, é o Fábio, já que ele trabalha numa aceleradora de startups.
Oba,
não,
Fábio.
Vou-te corrigir. Eu trabalho numa consultora de inovação colaborativa e, entre outras coisas, trabalhamos com startups. São coisas diferentes.
Então vá, faça lá a apresentação. O que é que tu fazes lá nessa consultora?
Na consultora... trabalho consultoria, middleman, ou seja, a pessoa que está no meio e junta duas partes. Vendemos soluções a clientes corporativos que têm necessidade de inovação tecnológica. E o que eu faço é um perfil mais abrangente. O que eu gostaria de fazer, que não interessa para nada, seria mais na parte de marketing. Uma componente forte que o Helder disse, que é mais virado para os dados. Isto é o que eu gostaria de fazer, até porque eu e o Helder trabalhamos juntos nesta empresa. O Helder já saiu há mais de um ano, eu ainda estou lá, e eu...
Ainda?
Eu ainda estou lá, tá? Não vou trocar de trabalho durante a pandemia, sou parvo.
Não, é que dizes ainda, parece que pelo facto de dizeres ainda, parece que eu te deixei para trás quando saí. Não, é isso.
Não foi? Queres lavar roupa suja aqui num podcast? Não foi isso. Mas o que eu faço, o meu dia todo, é muito passado à procura de startups, à procura de inovações, entender tecnologia para poder responder às necessidades dos clientes. Para não ser muito chato, que é para não estar aqui a inventar e começar com data-driven e coisas assim do género.
Ok. Então o Helder e o Fábio já possam ser consideração irmãos, né? Já pelo tempo de convivência, já trabalharam juntos, acredito que já residiram em zonas próximas uma do outro, é isso?
Ou seja, já fomos colegas de escola, já estudamos para exames juntos. Acho que uma vez até dormimos, fizemos uma direta os dois, nós e mais um amigo, 24 horas a estudar. Nós temos muitas histórias, já são 17 anos de história, já há muita coisa aí pelo meio.
Helder, Fábio, o Fábio falou, né? Falou que há 2 anos é que vocês já vão começar para lançarem a papiada. Papaiada ou papiada? Eu nunca falei o nome disso.
A minha namorada batizou de papagaio.
Ok.
O nome que a minha namorada deu ao podcast quando nós começámos foi papagaio.
Mas ela hoje já consegue falar papiada.
Sim, porque o primeiro idioma dela não é português. Então, pronto, quando eu expliquei o nome, não sei o que, ela, tá bem, mas vocês parecem papagaios. Estavam lá a falar, o primeiro episódio foi um bocado atribulado, mas é papiada. Helder, quer explicar de onde é que vem a ideia?
Papiada, basicamente quer dizer papia, do crioulo, que quer dizer falar. Então, papia, falar, papiada é... Como é que se explica papiada? Papia e papiada. Então, daí é que surge o nome.
Não, mas estás a esquecer da piada. A ideia é ter piada no nome, porque são conversas leves e idealmente nós gostamos de ter piada. Já viste?
Primeiramente, começamos com a ideia do papiada, o facto de papiada, depois dissemos, já agora fazemos isso com piada e está tudo junto. Papiada, piada, papia.
Nós no off já falamos das ferramentas em que as ferramentas que vocês usam para a produção do podcast e o vosso estilo de podcast. E para quem esteja a nos ouvir, é claro, também tem essa curiosidade de saber quais são as ferramentas que vocês usam, né, para fazer a edição do próprio e quais são os métodos que vocês encontram para convidar pessoas. Helder, Fábio, quem começa primeiro?
Ferramentas é com o Helder. Ferramenta de produção, isso. Eu acho que eu tentei no primeiro episódio, muita frustração, eu decidi ir por outros caminhos. Como é que é? Diz lá os nossos títulos aqui.
Nós até temos títulos oficiais. Head of Creativity, Head of... Agora temos que traduzir para português. Diretor de Criatividade, Diretor de Produção, Diretor de Tecnologia.
Diretor não, cabeça.
Temos mais títulos no Papiada do que pessoas que nos ouvem. Em termos de ferramentas, basicamente existe... Nós alojamos os nossos episódios numa ferramenta chamada Anchor, que é uma ferramenta que pertence ao Spotify, e o Anchor basicamente o que faz é distribuir para todas as outras plataformas de podcast.
Para gravar. Agora dizem em plataformas é que estás?
Nós estamos em todas, estamos no Spotify, Apple, Google e tudo o resto. E para gravar, como somos um bocado preguiçosos, o primeiro software que encontramos no computador quando decidimos gravar foi o que estamos a usar desde então, que é o GarageBand, que estava lá, não foi preciso fazer download de nada, para ver se conseguimos trabalhar com aquilo, funcionou e desde então tem sido essas as nossas ferramentas.
Queres dizer mais alguma coisa sobre ferramentas?
Não, é isso. São as duas nossas duas principais ferramentas.
Essas ferramentas?
E usamos o Canva para fazer design. É isso, ponto final.
A nível de ferramentas, essas duas são a ponta do iceberg, que é o que o episódio sai, mas nós temos tentado cada vez mais dar uma perspectiva de, para além de ser um podcast, é tentar construir uma comunidade à volta do que nós queremos que a papiada seja. E daí sim, depois conseguimos dizer mais umas 5 ou 6 ferramentas, não exatamente para a gravação ou edição do episódio em si, mas como tu poderes tentar descolar um podcast, tanto seja em redes sociais como...
Sim, pode falar, Helder, podes.
É que ferramentas usamos para aí uma dezena, desde ferramenta de gestão de tarefas relacionadas ao podcast, ferramenta para editar imagens, ferramentas onde metemos o outline, usamos muitos, mas aqui estava mesmo a mencionar mesmo aquela que é o central mesmo, que é gravar, editar e colocar para fora.
Agora, Fábio, as formas é que vocês usam para encontrar convidados?
Pois, é o bom stalking. Stalking, que em português seria o quê? Perseguir pessoas, correr atrás delas. Nós até agora tivemos 2 convidados. O nosso primeiro convidado foi um comediante cabo-verdiano, Henrique Calhinho. Então queremos um comediante. Nós queremos que as pessoas nos ouçam mais em Cabo Verde, que pelo que eu entendi imagina, água, luz, gás, é uma coisa que a maioria das pessoas já tem em todo lado. Internet ainda não. E tu não teres isso, que é a base do que tu precisas para ouvir um podcast, é mais complicado. Então, em Cabo Verde, nós começámos com o convidado Henrique Calhinho, porque é uma pessoa que tem presença nas redes sociais, e trouxemos com essa ideia. Depois, porquê que o convidámos? Porque, basicamente, acho que é o único comediante de Cabo Verde que nós conhecíamos. Eu não me lembro mais ninguém. Acho que, na altura, também não fizemos uma grande pesquisa. Foi mais, estivemos num show do Aninho, no ano anterior, e depois convidámos-lo. Normal, tipo... Eu acho que há mais aquela coisa de... Nós queremos convidar alguém. Se calhar as pessoas vão rejeitar, mas tu, quando convidas alguém para falar num ambiente teu, minimamente controlado, ou seja, que não vens para ser mau, ou para descobrir podres, ou para ser chato, basicamente, eu acho que as pessoas vão aceitar. Depois disso, tivemos outro convidado, a Isabel de Chef, que aí é um contacto que o Helder arranjou. Helder, queres partilhar a experiência?
No caso da Isabel, conheci a Isabel um grupo de livro, que ela estava a apresentar um livro que ela escreveu recentemente, um tema que nós já tínhamos falado até no Papiada, e tínhamos obtido alguns feedbacks, que é o tema do feminismo. Então, quando conheci a Isabel, disse, ali há uma pessoa que podemos convidar para ligar o ponto com um dos episódios anteriores. Mencionamos temas do feminismo. Então, trouxemos a Isabel. De vez em quando, temos a ideia de convidar pessoas, porque em algum episódio anterior tínhamos mencionado um tema e essa pessoa percebe desse tema ainda melhor do que nós. Então, convidamos essas pessoas, não só para nós aprendermos com essas pessoas, mas também passar esse conhecimento a quem nos ouve.
Então, a nível de convidados também, um dos temas que eu e o Helder gostamos muito é política, essencialmente política em Portugal, política cabo-verdiana e a palhaçada que é a política nos Estados Unidos. E convidar políticos em Portugal é um bocadinho mais complicado que em Cabo Verde, e nós agora vamos ter eleições legislativas em abril, em Cabo Verde, e estamos a tentar trazer a candidata do maior partido da oposição, Janine Almada, que há quem diga que ela vai ser a primeira-ministra de Cabo Verde, ou seja, a primeira mulher como primeira-ministra, e também gostaríamos de trazer o atual primeiro-ministro, que se vai recandidatar a um segundo mandato. E a nível de convidados seria isso. E também temos o próximo episódio. É o próximo episódio? É o próximo episódio, já.
Vamos ter um convidado, sim.
Vamos ter uma convidada que ela trabalha ou colabora, não sei, com a Bantuman. Não sei se conhece a Bantuman, é uma revista de cultura Palop.
Sim, já ouvi.
Sim, falámos com eles agora falámos com eles há umas semanas, lá está, foram super abertos pela presença que eles têm online, parece gigante, parece um projeto muito interessante da comunidade, onde nós queremos ser cada vez mais conhecidos. E do outro lado responderam logo sim, foi muito fixe, a Maria Barbosa, e para além disso, convidados que nós gostaríamos de trazer o Cristiano Ronaldo, o Neymar, mas pronto, essa gente normalmente para ir a sítios convidados tens que pagar muito e ainda não temos dinheiro para eles.
E está-se fixe fazer podcast. Começaram em quando? Em outubro, novembro, setembro, agosto?
Setembro. Eu acho que gravamos o primeiro episódio, acho que ainda foi em agosto, mas lançamos a 1 de setembro. Portanto,
Fábio, tu tens que agradecer porque tens o Helder ao lado.
Mas tu sabes que em qualquer empresa, em qualquer projeto, tu precisas de uma pessoa técnica e precisas de uma pessoa que tenha visão. Okay. E sem visão, só ter uma parte técnica... Estás-te a rir? É verdade. Sem visão, tu podes ter o melhor técnico do mundo, não vai acontecer nada.
Vicente, não sei se já chegaste a ver o nosso logo. O logo do nosso podcast é um livro e uma caneca de cerveja. Eu acho que já dá para perceber. Quem está sempre a beber esquece as coisas todas.
Essa é a liberdade que nós temos. Está a vantagem de você ser podcast independente, não depender de patrocínios.
Então, estamos num podcast de ecos.
Oba, obrigado. Para quem esteja a ouvir este podcast, para quem está a ouvir este episódio de hoje, hoje eu estou a falar com o Fábio e o Helder, são outros 2 podcasts, mas para português também temos que encontrar um termo. Vamos estar sempre a usar termos em inglês para distinguir alguém, sabe? Podcast.
Se fores tentar arranjar uma tradução para todas as palavras que estás habituado a dizer em inglês agora, tu vais passar mais tempo a explicar às pessoas do que a falar. Por exemplo, como é que tu traduzes feedback?
Dar respostas.
É isso, tipo, tradução quase literal, mas diz a uma pessoa, tens que me dar uma resposta. Então estás-me a responder, não estás a dar feedback.
Ok, esse é o estrangeirismo.
Já vê? O ok que acabaste de dizer.
Está bem.
Sim, ok, é mais fácil. Mas, por exemplo, sabias que também é ao contrário, sabias que há palavras que por muito que tu queiras, tu não consegues traduzir? Por exemplo, chulé. Como é que tu dizes chulé em inglês?
Stink.
Não, stink é que cheira mal para tudo, não é pé em específico, cheira chulé.
Não sei.
Não há? Não?
Sei que o André está aí a pesquisar já na Google.
Claro. Vou ver, vou tirar a dúvida.
Não, mas isto é uma piada do Ricardo Araújo Pereira. Não, stink fit é uma porra. É uma piada do Ricardo Araújo Pereira. Nós, hoje em dia, temos que dizer de onde é que vêm as fontes, senão depois é tudo plágio e ainda não tenho nada original para ser já conhecido como plagiador. O Ricardo Araújo Pereira em Angola é conhecido ou nem por isso?
Acredito que deve ser conhecido, mas eu, como não tenho muita afinidade com cenas de Portugal, em Angola, muitos angolanos frequentam Portugal. Eu nunca estive na Europa, então os meus pais são mais da língua inglesa.
Ok. Sim, Angola está aí entre África do Sul,
Namíbia, nós temos mais a ligação dos países ingleses, então tem pessoas que preferem ir para a Europa, Portugal, tem uns que vão para o Brasil e tem uns que preferem Estados Unidos, África do Sul, Namíbia. Eu pelo menos sou do pessoal que estou mais inclinado à Commonwealth, né? A zona de ingleses, não português. Pessoal, para quem está a nos ouvir neste momento, eu estou a falar com Fábio e Helder, dois meus colegas de podcast, posso assim dizer. Eles são os dois homens que dão a voz à piada, que é um podcast. Pesquisem, eles estão no Spotify, Google Podcast. Podem lhes encontrar em todas as plataformas de podcast e te divirta, subscreva o podcast deles também, faça crescer o canal deles e estamos a continuar a nossa conversa. Estamos a falar sobre podcasts independentes. Fábio, tens alguma coisa a dizer quanto a isso?
Sim. E resgatando aqui um pouco o tema de convidados. Então, um podcast, normal, como nós estamos aqui contigo, tu não tens uma agenda, tu não tens ninguém a quem agradar, tu fazes as perguntas que te apetecerem, quem não gostar, vai-se embora e quem manda aqui és tu. É a ideia de um podcast, é descentralizar. Então, um dos convidados, que não vou dizer quem é, porque se depois isto aparecer antes do convite ser aceito, vai dar merda. Um dos convidados perguntou se nós podíamos enviar o guião.
Não, desculpa cortá-lo, eu como faço sobre empreendedorismo, negócio e carreira, eu tenho que mandar sempre um guião. Menos a vocês que eu não mandei o guião, mas para convidados para falar de assuntos como tema, falar do produto deles.
Sério?
Não, a vocês não mandei o guião porque a gente já temos noção do que a gente vai abordar. Pode ser funny ou not funny, we're gonna be serious. Então, isso para mim é beleza. Agora, para alguém tratar de um assunto que eu acredito que esse assunto venha a ser sério, venha a ser benéfico para outras pessoas, não quer dizer que este podcast não virá a ser benéfico. Sim, irá ser benéfico porque vocês aqui estão a deixar ferramentas, né? Vocês aqui deixaram ferramentas. Caso alguém queira começar a fazer um podcast e ouvir esse episódio, é claro que ele vai pesquisar por essas ferramentas que vocês deixaram. E eu também vou deixar ao longo da conversa, porque a ideia deste podcast é podcast para podcasters, né? Fábio, continua.
Sim, e o que eu achei muito interessante, por acaso acho que tive uma resposta muito diplomática, já nem me lembro, mas a ideia foi essa. O convidado deve ser uma pessoa que nunca foi a um podcast, ou se calhar não houve um podcast. É a mesma coisa que, sei lá, tu ires a um canal de televisão que tu sabes que é essencialmente apoiado ou até financiado por um partido e tu dizeres que tu vais para lá fazer perguntas que podem incomodar o partido. Não dá. E aqui no podcast, fazendo um paralelismo, é diferente porque nós não temos guião. Nós muitas vezes trabalhamos na véspera do episódio que nós vamos gravar.
Helder.
Aqui estou de acordo com o Fábio. Eu acho que a ideia do podcast, até se pensarmos como surgiu o podcast, que é as pessoas começaram a gravar coisas e a partilhar com os amigos, no tempo do iPod, daí o nome podcast. Então, se começarmos a ter guiões para ter convidados, mais vale passarmos a ser rádio e não podcast. Eu acho que está ali a diferença.
Mas, se nos quiserem pagar como muita gente paga a rádio, nós arranjamos guiões, não faz mal nenhum.
Guião tem um preço.
E nós temos vantagens, né? Nós agora não conseguimos nos restringir só a um mundo pequeno. Rádio vive de frequência, mas nós estamos worldwide. Temos pessoas a nos ouvirem em zonas que a gente não esperava um dia aí. Só pesquisamos na Google.
Com a internet, tipo, a descentralização existe para tudo. Há coisas boas e coisas más.
A internet é sobretudo boa. Se pensarmos, por exemplo, estou aqui a ver, eu não conheço ninguém em Aruba, mas temos alguém a ouvir-nos em Aruba. Não sei quantas pessoas...
Imagina, alguém de férias que está na praia a ouvir-nos os dois a falar. Eu quero conhecer essa pessoa e quero que para a próxima vez me leve de férias também.
É a questão mágica do podcast. Estás a fazer um podcast em português. Quantos países é que falam português? Mas depois, quando vais ver, tens alguém a ouvir-te na Rússia, alguém a ouvir-te em Emirados Árabes Unidos, alguém a ouvir-te em Singapura e... Eu acho que aqui o podcast quebra mais fronteiras do que a rádio, por exemplo. Não só pela conveniência, mas também o acesso que a internet dá, porque também é mais conveniente. No computador, em todo lado. Se bem que a rádio hoje em dia também podes ouvir em todo lado, mas o podcast continua a ser mais conveniente.
O Fábio queria dizer alguma coisa.
Não, estava-me a rir da redundância do Helder, que é uma coisa conveniente, porque a conveniência da internet traz conveniência à nossa vida conveniente.
Imagina, esse podcast, esse episódio, quem quiser ouvir, guarda e ouve quando quiser. A rádio tem que estar naquele momento para ouvir aquilo que eles vão falar, porque depois passa. Se não, quem nos quer ouvir aqui, pode ouvir amanhã, daqui a uma semana, guarda e ouve quando quiser. Pode ouvir aos recados.
É bastante conveniente.
Querem chegar até onde com papiadas?
Eu nunca tive resposta e ainda não tenho para isso.
Sim,
acho que o Helder consegue elaborar mais. Sim.
Porque o Helder já deixou-nos respostas, né, de algumas questões sobre o futuro. Ele já está em 2022, nós estamos em 2022.
O Helder já tem vacina.
Por acaso não tenho resposta. Para mim, enquanto tiver piada, fazer para piada, faz sentido fazê-lo. Ainda não tenho uma ideia, não, para piada tem que ser isso. Para mim, neste momento, é o prazer e o gosto que me dá fazê-lo, não tanto o que é que pode se tornar, o que é que me pode dar em troca.
Partilhe este episódio para que chegue mais pessoas e não esqueças de subscrever e deixar comentários. Nós estamos no Spotify, Apple Podcast e em outras plataformas. Muito obrigado mesmo por estares aí deste lado e tirares esse teu precioso tempo para nos ouvir. E estamos de volta para a próxima semana. Estamos juntos.
Caras do sonho do Cucalaquiaco ao Quinganga Mapacalá e do Bundila até ao Quimbumba. Para mais informações, ligue 928 49 87 24 ou 925 93 75 54 ou escreva por e-mail carasdosonho@gmail.com.
Hello, Africa.
Tell me how you're doing. My name is Martin.
And my name is Chris. We look forward to sharing with you about the story of African Retooled. So African Retooled is a platform that seeks to shed light on the future of work, provide our listeners and our followers with information to make them future ready. One of our channels is the African Retooled podcast. And Martin, you can probably talk about that.
Sure. The podcast is where we have conversations about the future of work. We go deep into different jobs, looking at how they have evolved, speaking to industry professionals about how they imagine and we imagine together what they would look like in the future. Another thing we do on the podcast is have conversations with leaders, and this is to inspire people to be able to retool or reskill in order to take advantage of these new skill sets that are coming up in this inevitable future. And finally, we talk to retooled Africans. These are people who've been able to reskill and retool in their own careers to be able to pivot, given all the tools available to them in this new era of work. And so, Chris, why are we proud to be African podcasters?
I guess we're proud because never has it been very clear that in the fourth industrial revolution, the world is indeed flat. And so this is the one chance we have to tell our story and to really shape our narrative.
That is true, Chris. Yeah. And, we look forward to engaging with you. Find us on africanretooled.org, where you can listen to our podcast and go around in the website and find all the other tools and information that we have. See you soon.
Hi, my name is Femi Olugbade, aka Femi Bakes, aka the Sound Baker. I'm a voiceover talent audio producer, master of ceremonies, and the executive producer, I like that title, of Letters to Boys podcast. Now, it is a self-help podcast that encourages young men within the ages of 18 to 28 to become better versions of themselves. This podcast started as a result of some personal experiences, but most importantly, from the incessant complaints of women. So you're probably familiar with the statement, all men are scum. Though we disagree, but yeah, we've been hearing all men are scum, men are lazy, men are this, men are that. And we're like, yo, instead of complaining, how about we do something about it? How about we just try? Okay, let's try. Let's see what happens eventually. And then the podcast was born. I'm based in Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm proud to be an African podcaster because I get to tell stories that are peculiar to my region. I get to tell stories that are Afrocentric. All right. And I get to add my Nigerian jollof spice to everything that we do. I'm just kidding. So yeah, feel free to check out our podcast on Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Anchor, or anywhere you get your podcast from. Also, connect with us on social media at Letters to Boys on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Right? Love, peace, Nigerian jollof. And like we always say at the end of every episode, post it. Bye.
Hello everybody, my name is Munera. I hail from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and I am the creator and host of the Gaia Sessions. The Gaia Sessions is still relatively a baby, but it is my baby, and I'm so proud of it The Kaya comes from the Samba word Kaya, meaning home. The Samba is a tribe which I am a part of. So through this podcast, I hope to invite people to the place that I call home, that is Tanzania, and that is Africa, and through various topics that concern the land and most importantly, concerning the people. Being an African podcaster is something I'm very proud of, because through this we're able to create the image of the African continent and its people through stories and the voices of the African people. And I understand that it's a very relatively slow, and it is a small and growing industry. It's not mainstream, but I believe in its growth. I was inspired by African podcasters, and I never thought that I too one day would inspire somebody else to start a podcast or to go into podcasting. So witnessing this, I see that there is really a high potential for growth, and I couldn't be more proud to say that I was there from the beginning, or I was there, or I was a part of it. So I want to wish everybody a happy African Podcast Day, and let's keep creating.
Hi, yo. My name is Michael Baruti. I'm a journalist from Tanzania. I host and produce a podcast called Men, the podcast, which is specifically about mental health for men. And, our podcast is largely in Swahili, but we have some few episodes which are predominantly English. And why we do a podcast about mental health for men in Tanzania is simply because we are trying to unpack and unlearn the concept of mental health for men. And as an African and as an African man, I understand how foreign this concept is. It's not something that we talk about on the daily. It is not something a lot of us understand, but also it is not something that it is being talked about, a lot out there. So that is why it is important, or I thought it was important to start a podcast about mental health for men in Tanzania. And why am I proud to be an African podcaster? Wow. I'm a firm believer of telling our own stories, and the beauty of the podcast is that now it allows us African, who for so long we've been complaining about people not being able to share our stories, about people, about our stories not being presented out there correctly. I feel like the presence of a podcast actually comes in to challenge that notion, and I am happy and I'm glad that I'm a part of this thing and a part of this journey of telling African stories. We're using our own words, using our own narratives, and it is just so amazing. So yeah, that is why I'm excited about being an African podcaster.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Mel. How are you?
I'm
I guess
fine.
you've reached that afternoon point where everyone is like, what's happening? So thank you, everyone, for staying with us throughout the day. It's been so real. People have shared their tips, their experiences, and no matter where you are in your podcasting journey, happy Africa Podcast Day.
Yes, indeed. Happy Africa Podcast Day. I'm just so excited. Like the last session, we were listening to a podcast in Portuguese. And even though I didn't understand what they were saying, I felt the vibes. And there's just something about that, like really amazing. And I feel really fortunate to be able to have been part of this experience today.
Oh,
And
for sure.
up next, our final community event is by a comedian from South Africa, Simi Aref, who is the host of a podcast called Lesser Known Somebodies. But don't be fooled by the title, because his podcast is very successful. It's one of the most successful podcasts, but we will let him introduce himself more. So this event is actually a live recording of a podcast episode of his, where he's going to have conversations with people calling in, and he's going to answer their questions, comment on the issues they bring up in his own unique style. This is the best Friday afternoon plan, actually. So
That
get
part.
ready to wind down, be entertained. Sorry, Joe?
Go ahead, take it away.
Take it away, Simi.
What up?
Simi Aref, what up, boy?
I'm good, bro.
Simi Aref joins us in studio. He knows more than you can imagine.
Is President Barack Obama a Muslim?
Because you know it's going to be a zoo. It was already a zoo.
Did anything happen while I was gone? Haven't you noticed the whole place is on fire?
Let me tell you why you're here.
But they can only speak in question.
Are there side effects? Or?
Just diarrhea.
My first guest is...
Simi.
Look who's there, this guy.
Lesser known somebodies. Welcome to Africa's 8th Best Podcast with me, Sami Arif. Today we are doing a live rendition of the podcast. As you can see, I've set up a lovely mini studio at home. I have my microphone, I have a ring light, I have a vase full of flowers. We are going to have a good time today. I brought some friends, but let me explain to you how this podcast is going to work. This is an open line. If you have a comment, if you have a question, if you want to ask me something and you need an answer, I am your man for the next hour. I'm going to help you. I've got a producer that's running the show behind the scenes. His name is Tevin. Tevin, if you want to jump on screen for a second so the people can see you. If you don't, that's also cool. But Tevin's going to be putting your comments up on the screen when he sees them so we can answer some questions. I do have a couple of guests. I have some comedians. I have a journalist. I have someone that actually knows more about podcasts than me. So we're going to try to get through all of them. We don't have much time, but here we go. Thank you, Ahorn. Let's start with my first guest. Tevin, if you can please bring the lovely Yasin Barnes into the studio.
Hold on, let me just center my mic quickly.
Everybody, this is one of my closest friends and fellow Muslim, Yasin Barnes. Yasin Barnes is an incredible comedian. He's also one of the people that irritate me the most because he has very bad jokes. I just want to read that first comment that popped up right now, just to show off a little bit. Yasin, latest comment says, wow, a whole live recording. Love, # Africa Podcast Day.
That's really great.
I know it's great.
Can I first say, I actually know that we are of the best friends because you've never told me to my face that I'm a good comedian, only in front of people. So I know that that's real friendship, is that you will roast me to my face, but be nice in public. That's I feel like that's the first understanding we need to get out of the way.
I don't want you to get a big head. I think that's one of the biggest problems in society today. People have big heads, and you don't have to lean back. You'll be fine. You are childish.
So I read this thing. Sorry to cut this now. I read this thing the other day of when you do Zoom calls and when you speak to people, you mustn't actually face directly. You're supposed to face just off, Because you face someone straight, it's too
So you have to do it like a Larry King interview.
like a school picture.
Because when Larry King interviewed people, he never like sat like straight on with them. He always sat on the side. He said it disarmed them. I mean,
And it makes sense because if you look someone straight, it's very aggressive, but also it looks like an ID photo, and no one looks good as an ID photo.
But I mean, also at the same time, we're in front of a computer screen. Can I tell you what I like? If I could show you guys what I have my computer set up on, it's an ironing board. It's an ironing board. I took a shoe box, I cut it at a 45 degrees so I could put my laptop on. So it makes me look like I've got a better angle. But I don't. I'm wearing shorts.
If I know it's an audio and it's a podcast, but if I can also show the people, this is my tripod. It's just books that I stack up that I find okay. I feel like that's what COVID has taught me is to just use the things that's in the house. And
but isn't that the most beautiful thing? Like this is what when people always tell me about like doing podcasts in Africa, I always say like, Africans, we are street children when it comes to solving things. We'll do anything. So like if I can't get a tripod, my man, ironing board, books, everything, I'll make it work. I'll make it work. That's why like every single time you see an African person overseas, you guys like we nod at each other. We know like, hey, this guy also struggled like me to get there. It's tough out there in the streets.
Yeah, we look nice, but to look nice, the effort that we must put in to look nice is so much more than the rest of the world. Even just the simplest of things, having electricity for 24 hours is already a mission, I feel like, in most of Africa.
Bro, I agree with you 100%. Yasin, do you you're a comedian, but you also one of my friends, but you also came over here because you had something to speak about. What do you want to talk today, my friend?
Everything is interesting. It's such a. I know it sounds like such a person that takes a lot of drug statement to make, but it's no. But you know what happened is that I started watching because of lockdown and everything else. You start watching random things on the internet. You start watching good movies and you start watching bad movies. I say bad movies, but I've never seen a movie that I put off. I'd rather watch it till the end, hate the movie, but it's something that I could take apart and learn from. You know what I mean?
But it's also because you have the time now. You have the time to watch it. You see, you and I are both artists. So it's not like we can jump on stage at any moment and be like, yo, let me go try these 4 hours of new material that I have. So we spend these days, I would like to call it research and development. But if I have to watch 15 seasons of the Food Network, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Research and development, but it's actually just I feel like now we'll call it research and development, but let's say 10 years ago I was called lazy by my aunties. Why is does he not have a job? No, it's research and development, auntie. Let me just please explain. But
I'm so deep into like South African politics at the moment, right? I even have a voice clip specifically for this live episode. So if you have a question and you want to ask me, in the words of one of our greatest former presidents, the man that has given us so many jokes in South Africa, Jacob Zuma.
You come with meandos, I answer with meandos. Ask the question, I will answer the question.
It is easy. If you guys don't know what Muendos is a word Jacob Zuma made on the night, but we all understood what it meant. If you come with the Muendos, I'm answering with Muendos.
But you see, that's Africa. I also feel like that's Africa because we go, this is English is not necessarily our language, but we'll make it whatever we want it to be. When Trump said Kufefe, then everybody was like, oh, he can't speak. He's struggling to speak. We were like, Muendos is a word now.
Muendos is a word. You come with Muendos, I answer with Muendos. So is that your question you had for me? Your topic was, what am I watching?
Yes, what are you watching? What's the worst thing that you've watched that was the best thing that you've watched?
The worst thing that I've watched? What do you mean that it becomes my best?
Something that's like so cringe or something that's so like badly put together, but at the end of it, you go, I was entertained. Like you go, I can take a story from this. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that is my favorite thing to watch now. Where I go, this makes no sense, but I'm still entertained. It's like wrestling.
I guess I would have to say that I watched that Night Stalker documentary on Netflix. And I'm not saying that it's a bad documentary, but it's certainly not the best murder documentary in the world. You know, it's like, I think Netflix have inculcated in us a way of understanding a documentary. We start off slow, we do these like blurry reenactments, and the script is good. But with that one, you could literally go like, okay, they're going to catch the guy here, he's going to do that. But I watched all of it because I'm interested in that stuff.
But that's the thing. I also feel like Netflix tells a good story. So, but that's also their problem. So they will take like random things of the pink pen, and then you go, it's just a pink pen, guys. That's all that it is. But Netflix goes, the pink pen, was it white? Then it turned pink. Did it turn pink and then turn around? And now I'm 7 episodes into something that does not concern my life at all.
You know, Netflix is doing this new thing in the future with podcasting. Well, not specifically a podcast. They're basically allowing you to listen to the audio of a show.
That's exactly what I do already. Was I put it on and then do the dishes.
Sometimes I use my TV, my internet TV, as a massive speaker, just so I can. Like people be like, "Yo, what podcast are you listening to?" I was like, "The news," and literally on Wednesday, Africa. But the thing that I do watch during the day, which I love, is state capture. Yo, the state capture is my jive. I love that thing.
So for me, with a lot of the news, I only listen to the highlights. Like I just go, yo, give me the rundown of the thing. I can't sit for the whole day and watch the news. It's draining. I also feel like
the state capture is the longest drama. Okay, for other people that are listening from other parts of Africa, we had a problem in our country with massive corruption. Massive corruption. We had like 4 Indian dudes come from India in the 90s, and they managed to state capture us. Now we're having a massive commission to find out if they did capture the whole state. So it's a state capture inquiry. Now, this thing's been going over 3 years, but only the good people, the good guests are coming now. Former President Jacob Zuma is coming with the Muendos. Will he answer with Muendos though? We don't know. So it's a skit for me. It's like a daily drama. I love it.
We all, as the nation of South Africa, we are pitching this idea to Netflix to make it into a new documentary. Is it meanders in the next episode? What's going to happen to the Guptas?
Yeah, bro. Even a good like Law and Order, you know, like Law and Order, State Capture Inquiry. Law and Order, Zondo Commission. Law and Order, the Zuma Files. I would love that thing, bro. I would love it.
But we need Mariska Hargitay on the case, though. Like,
yeah.
Mariska Hargitay.
Like, I grew up, my granny, right? My granny made me watch Murder, She Wrote. She didn't make me. She didn't like force me to watch Murder, She Wrote. But I'm saying my granny would always have Murder, She Wrote on every day. 5:30 it used to come on. And I feel like that gave me the education to become a really good TV criminal detective. Like I can spot the bad guy from the beginning, huh? From the beginning. Not even a worry. I found the guy. I used to tell my granny straight in the first scene, Ma, you see that one over there with the leather jacket? He did it. How do you know, boy? I was like, no one wears a leather jacket like that and is not the criminal, please.
But also, can we discuss why murder shows were so early in the day? Like, these are still children watching TV. And why must children watch? Like, what is wrong in your town that there is a death every week? It's like Grey's Anatomy. There is a death in the hospital every week. How many doctors must die in Grey's before they go, we're done?
Yeah, bro. If I saw Angela Lansbury in my town, I'm staying at home.
Yeah. But also, whenever I watch the shows, I go, just tell the police all the news. Like, if you're innocent, tell them all the stories. I feel like the good people and the bad people lie too much to the police.
I agree with you. Yasin Bonds, if you don't have anything else to say, thank you for coming on and spending a few minutes with me.
Thanks for having me.
Oh,
thanks to all of Africa. This is the loudest my voice has been to the whole of Africa. So
the whole of Africa.
The whole of Africa.
I should ask all of my guests, let's name, how many countries in Africa can you name? Let's go.
I went to school with Chad.
Yeah. You are
I'm gonna say 17 countries? No, it's not 17, it's more, but I'm just gonna go with 17. How many
Can I tell
countries
you
are?
why? No, there's a ton, bro. There's more than 17.
I know
There's
this.
like I'm nowhere near my Google search right now, but they're way more than 17.
I'm
Like
gonna
I
say
reckon
60.
60? I'm gonna say 43. Listen, I'm gonna Google it live. How many
Okay,
countries?
live Google, something
I
that
mean-
you can do with not watching the show at the same time.
Countries in Africa.
Are you going to ask each of your guests how many countries they are on each of the continents?
Oh, I should have guessed it right. Oh, I should have changed my thing. It's 54. It's 54. Oh, we've got
hold up. Someone says the 55.
No. How's it 55, guys? Are you telling us that
And
Google is lying to us?
here's the other thing. How many of these people Google the answer? Somebody doesn't know where.
54 countries. Who are we believing now? Now we've got a problem.
This is because these name changes. That's why you know that thing of countries just
guys.
Shamizi.
No, because now people are saying 55. Two people have said add South Sudan. Oh. How come Google hasn't added South Sudan yet? Well, they don't recognize South Sudan.
It's the oppression against Africa. That's why. We're just gonna blame Google for that.
Yo, someone tuned. There are 56 countries in Africa, but they're counting deserts over here. That doesn't count.
You don't know what's the democracy in a desert. Who are you to judge?
Okay, cool. Before you go, I know there's 54 or 55 countries, but in the famous words of another South African president,
I am an African.
Good for you. Good for you. Great speaking to you. See you soon, my friend. Bye.
Bye.
Okie dokie. So one of our guests is probably not going to make it. His name is Dean Schroeder. Dean knows everything about podcasting, especially in South Africa. The next best person that knows a lot of stuff about podcasts is a lovely girl called Rotendo, from one of the helpers of this lovely show called Tinziwe Media. I think it's pronounced that way. I'm not really good with that. Or I could be massively mispronouncing it. And the third person that knows a lot about podcasting in South Africa is myself. I've been doing it for years, 5-6 years. Probably South Africa's best independent podcaster. You know, when you Google best podcast South Africa, you see my name. I don't think it's Google search analytics. Oh, wait, I'm seeing more comments. Haha, Simi, your Google is broken. How can my Google be broken? How can it be broken? Wi-Fi does not break. If you add Western Sahara, which is occupied by Mauritania, then I guess you get 56. Now we're just making up countries, guys. Now, like, to be honest, Lesotho is inside of South Africa. And I still say that belongs to South Africa. It has to. They get their energy from us. They get their roads sometimes from us. That's our country. Okay, cool. I've got my next guest. He's an extremely talented, in fact, I'll give him all the compliments once it's on. Producer Tevin, can you please bring in my friend Jan Bornman?
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
Thanks, and you. Everybody in Africa, this is Jan. He's probably the first white person to be on Africa Podcast Day. I didn't want to show the world that there weren't white people in Africa, but I thought there's no better white person in the world than you. I have you here, Jan. Jan is a journalist. He works for a lovely media house called New Frame. New Frame do some excellent work. Jan's beat, the thing that he follows, is xenophobia. And I think he follows xenophobia, right, Jan?
I mean, that's one of the things I write about.
Oh, what are the other things you write about?
I recently did a vaccine story as well, so like branching out to other.
Doing a vaccine story. Hold on, here's another comment. Joburg gets its water from Lesotho. Codependency. Not anymore, my man. Our Val Dam is at 100%. We will never be using Lesotho water now. We are fine. Even at 3%, we are like, hey, guys, come on. We are giving you our water. Guys, let's not forget, South Africa is a top-notch country. Lesotho need us. Like some days I think like a gang could come through and just steal Lesotho from Lesotho. We could make them our 10th province. Jan, you don't have to comment on that because I know you deal with the xenophobia thing, so you're safe. So Jan, you've come into my show and you want to speak about some delicious topics. Loving Simi's presentation. Sorry, Jan. Sorry to disturb you while I get my head bigger, get my ego rubbed.
Yeah, I don't think it would be possible.
Yeah, it is. So Jan, you're a lovely journalist. You're a good guy. What do you want to speak about today, my friend?
Before we get to that, I was just really disappointed to hear that Yassine can only name 17 African countries.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can name 17 African countries. To be honest, I'm going to find now. Yeah, I think it's way less than that. So I'm going to here we go. What about Swaziland? Is it a full country? How does it manage to sit isolated in the middle of South Africa? Did I confuse Lesotho with Swaziland?
I'm not sure, but Swaziland doesn't go by Swaziland anymore. It's Eswatini.
Yeah, it doesn't go by. Yeah. Oh, Tamaf play. I did a gig in Swaziland, right? Back in the day when it was Swaziland. I did a gig at, they have a big country club there. And the only hotel, 5-star hotel, great hotel. As we're about to get on stage, this massive bouncer comes and he says, yo, no jokes about the king. And I was like, why? And he's like, because you'll go to prison. And I was like, I've got no jokes about the king. But now in the back of my mind, I keep on going, damn it. I think I could make a really good king joke,
Yeah.
Like, when I'm like, I think I even said, like sheepishly, I was like, what's the favorite girl band in like Swaziland? And I was like, it's the Spice Girls. And I was like, I'll tell you what I want, what I really want. But I managed to mix the king's name into it. And then everybody laughed. And I was like, safe. Someone asked, did Jan dye his hair?
No, it's the same color. I'm just same hair.
Yeah. I mean, Jan, you're doing very well if you can afford to dye your hair during a pandemic. Yeah. And you're not old enough. You need to dye your hair, dog. You're not old enough. Yeah, exactly. So before we get into your topic, let me try name more than 17 African countries.
Okay.
Right? South Africa, Lesotho. Egypt, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, South Sudan, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Malawi. Malawi is 11, right?
Yeah.
Mozambique, Madagascar, Algeria, Morocco.
You haven't touched West Africa yet.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Calm down, dog. Cote d'Ivoire. Nigeria.
Nice.
Libya. I'm already on 18. I've beaten this guy already. Senegal 19. Namibia. How can I forget about Namibia? 20. I've mentioned
Namibia.
Yeah, I've got a guess from Namibia just now as well. But I could, so 20, 21 would be. What's below Egypt? What? There's so many. I've already said those, Maji. I'm trying to find the other ones.
You asked what's below Egypt.
Where's Timbuktu? Where's that?
Mali,
22. Cape Verde. Is Cape Verde part of Africa? Because I always see them in the soccer teams. Cape Verde. Madagascar? Okay, there's 24.
Are you going to try and get through all of these now?
No, bro. I'm just trying to make 27 to at least know 50% of the country. 50% of the continent, Oh, man. Now I'm done. Imagine you're finished. I'm going to end it over there. Jan, so I can go 24. How could I forget Ghana and Sierra Leone and Cameroon? That would have taken me over the 27 mark. Damn it. Damn. Shit. Okay, Jan, tell me about your lovely question or comment you want to speak to me about.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you saw, or of course you saw, this South African guy who was part of the mob that stormed the Capitol.
Oh, Jan, yes, I did, of course. Listen, everybody listening. There was a South African dude, South African white dude, Jan's cousin. I don't know. Jan's cousin that went to the Capitol in America. When they did what do they call them? The insurrection attacks. And then this is what he had to say.
I have a message. I'm now from South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they say that all eyes are on Congress today. I'm here in person, standing right in front of the Washington Monument, and I want you to zoom in on my face. And I want to tell you, I have a message for every one of you senators and every one of you congressmen out there. We're watching. We've had enough, okay? We have had enough. The Lamb is going to become the Lion of Judah. We have had enough.
Yes.
Don't tell us what to do anymore. I don't take instruction too well, in case you haven't noticed.
This dude sounds like he could have been like in a ring in WWE and like chirping one of his opponents.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you what upsets me? I have a full-on conspiracy theory that in every situation in the world, there is a South African involved. Every situation. Remember when that flight M377 went down? 2 South Africans on board. The tsunamis in Japan, 14 South Africans involved.
I feel like you're making these numbers up now.
No, I'm not. There's always, somewhere, somehow, there's a Safa involved. My man. So when you see these things happening on the news, why would you not expect a white South African to be involved?
Yeah. Did you see the video of this guy though? How red he was. It's like he's got a bartender. This guy drinks brandy for a living.
You know what also killed me about this guy is that he first stated up front, I'm from South Africa. So we're like, now we got a little bit of context. We know where you're from. And then he went on to lampoon what's going on. It's like, yo, you Lindsey Graham, you AOC, yo, we'll never give you this country. And then I'm going, my man, you stay in Camps Bay. You come from Cape Town, dog.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
I don't understand like South Africans who are like such serious Trump supporters.
I can't understand as well. Maybe you can shed some light into it. How do you think South African could possibly become a Trump supporter?
I mean, they probably... I have no idea. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I wouldn't know.
Many of my cousins on the West Rand are Trump supporters.
The West Rand is a prominent place here in South Africa where they are very right-wing. But like, if I had to think about it, honestly, I would say that it's closer to their politics than what a Democrat or a left of center person would be. You know what I'm saying? It's like, in our country, we still harbor a lot of bitterness for democracy. That's why you'll get like I'm having a problem right now at the gym. Let me tell you guys, let me vent a little bit. So yesterday I went to the gym because I'm trying to be strong and handsome, more handsome than I currently am. And I'm standing in the front of the queue because we have to queue to get into the gym. And this white lady comes out. The white lady comes to one of the club employees, but she's like followed by like this timid like Indian kid, small little Indian dude. And she just starts shouting him in front of the employee, this guy is using the machine like this. So I don't like that. I don't like seeing those type of aggressions like happen in front of me. So I pipe up and say, hey, you can't speak to this kid like that. And she's like, you don't know what you're talking about. This has nothing to do with you, which is right. It has nothing to do with me. But when it started to having to do something with me is that you can't allow the power dynamic of like a white person to speak down to a person of color, especially if you're both club members, you know? So I'm just like, yo, you can't speak to him like that. And she says, my son is going to come now and sort you out. And I was like, hey, my man, I'm so done with this threats of now your son is coming to sort me out. So I continued to go onto the treadmill, started my run about 8 minutes and 30 seconds in. Does she not come fully, no mask on, right up to the treadmill to shout at me again about her son coming for me? So then I stopped the treadmill, I stopped running, but I continued to run into the manager's office. Later complaint. But now this perpetrator of a crime, because breaking the National Disaster Act by not wearing a mask and socially distancing, and in the club rules of Virgin Active, it tells you about socially distancing and being hygienic and wearing a mask at all times unless you're doing vigorous activity. So now she realizes this. And what do you think a white woman does when they are the perpetrator of a crime, but they realize that they're also the problem? What do you think? What's their mechanic after that?
I'm going blank now, but like
they cry. They cry. That's the thing. They cry. that's the thing. They cry. They start crying. They start crying, and that's the problem. So now we have to go
So now it's your fault as well. You made this auntie cry as well.
Bro, they sent me an email today from Virgin Active. They sent me an email today from Virgin Active saying, can you please join us for a meeting on Tuesday with the aggrieved parties? I was like, there's only one aggrieved party here. The person that was threatened with violence and spoken to without a mouth, which is me. And I'm a petty person. I can't help that I'm a petty person. So I'm the victim here. So on Tuesday, she's going to see real crocodile tears. I'm going to put onions in my eyes before I go to their meeting.
Didn't you want to?
Yeah, someone said White Label American Podcast. I am here for South African Karens. What a lovely name for a podcast. White Label American Podcast. Please type in the comment section why that's your name. Because in South Africa, there's a beer called Black Label. So I would love to know that. Darshan Mudli says, that was brilliant tape. Proud South Africans representing the world stage. Hashtag exceptionalism. No one in this dunya, in this world, has ever hashtag exceptionalism before. That's wild. But continue on. Give me your thoughts.
I was going to ask about your pettiness. Didn't you once make an audience member cry at a comedy show?
Yeah,
I vaguely remember being at one of your shows.
Yeah, I don't do it on purpose. I don't do it on purpose. I don't even remember why I made them cry. But I don't do it.
She was like talking while you were performing, and then you're like, okay, cool, I'm done with this gig. We're gonna talk now. And then eventually like, the security came to fetch her.
Yes, yeah, she was talking throughout the show, and then I said, I'm done. I'm gonna speak to you. You and I are gonna speak. And then she got upset because I disturbed her conversation. Which is wild for me. Wild for me. Jan, before you go, my friend, any last comments? Where can people find you? Because, guys, to be honest, Jan doesn't speak a lot. The reason why he's on this podcast is because he's one of my closest friends. We went to journalism school together. I say journalism school like it isn't like a university degree. And that's where I met Jan. And he used to speak another language, and I taught him English. So this is his second language.
I love how you this is the story you always tell when you introduce me to people, and it's not true.
I'm not introducing you just to people. I'm introducing you to Africa, my boy. People in Kenya are watching this right now. People in Ghana are watching this. They're going to be like, you know what I need to do? I need to speak to this young man. He don't talk a lot, like he's wise. There's another comment before you go, Jan. Black Label disappointed me at the SA restaurant that hippies love here in Brooklyn. The waiter is one of my favorite South Africans I met. Whoa, hold on here. What a lovely story. Firstly,
you need to get this person on, yeah.
I need to get this person on. Can someone send a StreamYard link to this person if they want to be on? Wow, you live in America and you have a podcast, unless you're talking about like Brooklyn and Pretoria. So that then it's like it's not that far. That hippies love Black Label. Wow, that's impressive. Jan, any words of wisdom before you want to go, my friend? Or can I give you a word of wisdom?
Yeah, please go for it.
Okay. No, I actually have to say this word of wisdom for the end. I'm sorry. But thanks for having you on. You've allowed me to do some nice riffing, you know. I'll speak to you soon. And I love you lots. Thank you, Jan. Bye.
Cool.
Bye. Take Jan off. Take Jan off. Okay, cool. Another comment. I know that restaurant. Isa Mess. Haven of Miendos. Oh, no.
You come with Miendos, I answer with Miendos. Easy. Ask the question, I will answer the question.
Okay, cool. Before we have to wrap up, because we started late and I think they want me out of here by 4:55. I don't know if someone can just tell me in the private chat, if Tevan can just drop a to let me know if we can run over time a bit, but if not, I'm safe. White Label American said, ha ha ha, there's a Brooklyn in Pretoria. I just learned something new today. Yeah, there's a lot of things here in South Africa. Cool. Yes, we can extend it by a bit. Please, let's bring in one of my favorite human beings. Please bring into the room Tevan, and then I'll get to give her a lovely introduction again. Hello, everybody. Please look at this gorgeous Namibian princess. Her name is Waylene. Hi, Waylene.
Hi.
Waylene is she's a comedian from South Africa and Namibia. Whatever country will take her, to be honest. She's like a gypsy when it comes to countries. She's looking to move more into the northern and western African sphere. So if you are a country in that area, Waylene is looking for a passport or a visa. What would you describe as your best skills, Waylene?
My best skills are running from my responsibilities, jumping to conclusions.
Oh, wait, let me just read the comment before we continue. It's from White Label American Podcast. It says, I'll hit you up on the socials and we shall talk more. You're going to be very disappointed when my manager will be speaking for me on the socials. Is that, well, you don't have representation yet, right?
No, I don't even have Wi-Fi. It's always hilarious when because comedy is weird. Comedy isn't like music and stuff like that. So it's like all comedians, I get to meet really famous comedians all the time, and then or rich successful ones, and then you guys will have conversations about like, yeah, I did this corporate, what, and I'm there like, yeah, I did 5 minutes and Dingiba, and I don't have Uber home.
So my manager, Osman, his nickname is Square because his first name is Osman and his last name is Osman. So it's Osman. So we call him Square. Square has all the login details for my social medias. So my Twitter, my Instagram, my Facebook. One day we're in Botswana. It's myself, another prominent comedian, Riyad Musa. We're performing in Botswana at the Royal Palms Hotel. I remember because we did 2 shows. And I'm on stage having a good time. And I get off stage and then I check my phone and I've got a few like Instagram messages from a girl. So I go like, yo, I click over there. I was like, because I was thinking like, sometimes you're performing and someone likes you so much, they send you a DM, right? Bro, there's a full-on conversation going on there between my manager and this girl. They are literally going like, hey, I'm enjoying your set so far. And he's like, thanks.
That girl must have been either so weirded out or so impressed, like, because it's like, oh, this guy is still on stage.
Oh, she didn't realize. So then I used to have this joke. Oh, wait, Waylene, let me just brush my ego again. Oh, you big time. I'm honored to be talking to a South African prince. Let me stand up and tuck in properly. A South African prince, Waylene. That's what they call me.
That's what the White Label American Podcast calls you.
When I put it on my next poster, a South African White Label American Podcast.
As seen and heard, the White Label American Podcast.
When people see him, they stand up and tuck in properly. Okay, wait. So Osman is speaking to this girl, and I had this joke about your second toe being longer than your big toe, and it looks like you're calling for a taxi to get you into town. Like a simple gag, right? And she's like, "Oh, lol, that joke is so funny about the toes." And Osman like, "Yeah, I hope you don't have toes like that." And then she's like, "No, I don't. I'll show them to you after the show if you're keen." So he's like, "Yeah, cool. Come through. We're having dinner, bro." I don't see that part of the message. I just see Osman speaking to this person like, don't worry, I've got you a date for the dinner. Get to the dinner, bro. This girl is standing there, and she's like, "Hi, Simi, it's me, Samira." And I'm just like, "Yo, dope." Because I don't know this person. I don't know what's going on. She's like, "We spoke in your DMs," and I was like, "Oh, yeah, cool." And then I said, "Can I ask you a question?" She's like, "Yes." I was like, "Do you think it was me that was responding?" She's like, "Yes, it was from your account." I said, "Girl, you were watching me on stage. I never had my phone out." And she's like, "Wow. But it is you, right?" I was like, yeah, okay, just come for this chicken curry. Then you can leave afterwards. As well. Waylene, do you have anything you want to speak about to me about today? I know you're struggling. I know Waylene got kicked off Twitter, guys. She's no longer there.
That is so sad right now.
Kicked off for acting like Kim Kardashian. Serves her right. You can't act like a queen like that.
Listen, you pretended to be the whole Namibian nation once on Twitter, so you don't get to swing that flag around.
And you got
Do you understand? Simi pretended to be Namibia,
Yeah,
the whole Namibia.
Yeah.
And he was talking about Gaza. Gaza is a very famous Namibian artist. And people were coming up to me in the streets going, you tell your friend Simi, he better stop, he better not come for Gaza. I'm like,
Guys, let me
I
paint
can't
the
control this person.
Let me paint the story better. I have a verified account on Twitter, and I use that blue tick to the best of my advantage. I will make sure I can act like someone else. I know the craft of acting like someone else. Tevin, just if you're there, can you remove that comment now? I'm tired of reading this.
African birds.
And so I use my blue tick for good. Like the one day I acted like Eskom, which is our local electricity server here in South Africa. And people thought it was the real Eskom, but it wasn't. And people had a good laugh afterwards. So I was fighting with a couple of Namibians because I acted as Waylene one day. That's how it started. I acted as Waylene one day. And I was like, wow, guys, I'm verified. And everybody got excited for Waylene, thinking that she got verified. Oh, you didn't. I was verified. I just changed my name. And then I started acting like I was bigger than some of the Namibian celebrities. And then the people in Namibia were getting mad because they realized that I was making jokes at their expense. So then I changed my whole account to the Republic of Namibia. And then they got even more mad. Because they're like, the Republic of Namibia doesn't have an account. And then they came for Waylene. Because like, this is Waylene, you need to sort him out. And as you can see, Waylene, while listening to the story, she decided that she wanted to let her hair down. And it shows her.
That's the thing. I feel so bad about how I let down the female womanhood, girl power race, because like the part of me before I came on the show, I was like, remember I was told you, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. What I'm so like nervous about that. But an even bigger part of me was like, I hope I look cute on this thing. Like that was like my main thing. It's like, I hope I'm funny, but I hope I'm also cute.
Just in
like,
case.
it's my main, just in
case. If there's someone.
And then like the whole time, I'm just like, when you and Yassine were on, I was just practicing angles. I was like,
no, bro. Before we started this thing, I was so worried because we got sent the link to log in, right? So we logged in early, and there was another panel discussion or show before us, and they were speaking in Portuguese, right? But it sounded really aggressive because I don't know if my Wi-Fi was buffering then. And it was like and I was like, oh, we're just going to be speaking in colonial English, and we're going to impress these people. And that's why I saved you for last. But now that you want to be on the African Podcast Festival, the African Podcast Festival Bachelorette, I'm more than welcome. I'm more than happy to try to get you set up with someone over here. If anybody that is watching this right now, I can't tell you, Waylene is a jive.
Do you know
to hang
my
around.
mom?
Yeah.
Do you know my mom exposed me on Facebook today? I go into Facebook, I log in, I see a cute, I'm tagged in something. My mom tagged me. I'm like, oh, this is probably something cute. Since my niece and my nephew, so I'm like, oh, this is going to be cute. I read the caption, it reads, my grandchildren spending their Valentines, they both have Valentines. Too bad they're nonny, that's what they call me at home. Waylene doesn't have a Valentine. And she tagged family members in this.
Your mother
you block your mother? Can you block your own mother?
Your mother hit you straight with a game over.
No, but I was even thinking about it. Now that you even just said the setting up thing. I used to, when I was younger, I was like, arranged marriages and setups, that's so weird. And what. And now I'm just like, maybe someone else should pick for me. Because obviously I am picking wrong. So maybe one of you go find me a person.
Can I tell you something? No marriage is not arranged. I've never gone to a wedding where I've just pitched up. Can I tell you, I personally would do an arranged marriage. I would, I've thought about it. I would definitely. Hold on, Waylene, before I tell you more about my arranged marriage, let me read from my favorite sponsor of this episode, White Label American Podcast. At Waylene, where did you have your first comedy performance? In Namibia or SA? What's the difference between both scenes for you? Tell us, Waylene.
Okay, so some would say my first comedy performance was my birth. Okay, that was weak. No, I did my first show I did was in South Africa in Johannesburg. It was horrible. I died. And then I proceeded to die for like 3 months straight.
Makes sense.
You know, like a real G. Stuck it out. I haven't really played the scene here much after.
Hey, tell them how you became funnier. You met me. Why do you want to lie to these people and not say, hey, Simi put me on? Simi made me funny.
Simi, don't make me lie to Africa, bro. I don't want to lie to Africa. Don't make me lie to Africa.
If people don't know, I use Waylene as my opening act. Like whenever I have an opportunity, I give Waylene that opportunity. She's my girl for that. I love that.
Thanks for that, man. I haven't really played the scene. The scene here is a bit different. But it's also, I had one of those epiphany moments last year. You know, sometimes as Africans or even for us Namibians in smaller countries, when we're in South Africa or wherever, you compare the other thing and you're like, oh, our thing isn't as good as their thing, so I'm not even gonna try it. So I realized a big part of me also just didn't try to find the scene in Namibia. I just went like, oh no, there's no scene. And there kind of is. And it's just like,
yeah, but you guys
are
performing in tents. Calm down.
You know,
all the tents are being used at the moment for COVID testing and COVID vaccination. So no one can hire a gazebo right now. So you can't do any gigs. Imagine your whole entertainment industry is just broken because of a lack of tents. Namibia can't have a gig. Someone got a question for me. Sambaza podcast. What a banging name. I wish I had that name. I wish people call me Sambaza. Simi, have you performed in Kenya? Yes, I have. Lovely, lovely place. Lovely place. I have performed in Kenya. It was years ago. I remember it because there's on the way to the airport and from the airport, there's a massive circle, massive interchange that has a massive chicken on it, like a statue of a chicken. And someone can correct me, but I'm pretty sure it's a chicken. It is massive waiting. It's at least like a good 2 stories. It is big. And also the other thing I noticed what they do in Kenya is that they paint trees white. I don't know why. If somebody from Kenya can explain that. Why they paint trees.
Do you also know what's 2 stories? Your story is 2 stories too long. Let's get back to me.
Okay. I just hold on before you go. Before we get back to you, I just want to say, and everybody in Africa that's watching this right now, the most beautiful country in Africa is Malawi. Everybody else can suck it. I've been to Malawi. Malawi is the most beautiful place on this God-given earth. I've never seen green like I've seen in Malawi. But other than that, back to you, Waylene. Let's hear about your career. Oh.
We have a desert, so we have pretty cool things. And like cheetahs, we have a lot of cool African things. We've got the Velvicia, which is like a dope plant. It's got 2 leaves, to retain water.
Waylene's country has a national plant called the Velvicia. It's got literally 2 leaves. And the one day she was telling me about it, and I literally said, yo, this plant sounds like a Russian stripper. And she was embarrassed. I think she's actually gone. I think oh no, she's there. She's still there. Wait, someone has had White Label American Podcast has a new comment out. I want to read it. It says, hey, Tevin, producer Tevin, put the comment on the screen, my man. What's going on here? Put the comment on, G. Okay, I'll read the comment. It says, I have had a few comedians on my podcast, no Prince yet, and they always talk about dying and bombing on stage, then bouncing back. Thanks. Yeah, Waylene has done a lot of dying on stage, so I won't be able to give you any answers on that. I'd only destroy. I only kill all the time.
Only bad comedians have never died on stage. Dying is part of the craft.
That just sounds like an
journey.
Come with Mendo's.
Mendo's.
Ask the question, I will answer the question.
Producer Tevin, I don't know if you're there, bro. We're still trying to wait for this comment to get onto the screen. I mean, I don't know. Waylene, you tell us. I'm going to find Tevin.
Listen, the Twitter ban wasn't the biggest upsetting ban I've received. I want to talk about my Tinder ban. I'm banned from Tinder, and it is
Tinder.
yeah, like ban, and like I can't make a new account. I need a new phone. I don't know why I'm banned from Tinder. Okay, I do know why I'm banned from Tinder, but it doesn't matter. They can't just ban me from love. Why? Or because I use people's material for jokes sometimes. Blah, 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 blah.
You
So
can't
some
do
people
that.
report.
You have to blur it out a little bit. It's like you have to do that.
No,
right?
no. Not even. I don't mean like posting it. I mean like on stage. So some like I think yeah, but like the one dude found out and like reported my account, and like I guess got other people to also report my account.
But I've
Because
heard you.
Tinder's thing is you need like three reports, then your account gets banned. So it's easy to get banned from it.
Do you remember former President Robert Mugabe? Do you think that he would have a Tinder account after this quote?
If you are ugly, you are ugly. Stop talking about inner beauty. Men do not walk around with X-rays to see your inner beauty.
There's a guy that does all these quotes from various African celebrities and politicians, and that was my favorite video he ever posted. And like I still remember to this day when the other DJ went, "Who said that?" And he's like, "Robert Mugabe," and I was like, "Damn." Now you can't even find love in Namibia or wherever you go, and now you're trying to go to Northern Africa and Western Africa. You're gonna try to find love over there, my man. This live that we're doing right now is probably your best shot. If I was you,
okay, let's list my. Okay, so my name's Raylene. I'm 25. I like long walks on the beach. That's a lie. I don't like long walks anyway. I like to go to the beach, take a cute picture, and go home. I watch Netflix.
Okay, stop. I've got a comment for you. Someone says, at Simi, my wife says Wabeline is cute. Please tell
Is
your
she
wife.
single? Is your wife single? She's looking for it.
I just want to let you
Can
guys
you
know.
fight? Can you fight?
Let me tell you something. Tell your wife, firstly, that Waylene can't be cute. That's not even her real hair. I've seen Waylene come. Oh, what's happening? What's
Someone
happening?
came. My friend came through with a beat face. Show Africa your face.
What up? What up?
Okay, that's enough now. This is about me.
Waylene, so this person's whole wife says that you're cute. What does your wife happen to say about me, just by the way? What does your wife think about me? I got a fade and everything for this gig.
Also
I
have a
believe in
fade.
the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, It's your hair. You bought it. We need to start a campaign to get our sister here. Hey, my man, get off the.
Please, yes.
I'm tired of Waylene. She don't need to be here. She doesn't need to be here. It's your hair if you bought it. Yes.
Thank you, Tevin. That's correct. Correct.
That's it, my darling. I don't have much more for you. I always enjoy speaking to you, and I do want to speak to you more.
To other people.
No, just to you. As I told Waylene yesterday, we were friends in a previous lifetime, and then immediately
I was like, yeah.
I don't believe in that stuff. Ugh. And then but Waylene and I celebrated our 2-year friendiversary yesterday. So just want to let you know, Waylene, Sambaza podcast has come to me that their wife has said, she says you are handsome, and your wife is correct. I love your wife. Yeah, is she single? That's what I want.
How deep is this marriage thing of yours? Like how serious are you guys?
Polyamory is a nice thing. But Waylene is a reputable woman. Okay, cool. Waylene, love you. Speak to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Guys, now that Waylene is out of here and it's just me, we don't have much time left. I've had lots of fun. I don't know if Joey's there. I don't know if Mel is there. I don't know if anybody from Africa Podfest. I mean, I really need to get the correct name. It's Africa Podcast Day by Africa Podfest. If anybody is there and they want to add anything before I leave, yeah, I'm done. I mean, I got nothing much more to say. I would love to answer more questions about podcasts and stuff, but I feel like all the good answers were given earlier on during the day. And I'm just here to provide some humor, some relief. If there's one thing I want to say is that I know that there's a lot of, when we make podcasts, sometimes we make them with this very serious intention. And sometimes, a little bit of irreverent humor or something entertaining goes so much further. I always firmly believe as an artist is that, we can get a serious message across in such a funny way, and it can be so cool. I just wanted to read a few comments. This convo was so fun. Thank you. I know I prepped all of it, and my friends are hilarious. Thanks for the laughs. You are more than welcome. And the last one is thank you. It's been a vibe. So I know. Sorry, this is so breaking the fourth wall. A Brechtian tactic that they use in drama. Joe said, "Yes, you do. Gifting you 30 minutes." You're gifting me extra time, but I don't have another person to speak to. I would love to speak to someone, anybody out there, because there's not many comments and stuff. I would really love to speak to someone. If there is anybody out there, I mean, let me try find someone. Simi, we need to chat. You are extra. Hey, Tevin, put this thing on there, my man. There's a lovely comment. I can't even read it. Dope. Simi, we need to chat. You're extra shay. Brooklyn accepts you. I've got like 20 minutes, bro. If you want to jump on this podcast. Hey,
if he wants to, he can comment his email and I'll send him an email.
Yeah. I just want to check. I know there's there's a guy from Egypt. You keen to jump on? Let me just WhatsApp him quickly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But if White Label is ready, I will gift him a good time. I'll have a very good time. I haven't met this guy, but he also has a podcast all the way in Egypt. Egypt is a cool place. People like that place. They had an Arab Spring. Tevin, now that you're here, I need to know, how's your day?
My day has been long. My day has been eventful, but successful.
Before you continue, Tevin, let me just tell you what my friend Sandra said. I'm thinking to have my kids start a podcast, which is a cool idea. Kids stuff really, really works. If you look at the behind it, there's actually a few markets where people do really, really well. Health and fitness, of course, because since the lockdown, that's like been a main thing. Financing, and of course, kid stuff, because sometimes it's easy. I mean, Gimlet have a really, really cool podcast about like brushing your teeth and stuff. Now wait, White Label American has said, I intentionally trapped you with my Nigerian side. What does Kevin do? Who's Kevin now? It's not Kevin, it's Tevin. Tevin with a T. He needs your email address so he can email you.
Yeah, I need your email address.
When I can speak. And Sandra said, like, force them to do it and share the experiences. Can I tell you what the best way, like, I don't know about you, Tevin. I don't know if you're involved in like the recording side of a podcast, but like, you like, guys, here's a big tip. If you want to make like good audio, right? Use your phone. Your phone is really, really powerful. You just need to know how to use it. Like, don't record audio with your phone like this. Record like that. That's the way you get it. And do it in a quiet area, and your kids will love it. And you can use like so many apps out there, like where you can make your own jingle, etc., etc. Sandra says your comedy point and not being too serious is a direction, I think. Yeah, I'm not saying that serious podcasts shouldn't exist and that serious matters should not be delved deeper into. I'm saying that I'm not that type of podcaster. I'm really not. We are in New Orleans spending our morning with you. Lovely. I've got friends now in New Orleans. Even Tevin has friends. Well, if I've got no one else to be on the show, bro. I've got no one else. No one is commenting.
I think White Label America has cold feet, maybe.
Yeah, did you say he has cold feet? Yeah. They have. Whoa, Sandra says they have an American mom, a Guinean dad, and living in DRC. That's a great combo.
That's a content gold.
Yeah, that's a cool hook over there. But I'm just like, you've got to do it. You've got to do it. And I think always starting is such a thing. Like a lesson on somebody's, we are like, this is 6 years in, and we just started because I just want to be back in radio. of white label American podcast has just sent a message just saying, I'm trying to figure out how to send Tevin the email. You know where you are commenting right now.
No, maybe it's a privacy thing.
Oh,
maybe it's like, I don't want all these people
no,
having my email. Oh, he just sent it. Okay,
I mean,
cool.
it's the Gmail account, my man.
2 seconds.
Hold on, Tevin, you can leave now while I answer my friend Sandra again. So the thing is, right, is to make the stuff, like make it, because you can make it really good just by using simple tools. And I'll tell you, when I left radio, I had a Zoom recorder. So I used my Zoom recorder a lot because I was in radio. But I've used many a trick. I've used my phone to record podcasts. I've edited on my phone. I download like a free copyrighted jingle somewhere where I know that like no one's going to be upset if I use it. And you make the content. Because if the content's good, it'll travel. There's a reason why we're here. And Darshan Mudley, if Tevin is also listening, Darshan Mudley has a comment and is, what's the best story you've been told? Good question, bro. Good question. What is the best story I've been told? I don't know. You know, South Africa, and Darshan, you know, because you're from South Africa. Darshan also, I don't know if you have the details to your workshop that you want to pop in the comment section. I can give it a plug because I'm going to be posting this podcast on my feed later on anyway. So the best story, I don't know if I've been told the best story. I come from a family of good storytellers, right? And I think my dad is the best storyteller. Like, he's told me really incredibly rich stories, and he comes from a different time than us because, you know, we suffered during apartheid, and he's an orphan, and he has like this lovely family dynamic, and his stuff is very serious, but he's also a jokey person like myself, but it's not as jokey as I am. So I think his stories are probably the best stories I've been told. I can't remember one that like stands out like at all. I know I have a really like, I have my last comedy show, which was called Listen on Somebody, was based only on my dad. Sandra says, that's a word and a motivation. Thank you so much. Been listening all day. No, thank you. I don't know where you are in the world, Sandra, or the DRC. I don't know what time it is there, but I'm happy to be here. Always wanted to do this. Always, I've never done something live, and if people enjoyed it, I'll definitely try to do it again. But yeah, if White Label American is ready, Tevin. So if you can, I don't know if this is a he or she. I've been assuming. Such a horrible person I am. I'm a horrible person. You can put yo, Tevin, are you White Label American, Tevin? You're the person. This whole time you've been this person.
No, I'm just here to let him or her know, or them know, that if you click the link, I should be able to see you in the backstage, but I cannot see you in the backstage.
Yeah, click the link. Okay, I'll tell him, Tevin. Don't worry, and I'll answer.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So before I answer the question, White Label American Podcast, go to the link Tevin has sent you, and you click on that link, and then you click on like the profile, and then it says enter broadcast studio, and you do that, and then you'll be in. It's very easy. Anna Ramos Barreto, lovely name. Vita Bella. Simi, do you have a favorite podcast episode of my podcast? Of my podcast? I'm assuming it's my podcast. Yeah, I do. My favorite episode is actually another open line type of thing. It is with Riyad Musa. I think it's just called Riyad Musa. We did the podcast live. And let me tell you, if you think that this was fun, a live recording of a podcast is wild. It is hella enjoyable. You feed off the crowd. The gags are hitting. It is wonderful. I love that. If I had to do just like a normal interview style podcast where I've spoken to people, the one that I've enjoyed the most, I have one coming out on Monday with a lovely lady called Tex Talks. She's a music journalist here in South Africa. It's actually very, very good. I dig it. But probably one of my favorites of all time would be Robbie Collins, the first one I did with him. He's a comedian. He's open for Trevor Noah. Just incredible. I've known Robbie since we were kids when we started doing stand-up, like 17, 18 years old. And I turned 33 on Sunday. So this is like my little birthday present before Valentine's Day, which is my birthday. So yeah, so I don't know if a white label American is coming. If not, plot twist. Dude, I feel like I've been catfished. I feel like this is a bad episode of Catfish. What up, dog? What's your name?
Hey, what's up? Raphael. But since I moved to the United States, everybody calls me Raphael.
What a cool name. Where did you move from?
Nigeria.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
that's why I put the word Che. Or like Shay,
Yeah, what does Che stand for?
It stands for everything. Literally, it depends on how you're using it in a sentence. Like, Che, that didn't happen. Oh, Che, that man did that stuff.
Can you tell your daughter to Che over there a little bit? That makes, you see.
She runs the house. Like, yeah, it's hard.
You come from Nigeria and you've moved to America. What are you doing over there, my guy?
Right now, I'm a stay-at-home dad. I'm a podcaster. I used to be in the Navy, so my body is recovering from certain things. So yeah, it's a journey.
What certain things? Did you carry a gun and stuff like that? Are you like James?
Let's say I carried a bow and arrow. It's not fun when I say bow and arrow, right?
Let's give your podcast a bit of a shout out. What's your podcast about?
So everybody meets me in America. They hear my accent. They don't consider me American, but I'm an American citizen. I did stuff for the government, and every time I take an Uber, I talk to the drivers. No matter where they're from in the world, we always connect on something. And
that's a great idea. I used to have a where I used to interview Uber drivers. It's such a cool thing because I don't know if it's the same where you are, but back home here in South Africa, our Uber drivers have a lot of great stories, and they also very
they do here too. They do. I've met people from Uzbekistan, Ukraine. Like I met a guy from Ukraine. Like my Russian buddy, who I call my brother. We have this joke about Eastern Europeans that they all wear Adidas, and we call it like Dida life. So this Uber driver, he picks me up, and he's all wearing Adidas from head to toe. And I see his name, so I know the name is Ukrainian. So I ask him, "Where you from, brother?" And he starts telling me, and I'm like, "Oh, so what team do you support? Dynamo Kiev or Shakhtar?" He's like, "Oh, you know Ukrainian football." And then he's like, "Let me tell you, in the 90s," and then he just starts breaking it down, and he tells me about his past life in the Soviet Union. And it's just so, but the podcast had to come out about, because the podcast is not about Uber drivers. It's about immigrants. It started off as immigrants in New York, because I live in New York, and New York is like a big market. There's so many people. You can find everybody around the world. And, it's one thing to know people to know a country. We know the governments mostly, because everybody knows the governments. We hate the government or we like the government, right? But we don't know the people from the place.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Kevin, put that comment up there. Put that comment up. I did stuff for the government. It's hilarious. When you said
I did really though, it's and I'm proud of it, because that's where I got to know that I could be a badass. Not like the way people think badass is defined in so many ways. So yeah, I claim mine. Own it. Own everything you've done in your life. And don't forget that humble bullshit. Be who you want to be. Sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss. My bad.
Cool. No stress. Raphael, it was great speaking to you.
Hey, great. I hope I can get you one day on my podcast. So
100% you can, bro. 100%. Just drop me a DM. I'll respond to you.
I will.
Just for my name is at the bottom there, my handle, and you can.
Yes. I'll connect with you. All right, brother.
Cool. Thanks. Get rid of my shops. Thank you. Wow. I'm not gonna lie. I dig the guy's vibe, but his child was making a hella noise and my head was starting to get sore. So yeah, I guess we've come to the end. In the words of Cat Stevens, it's not time to make a change. Just relax, take it easy. Josephine has sent me a lovely private message saying, "Thank you, Simi. You're so talented. You're so handsome. I wish we could have you every single year. And you can just do this all the time. And you are so good. I wish I could appear on this podcast, but my voice is a bit sore. And I just want to let you, I'm sorry, I'm just reading it over here. You guys can't see it on the screen. And I just want to let you know that if there's ever an opportunity out there in Africa, if people have money and they want to give it away, I would give all of my money to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Josephine, for saying that. Thank you. And yeah, I know there's 2 more comments over there. Hope to bump into you in person someday. Hey, man, we never know how this world is gonna turn out. I've been to America and Canada a few times, and it was dope. And maybe I'll come to New Orleans one day. We'll never know. But yeah, I've had fun. I don't know if I must leave or not, Tevin. I don't know if you say goodbye to me or not. Darshan, you still haven't told me about your podcast thing, bro, but fine. This was a lot of fun. Sorry about my daughter. Thanks to me and Tevin. No stress, Raphael. I'll see you soon, my G. Speak on the streets. Hold on. 2 more private chats. And says, oh, okay, so I know how I'm going to be removed. Tevin will move you and then add us back. Okay. Bye, friends.
Simi Arif, what up, boy?
How you, dog?
Simi Arif joins us in studio. He knows more than you can imagine. Is President Barack
Hello, Africa.
Tell me how you're doing. My name is Martin.
And my name is Chris. We look forward to sharing with you about the story of African Retooled. So African Retooled is a platform that seeks to shed light on the future of work, provide our listeners and our followers with information to make them future ready. One of our channels is the African Retooled podcast. And Martin, you can probably talk about that.
Sure. The podcast is where we have conversations about the future of work. We go deep into different jobs, looking at how they have evolved, speaking to industry professionals about how they imagine and we imagine together what they would look like in the future. Another thing we do on the podcast is have conversations with leaders, and this is to inspire people to be able to retool or reskill in order to take advantage of these new skill sets that are coming up in this inevitable future. And finally, we talk to retooled Africans. These are people who've been able to reskill and retool in their own careers to be able to pivot, given all the tools available to them in this new era of work. And so, Chris, why are we proud to be African podcasters?
I guess we're proud because never has it been very clear that in the 4th Industrial Revolution, the world is indeed flat. And so this is the one chance we have to tell our story and to really shape our narrative.
That is true, Chris.
Yeah.
And, we look forward to engaging with you. Find us on africanretooled.org, where you can listen to our podcast and go around in the website and find all the other tools and information that we have. See you soon.
Hi guys, my name is Feifei and I am a Nigerian and a Nigerian podcaster as well. I manage Niger Pod Hub, the Nigerian podcasting community. I also have 3 podcasts, the Frame Music Podcast, Previously on the Podcast, and the Unusual Podcast. And on those 3 podcasts, I talk about 3 different things. That's tell you how much is in me to share with everyone else. And that's what makes me so proud to be an African podcaster, or to be African at all, because Africa is usually used to consuming stuff from outside in. So I feel like podcasting is a way in which we can tell our own stories and give them the true African perspective from inside out. There's so many stories, from deity stories to ancestral stories to stories about how we commute and how we relate with one another. Childhood stories are the best. If it's West or East or South Africa, there's something unique to every type of story being told through a podcast. Our life experiences are actually stories we can share with one another that could help us grow and, give an insight into how it is to be African. There's lots of podcasters out there who are doing amazing jobs as Africans, and I feel like Africa Podcast Day is a way to celebrate the big wins and the small wins from everywhere around Africa. So to every podcaster out there who is struggling to put out that next episode or struggling to put that idea into a podcast, I say keep going, because the day is coming. The day is so close for African podcasters. And as we continue to celebrate one another and give each other such a platform like Africa Podcast Day, I hope that greater things will come from the African podcast industry and we won't give up. So keep podcasting, keep sharing, and let's make African podcast industry bigger than it already is. Happy Africa Podcast Day from Feifei of Niger Pod Hub to all of you out there.
My name is Jackie Obarafatoye. I'm the editor for African Science Focus. African Science Focus is a podcast that talks about science and health in sub-Saharan Africa. We bring together development practitioners, policymakers, the academics, journalists, and the ordinary African on the street to discuss about science and health in the communities. We want to make sure that the deepest issues that affect their lives are discussed and brought into light. We publish every week on Wednesdays. The best time you can get our podcast is on our website www.scidev.net. I work out from Lagos, Nigeria. In our past few months of existence, we have made a lot of impact. One of the impacts I would really like to mention is one of our listeners who listened to our episode on fistula. She was afraid she had fistula. She contacted us and we connected her to a specialist who helped her solve her problem. Going forward, that is what we want to do. That's the kind of impact we want to make. We want to have clinic episodes where listeners can call in, or a technology expert, innovators call in, and we discuss issues that are of concern to them. Then we connect them to those that matter and those that can solve their problem. This is what African Focus is all about. I'm happy that I'm a podcaster. I'm happy that I'm in this space to make impact, to change lives, to bring solutions to people, to make sure that their voices are heard, to give them a channel to discuss these issues, and to think that it's just a click away to get to a podcast. We're happy that we're using this channel to change lives. We still believe that we're going to have many lives to change, and it will be good to mention that we're just nominated last year for the Apps African Award. The recognition is good for us. It's a great motivation for us to move on. I'm happy that African Podcast Day is coming up, and I'm happy to also be a part of it. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
My name is Ntlanta Mtaka. I'm the chairman of Ibunondo Agency.
My name is Sizwe Mpofu-Walsh. I'm the founder of SMWX.
My name is Haji Mohammadaji, and I am the producer for the Daily Maverick podcast called Don't Shoot the Messenger.
My name is Kumasella. I'm a junior program officer at South African Media Innovation Programs. I'm in short.
Part of my job is to script write, it's to edit podcasts, and sometimes to host them. But during my time at Volume, I have produced and hosted a podcast series for Pediatric Adolescent Treatment Africa. The series is called PATA Podcast Series. I'm also currently working on an exciting project that's coming soon for and with Human Rights Watch.
The podcast that we have created for the Daily Box so far consists of the Critical Stand, and it focuses on the politics of pop culture with a deep analysis of the pop culture events happening. The people who made up the podcast team consisted of myself, my co-host Shazia Ibrahim, and a producer.
The purpose of the Scoracast is basically to get the news to a Zulu audience in just a small, short bulletin in just under 2 minutes is really our goal. Basically, 2 colleagues and I translate the daily content daily. The content is generated by my colleagues in the editorial, and our news editors are based in Polokwane, and we also have colleagues in Durban, Johannesburg, and Mount Frere.
5 energetic people. 2 of them are full-time and 3 are part-time. They're responsible for conceptualization, recording, and also editing.
SMWX is a team of 2. We have a podcast called the SMWX podcast, which is part of our overall channel, which exists on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and of course, various podcasting platforms.
What it is just great storytelling about existing stories in the media that people might have questions about. Our team is made up of 5 people. That is myself, the host, Rebecca Davis. We've got 2 engineers, and then we've also got a business manager called Catherine Kotzer.
My colleague is Vila Majova, who is the managing editor. He takes a selection of the daily news early in the morning and converts it into a script, which is also sent to community radio stations. We then collaborate on the final touches, and then I read it. We then upload the Scoracast in our own app and sites, as well as our own channel on MTN's iRoman. Lastly, our mission is to also serve community radio stations which need accurate, engaging content in Zulu. And we also have planning to expand to English very, very, very soon.
Most of South Africans speak their vernacular languages at home, but when it comes to, for example, policy formulation or serious news, the only language that is used is English. And we felt that it's unfair in a sense that most of these Africans that I'm talking about are voters, and they have the right to speak their language, to understand concepts, and able to digest them and also express themselves.
Even though you can often put the same content on different platforms, your audience's experience of those pieces of content is totally different. And so the way you engage with your audience through their comments on podcasts or on video also needs to change. And even though video itself takes a long time to edit, manufacture, and produce, there are a number of different uses for the audio that come out of video that I took a very long time to explore. So once again, even the same video can be cut differently from the same material, but turned into something totally different for a podcasting audience. So I think it's just realizing how much one can exploit video and audio at the same time without having to reinvent the wheel and duplicate your efforts.
Some of the lessons we learned around distribution was in season 1, we just shared it on our social media, on our Twitter, in the form of sharing the link. It was also only distributed on SoundCloud. With season 2, the podcast went up on Iona FM as our distribution main platform, and it was also shared on Spotify and Apple Music. So that meant the podcast was available more widely. We also shared snippets of the podcast through using videos, and we shared it more widely on social media. So this got a lot more attention.
We have a bit of research, we have a few statistics, we know the typical profile of a South African podcast listener. We know 56% of listeners want entertainment-based content, and 47% of listeners want real-time information. They form a very key and critical component of podcast production, to know your audience, but also to be able to tap into new audiences and create content that reaches out to new listenerships to grow the flagship of volume.
Sponsorship and financing for podcasts often overlooked, especially because a lot of people do it independently. But it's very, very important because when you think about the storytelling and the work that goes into it as a whole, you have to think about quality and you have to think about narrative. And when you get financing, you're able to have a team that is really, really good. And we see the appreciation of this, like I said, in the engagement of our stats, but also it was a great honor at the end of last year. It was our first year, and we managed to get, you can call it sort of an award from Apple Podcasts itself to say this was one of the best podcasts of the year. So obviously that helps as well. And when you have these numbers and you have this proof and these stats, it obviously gets advertisers interested. When advertisers are interested, you tap into an entire new audience. You're tapping into their audience and their market. So it helps with listenership for the overall engagement of the podcast as well.
My hope for our podcasters in South Africa and in our program and also in Africa is that they generate revenue and build sustainable podcast models. They expand their podcast footprint beyond Africa, attract investors, partners, and relevant stakeholders that will assist them in growing their podcast business. Last, they increase their podcast listenership and grow a sustainable podcast audience. For more information on the program, please visit our website.
Down on a lot of their stuff because of Panini.
Hey, Melissa.
Hey, Joe. How are you at the end of the day?
Man, let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Let's go.
After we take a very long nap.
After we take a long nap or another whole year's break.
After we take a whole year's break, right? But it's been so much fun. Incredibly, incredibly fun. Just connecting with everyone online, seeing all the energy and the hype online. All the sessions have been so interesting. Being behind the scenes as well has also been fun. What a day.
What a day. And I want to say that it's been a very, very open day. We've had so much love from so many people around the world. We couldn't end the day without saying thank you. So if you'll allow me to thank some special people.
Of course. Please, go ahead.
Of course. I want to say that the list of names that I will have to share here is not an exhaustive list of all the people who have contributed their time, their love, their attention, their interest. So without further ado, Hindenburg, Prince Claus Fund, British Council, Baraza Media Lab, Sema Box, Africa Podfest, Co-Fix, Teensway Media, and the Biz community. I would also like to thank all the African podcasters, Home and World Africa Podfest, all the community events host for Africa Podcast Day 2021, and the following individuals who have made the teamwork this year in so many big and little ways. Thank you guys so much.
Incredible.
Okay, I will start. Thank you, Monica Obaga, Belia Globo, Adele Makai, Marcus Olang, Dan Asada, Christine Mungai, Estevin Sudi, Muero, Moses Peter, Moredi Mwani, Kelvin Onguka, Valentine Awino, of myself and Melissa, big thank you. And we hope that it was all right, Melissa. I think now we have to close everything. So the only way I know how to do is with a song that won't get us a copyright strike.
Yeah. You want us to
just
dance?
give me 1 second. I'll give people a number, as they say. I will give the people a number.
Give the people a number. Do it.
Hard to choose one artist from one African country. I won't lie.
Which
But I'll
number
try.
are you dropping?
I don't know. I think it has to be. It might be something. I don't know. Maybe people can tell us in the comments. Whose music would you like to hear? One song.
Let me see.
Half a song or 4 bars or however much we can play.
Yes, you are part of a rich and vibrant community. We are part of a rich and vibrant
It's cocktail
community.
time, somebody is saying.
Yeah. That someone say it's cocktail time and that they feel like they belong to a community. And we're saying, yes, you do. African podcasters are really cool people. Now you know.
Yes.
Shoma Jersey.
Extremely.
Someone
Of
suggesting
course,
Shoma
of course. Let me see. Hey, people. Which one? Let me check and see if anyone has commented. Cassiologist, we are waiting.
I'm looking at the comments.
Have we got one last comment? Yes, Shoma Josie. Which one?
There hasn't been a comment since that, so I guess we'd have to pick one.
All right, I'm gonna pick an oldie but a goldie.
Cool. And you're very welcome. It's been our honor putting this together. We're just so glad
Can you hear?
you showed up
Can you
because you
hear
made
me?
it the party that it's been. Thank you for coming. Have you found a song, Joe?
I have indeed.
Yes, hit it.
Okay. I am hitting it.
Same time
I should have
next
practiced
year
this.
for sure.
Yeah, guys. Sound will not play. Systems, guys. It's always the little systems.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna have to say
dance. We
it was
can
gonna be
just do a
Shoma
shimmy,
Josie, John Cena, obviously first choice. But just imagine us dancing to
To Shoma Josie's Huku.
Okay, you go and listen to it, enjoy it. From us, it's a big thank you to everyone in every country around the world. Thank you for the love. This is us saying, and see you next year on Africa Podcast Day.
Keep yourself on our mailing lists, on our social media. Let's keep talking because we still have some action planned throughout the year and the community is beginning to grow. So this is the beginning. And thank you for making it a wonderful beginning. Until next year. Bye. Hugs. Yay.